desk.
Do you want to get some water?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Hey now! It's actually, I think I lost the hey now. Let me do it again. Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite wood chipper enthusiast.
Oh my God. Why would you say something like that? Look, I'm not we need to get this straight ahead of time because
Yes.
I don't like to wrongly attack other content creators.
Yes.
I will attack them for acting the fool and putting out bad arguments and stuff like that, which is
Right.
my chief problem with Mr. Girl. But I am under the impression that Mr. Girl is not a pedophile. I think he made a video, acting like a pedophile because he thought it would be funny. He did it. This is my comedy routine type thing, right? With zero self-awareness. Oh, he did a music video where he claims to be a pedophile.
Is supposed to be a joke, obviously. Yeah.
Right, but he did a Cuties review too, where he plays a pedophile reviewing a movie.
Well, that's not fair. I don't think that's that doesn't happen in the review.
Okay. I just recently rewatched that original review.
Okay.
And he definitely acts like a pedophile. Like he completely multiple times talks about these underage girls and what he would like, how they make him feel. And it's uncomfortable. It's definitely uncomfortable. He's going for a shock art thing.
Gotcha.
And nobody's missing this. Nobody misunderstands this. I think that he's doing it as a joke, and it just is completely wrong and not funny, and I think it's a little extreme, and it's kind of something he'll never be able to take back. I think no matter what Max Carson does, no matter where he turns in life, I think this video is going to follow him around. So and I mean, yeah, maybe he's not a pedophile, but it's just too close for comfort for most people in polite society, right?
Well, you already said you don't think he is. You think he was doing a bit.
Yes, yeah. Well, I think if he came out, I think Max has also not done himself any service by not coming out and saying, oh yeah, I was doing a bit. That was a comedy routine. It didn't go over very well, but that is what it is. Perhaps it's that, 3/4 of his audience are in fact pedophiles, and he doesn't want to alienate them because he's so starved for attention that's the only way he can maintain an audience.
Jeez, coming out swinging.
Well, you looked up the stats, and we argued about this before this began, that, you were like, there's not enough pedophiles in the world, to sustain Mr. Girl's audience. And
no. Yes, okay. So this wasn't even today. This was on Sunday.
Right. Yeah.
You said that you thought that you don't think he's a pedo, but you think that some substantial part of his audience is pedo, and that's why they like him. And I vehemently disagree with this. I don't think that's why people like him.
Right.
I don't think they're all secret pedophiles.
If you are a pedophile on the internet, though, you got to admit Max Carson is your guy. He's your go-to content creator.
I mean, I don't know.
To give the stats that you looked up about how many people are pedophiles.
So I looked up. It's funny because this was on Sunday before we're streaming.
Right.
Nothing to do with any of this stuff.
This is what we were talking about before the Sunday stream began, where we talked for 20 minutes.
I know. This is why we were late on Sunday. So I pulled out. I have a DSM-5 on my computer, so I whipped it out.
I whipped it out.
Let me just whip out this proclamation. I whipped out the DSM-5, and I was like, okay, what is the prevalency rate for pedophilic disorder? And it was higher than I expected.
Yeah.
It's according to the DSM, it's 3 to 5%.
3 to 5%. Now that is what is the percentage of people who are transgender before all of the transgender stuff? Because obviously it's like 15, 25, maybe 50% now. But before all that popped up, I think it was like 0.01% or 0.02% or something like that.
Gender dysphoria.
So there are, what is that? 1,000 times more pedophiles than transgender people.
Hold on, I gotta find.
So
I gotta
it's
find it in the
10 for
DSM.
every percentage. It's 50 times. There's the rate of pedophilic people to transgender people is 50 times. 50 times. So I don't know about you, but I think there's a lot of pedos online. I think
Okay.
everybody knows there's a lot of pedos online.
According to the DSM, the prevalency rate for gender dysphoria is for males 0.005 to 0.014%.
So it's even less. So it's not 50 times, it's 500 times.
And for women, it's 0.002% to 0.003%. It's even less.
Yeah. See?
So
yes.
Very low rates. Yes.
3 to 5% is a massive number of people. And you know all of those pedophiles are online. You know they are.
I'm sure that there's a disproportionate number of pedos that are online in certain spaces.
Right.
Obviously.
And the question number 2, are they Mr. Girl fans?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I mean, they might be, but I still don't think that they're the majority of his audience. I don't think that's the majority reason why people like him. And he doesn't talk about this stuff like most of the time anyway.
I don't think it's
he only talks about it when he goes on other shows and people like want to, challenge him on it.
I don't think it's the majority of his audience. I think his audience has a lot of contrarians in it as well.
I don't even remotely agree. I don't agree at all. He doesn't talk about this. It's not like he's not Amos Yee. He's not like talking about this as like his primary subject.
Okay. I mean, okay. What do you think his primary subject is aside from?
I don't know, but he doesn't just talk about pedo stuff. He talks about all sorts of random shit.
He's said many. Well, how much Mr. Girl content do you watch? I mean, I only watch when he talks to other people. I don't actually watch his standalone content unless it's something like, obviously he made a video about how he raped a person. He made a video about how he beat up his girlfriend. I talked about that on the show before, where he comes out with this giant claim like, yeah, I beat up my girlfriend. And then you find out halfway through the video that it was consensual and that they were playing around. So I think he does have a tendency to throw out this big claim to obtain your attention, and then dials it back to something reasonable that everyone
they talk about the rape thing in this conversation, and he gives out the specific scenario.
Yeah. Which we're not going to listen to because it's actually disgusting. Of course not. Like, why do I want to listen to a 37-year-old man talk about how he raped a girl?
I don't think it's so clear that you can say, oh, he raped someone.
It's grotesque the way he describes it, though.
Okay, no, wait a minute. The way that you're if no one's heard the story,
the way
that you're setting up, you're making it sound like he was like, waiting in the bushes and he grabbed some woman and raped them. That's like not even remotely close to what happened.
Right. Yes. It was a tender date. It was, well, I mean, we can explain it. Mr. Girl does explains it in graphic detail with how private parts were oriented.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but it's somewhat important to the story.
He had a date with a girl. They were about to have sex. And
who's like 10 years older than him.
Who's 10 years older. And she says, I'm not ready. And he basically shoves it in. Okay. There you go. That's the entire story.
Wait. So you're missing some key elements. Okay. Originally, he said he didn't want to have sex with her and she wanted to have sex with him. According to him, this is according to his story. Okay.
Right.
Is that so? Originally, the woman is the one who is motivated and pressuring him to have sex with her. He sort of acquiesces, and then literally like the moment before penetration, she's like, I'm not ready, or I don't want to have sex. And he interpreted it not as a legitimate, like, I don't want to have sex, but sort of as like a game that she was playing.
Yeah, rape fantasy.
Yeah, somewhat. And so they had sex anyway.
Right.
But I mean, she seemed to be into it and liked it. So I guess he guessed the situation correctly in that situation. So that's why I'm saying I don't think it's fair to say like he raped someone because he was apparently right. Now, that's obviously an incredibly dangerous game to play,
Well, and to go on your YouTube channel and brag about it. It's a very
but I
dangerous
think
game to
it's
play as
but I
well.
think that here's why I completely disagree with you. I think that's an important conversation to have because I don't know about you, but I've been in situations where girls play these fucked up games with guys with me and with
Mhm.
other guys. And it's like you're like, what am I supposed to do in this situation? Am I supposed to roll the dice here? It's like it's so fucking risky. And if you don't, when I've been
No.
in situations where I'm like,
The
no, I'm
answer to
not
that
going to roll those
question
dice.
is don't roll the dice, Sitch.
I know, I agree with you, but here's the thing. I've literally been in a
Cease
situation.
engagement.
I've been no, I agree, but this is the problem, and this is why I think it merits to be having a conversation about. At least when I went to school. Okay, now things are a little bit different because I went to school pre Me Too, though obviously you couldn't go around like raping people back then. Um, there were lots of girls who did weird shit like this. Who they'd be like, "Oh, I don't want to do anything with you," blah 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 blah, and I'm like over here like Mr. Respectful, like, "All right, sure, I'm not going to try to pressure any girl into having any sort of sexual intercourse at any time." That was basically my operating procedure in all my relationships, and even in girls that I like was just hooking up with. And a lot of them afterwards, if I didn't do anything, they get mad at me. And I'm
Right.
like, why the fuck are you mad at me? You told me you didn't want me to pressure you to do anything. I was gonna let you, control the speed at which the physical relationship progresses. And so many girls, they act like that, but then they get fucking mad at you that you didn't pressure them into doing something. And it drove me fucking crazy in college that girls were acting like this. So I do think that it's a good conversation to talk about that if we're gonna live in this new world, which I think we should, where men are not, fucking sexually assaulting people, women need to fucking step up to the plate then and not expect guys to, pressure them into get into sexual situations.
I think it is a very important conversation to have, and I do agree with you there. Not by a guy who uh, is joking around about being a pedophile. I think you lose your credibility to have honest conversations about sex and consent as soon as you become Max Carson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you. I agree. These conversations need to be had, but
Right.
there's certain people that can have these conversations in an intelligent, nuanced way. And there are certain people who are doing it for attention. That's the ultimate goal of what the game that they're playing. And that supersedes having an intelligent conversation that's going to help younger people navigate these treacherous waters of consent.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that I don't think the conversation that Max had about this situation was intelligent or useful. So that is my
Well,
take.
I agree with you that I agree with you that by him framing the video, because I think the video was titled like, I raped someone or something. Um,
Yeah.
and right. And I understand what you're saying that by
A
the
young
way in
person is
which
going to
he
walk away from that thinking, oh, they all want it. I just need to like force it on them. That's what they're going to think.
I don't know, I don't well, I would hope not. I
Well,
would
he's
hope not.
not. He's not having a
But
conversation about it in those kind of terms.
I don't well, I'll be honest, I only saw him talk about it in the stream that we're watching. I didn't go back and watch his original video on the subject. But I'm assuming the content is somewhat similar.
Yeah.
And sure, it's possible that a person could walk away from listening to him talk about that with that interpretation. I don't think the average person listening to the video would walk away from it and think, oh, every time a girl says no, it means yes. I don't think that's what people would, I don't think that's what the average person would walk away from that conversation and think.
Okay.
And I think it is important conversation. I do think if we're going to move into the world, which I'm totally 100% on board with moving into, where yes means yes and no means no, and that's just this black and white binary thing for sex, I'm totally fine moving that world. Every guy on planet Earth would be totally fine moving into a world where women actually say what the fuck they mean. So, but that's just the issue. Women have to learn to say what the fuck they mean at this point. Okay. And I think that's a totally good, valid conversation to have.
All right. You want to get into this?
We can get into
Do
it.
you have so you do you want to state any position on Max before beginning? I mean, I wanted to lay mine out there just so everyone knows where I stand, obviously.
No, I mean, I think we just talked about it enough already, so we can just jump
Sitch
into it.
Sitch has predicted that the chat is going to be pretty much against me on this entire conversation, which I mean, I don't really know. It's difficult for me to tell where the chat is at. I was
Right.
talking to the chat a little bit before the stream began, and it seemed like most people were against Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't,
But
I'm,
wait, what is my position that people are against?
well, I think Mr. Girl is kind of I don't think he's sincere. I think he is basically like the left wing version of Milo Yiannopoulos. I don't think that he's an
Okay.
honest,
Right.
and he may be lying to himself. Like he may be just in it for the attention and doesn't realize it. So I think I've listened to enough Mr. Girl to come to the conclusion that I don't really think he has a lot of intelligence on a lot of the topics that he talks about. I think he basically is just following his intuitions and reacting to things. And he realizes that saying incendiary stuff, kind of like a shock jock, will get attention in the same way that Milo Yiannopoulos is ultimately after attention, not necessarily to serve some goal. I would think Milo Yiannopoulos is much smarter than Max because Milo Yiannopoulos really seemed to understand how people would perceive certain things that he said. I'm not fully sure that Max is self-aware of how he comes off. So, but I mean,
So,
obviously he's
right.
coming off differently to you than he's coming off to
Right.
me.
Yeah, so I completely disagree with you. I mean, I agree with that. Milo, I think Milo is a provocateur intentionally. I think Milo is somewhat of a grifter, and that's not clear what exactly he believes and what exactly he's just doing for attention. I do not think that Mr. Girl, aka Max, I do not think that is his position whatsoever. I do think he's pretty sincere, even when I disagree with him, and even when I think he's very wrong, I do think he's very sincere in his positions.
And do you have any of those positions off the top of your head?
No, well, I'm saying like everything that he says in the conversation about how, he thinks we should be having these conversations and how he sort of views the world. I think he's being truthful, even if
Right.
I disagree with his views. But I do think he's being truthful. I don't think he's just, you could talk about like, if like when it comes to YouTube and we were talking about like the rape video and, the way in which he phrases something. Yeah, he can phrase something to sort of be incendiary. But we all do that on YouTube to some extent. I mean, there's a clickbait game, and I don't think that makes everyone on YouTube like Milo Yiannopoulos. Just because you might frame something in a somewhat incendiary way, but then you explain it and you actually stand by it and agree with it. So
Right. One of the things that rubbed me the wrong way is he had a conversation with Wicked Supreme where he contradicted himself in a lot of different ways. And
yeah,
his overarching message seems to be, I want you to be able to empathize with people that we would consider detestable in our society, pedophiles, rapists, Nazis. He says specifically Nazis in the Wicked Supreme video. He even says, I want you to empathize with Nazis. That's what he says to Wicked Supreme. And then literally a week later, he's going on for weeks badgering Destiny to disown Nick Fuentes because Destiny is making people empathize with Nick Fuentes. And
Right.
he thinks Nick Fuentes is in fact a Nazi. Okay.
Right.
I don't want to get bogged down in an argument over whether or not Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. It's just obviously there's a giant contradiction there in my eyes. Now, you can go ahead and point out that Mr. Girl evidently has this weird understanding of the word empathy.
He has a weird definition of empathy where he
Yeah.
basically just means to understand someone's position, not necessarily to sympathize with
or
them.
empathize. The word actually means to
Well,
to be
right,
able
well, he
to
would probably
relate to
say-
their position.
Right. He would probably say that when he says empathize, I've seen their call because he says it in that conversation with Supreme. He says it's like to understand someone, but also to, I think he says something like to recognize that they're a human, essentially, like everyone
Right.
else.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so, I mean, I don't think that necessarily makes his position hypocritical when he's talking to Destiny, because when he was talking to Destiny about Nick Fuentes, he was basically, and by the way, I don't agree with Max in this position, but he was basically complaining that Destiny was, well, it's funny because he was complaining that Destiny was humanizing
Right.
Nick, but in a way in which he thought would get people to be on board with Nick Fuentes' message. So I
Right.
don't know. Maybe it's somewhat hypocritical. Maybe it's not. So
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't want to be like the Mr. Girl Whisperer. I don't watch enough of his content to claim that position.
Sure.
So
Sure. And Sitch, I feel like we should at least invite Mr. Girl on to defend himself because it's this weird thing that Sitch really wants us to extend an invitation to
no,
anyone
no,
that.
no. Okay, why? No, stop. Why you like don't frame things that are not true? I didn't say
Okay.
that. I just said if we talk about someone on this show
Okay.
and we're criticizing them, if they want to come on, I think it's only fair, unless it's someone that we like have talked to already and decided that we hate and we don't want to talk to them
Right.
anymore. But
And
no, if
I
it's someone
and
we've
I
never talked
live
to and
and
we're
I live in a
criticizing them,
world
right?
where this is the Sitch and Adam autocracy, where we don't need to do something because of some preconceived notion of fairness. Like I feel like I can say everything I need to say. If he, well, I guess we're in a weird situation here, which I do empathize with
Hmm.
Mr. Girl against my better judgment. It's the fact that he's been deplatformed, I think, is
Yeah,
like
we don't
he
agree
doesn't
with any of that.
necessarily even have a platform. So like we're not in a situation where we could say Mr. Girl could jump on his YouTube channel and just make a response video and that would be fine. Like we're
Right,
not in that situation. So
right,
if he wants to come on and defend himself, then I'm more than happy to talk to him. So
right. Anyway, let's hit it up.
No, but
Yeah.
he just said though something very important, right? And he said
Okay.
that he wouldn't make a video like that asserting
Oh.
that opinion because why? So then, like, my question is, why do you think? I guess like you making a video saying, "Yo, these girls are hot, et cetera, they're attractive," and like towing that line of being a pedophile. Why are like those opinions? I guess like more valid than the opinion of, "Yo, I watched this shit. This shit is wrong. It's like out of control." And us as a society should not go down this route. Like, why is the pedophile opinion more important than the other opinion?
Sorry, my thing is fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to avoid your question.
major uncomfortable laughter by Adam 22.
Hmm.
You agree or disagree?
Have you watched any of their other stuff? I've never seen No Jumper besides this conversation.
I haven't either. No.
Okay.
But there was some conversation where Flacco calls some guy a clout chaser that I was like, I think I might like to watch that. I don't know. Everyone in the comments is seriously against Flacco on this video. And I mean, can you explain to me why that is? I don't necessarily know why they're all
Well,
against
we'll
Flacco.
watch the conversation and I guess we'll get into it. I guess
Okay.
we'll see.
It's not that it's more important. It's just that if your take is just the same as everybody else's, then just don't speak. Like I didn't make a video about the Amber Heard trial
Why?
because I don't have anything to say. Like, yeah, they both seem like abusive people, and it seems like
So let me just explain that since we're kind of jumping into the middle of this conversation. Basically, what precipitated this was that Mr. Girl said that he wanted to have, or he feels like when he makes content on YouTube, it should be about something that's either a unique take or new or interesting and not just anyone else's take. And he felt like if he came out and just said, or if someone came out and just said, Cutie's movie bad because sexualizes children, that's a useless opinion because that's just like the default opinion essentially. And so that's kind of that's the setup to this.
How is that any different than just being an NPC who takes a contrarian position on everything?
Well, no, it would be. if that was his take, if that was Mr. Girl's take or anyone's take, to just take the opposite position of the standard position would be an NPC take. Yes.
Okay. So we don't.
But I don't think he's not doing that in the Cuties review. I mean, first of all,
Says
to be
you.
clear,
I mean, I don't know that he's not.
I don't think he's doing that. Well, the opposite take would be, yeah, it's good to sexualize children, right? Wouldn't that be the opposite take?
That is his take in the Cuties review video.
No, it's not. He's not saying it's good to do this. He's saying his take in the Cuties review was that he thought the point of the movie was to show that children are being sexualized by modern society and to make you, the audience, feel that sexualization and maybe even be attracted to it and thus be uncomfortable by it and question that it's happening in society. That's his take. Now, I did a Cuties review and I criticized the movie because the movie doesn't actually, I don't think the movie does that. And I'm not even sure that was the intention of the movie, even though that's a lot of people's intention of how they perceive the movie to be. But my criticism of Cuties was that actually doesn't make sense, because in Cuties, society is not pushing the girls to sexualize. They've decided to sexualize themselves, and everyone in the movie who's not them, except for the one creepy pedo guy, essentially is trying to criticize and stop the little girls from sexualizing themselves. So I don't think that interpretation of the movie makes sense.
Okay.
But anyway,
She lied. Like, whatever the
You're making his Cuties review sound like it is much better from a movie analysis perspective than it is. His
No.
Cuties review is ridiculous. I mean, 90% of it is him lusting after these girls and doing the same exact joke over and over again.
So I think his movie opinion on Cuties is wrong.
Yes,
Okay.
Factually
I think-
incorrect,
I think
and
he's-
also
Yeah, but-
stylistically, the review is basically, I didn't really think about it too much. I was
Well,
too
let's remove the
obsessed.
style from it for a second. Okay.
Okay.
I think his movie take on the movie is wrong, but I don't think that's like evidence of anything or indication of anything, because basically every single person that defended Cuties had the same, and that's what's kind of ironic about him making this, that he doesn't want to have the same opinion. Every single person that defended that movie had the exact same take, and it was basically the take I just laid out, which was Max's take, or my understanding of Max's take. I think that take is incorrect, but since it's everyone's take, essentially, I don't think it's so bizarre outside the norm to expect someone to come up with that.
Did you just say that Max had the exact same take as everyone, except for the fact that he was turned on by it?
No, he had the same take as everyone who was defending the movie, yes. They all had the exact same take.
Everyone who was defending the movie, that it's supposed to sexualize children and make you feel uncomfortable?
Right. In order for you as a society to question about whether we as a society are, teaching this to our young girls, blah, 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 blah.
So what was unique about his take then?
Well, what was the only thing as you said, the only thing that was unique about his take is that he admitted that he was turned on at one point in the movie.
Several times he admitted it in the review.
Right.
And the review wasn't a careful analysis of the different. I saw your Cuties review, Sitch. You're like a media person. You went like point by point, gave different plot points in the movie. Mr. Girl does none of that. Mr. Girl basically just jumps to the points that, were as attention. Do you feel uncomfortable with him describing it? He's describing about how it made him personally feel, sexually aroused.
Sure. Right.
So, I mean, I don't think you can look at his review as some kind of highfalutin, Mahler level movie analysis. Okay?
I understand that. I was just giving his take on the movie, which he talked about in his stream, and he's talked about several other places.
Sure. He sees it as like a very, top-notch movie analysis. I realize that, but I think they're part of the intrigue of Max. I feel is that I feel he's a little delusional. I feel there's like a little bit of delusional going on here. That is fun to watch. I admit it. I like
Kanye.
Yeah, exactly. I'm watching all the Kanye interviews, many of the lol cows that we dissect on this channel. Delusional is like high up in their personality traits, right? That's what makes the the internet
Well,
interesting.
I think part of what shapes my opinion on Mr. Girl
Uh-huh.
and what shapes your opinion, everyone else's opinion, is that I actually watched a lot, like not a lot. I watched some of his content before his key reviews ever came out.
Mm-hmm.
And so I already had like an idea of him in my mind before I saw his Q's review. Where I think where most people, that's not the case. Most people, the Q's review was the opening salvo of this character.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know like the first video I ever saw that he did was a very long video kind of going over, I believe it was Black Lives Matter. And he was kind of doing a good job, you know, picking apart and sort of getting deep into like the statistical analysis about what the BLM was claiming, and he has this very difficult conversation. I'm trying to remember with who. I don't remember if it was a black police officer or a black professor or something. He has a very, very difficult conversation with this guy, and he's really putting the thumb screws to this guy in a way that most people wouldn't do, sort of about the BLM narrative.
Really?
And so
Okay.
so that to my like that was my opening video which I saw of his, so that kind of created a perception in my mind of who he is. And then when I see him engage with accused material in a similar way, I'm like, oh, this is just sort of like that's his way in which he engages with material. This kind of like no apologies, try to make everyone feel uncomfortable way.
Right. Yeah, I don't know that that's a productive way
Well, might not
to
be.
do things. Yeah, to be honest with you, especially around certain sensitive topics.
Yes, there are certain topics that I agree with you are the elephant is too powerful to sort of handle the conversation in that way. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Well, I see a lot of elephant going on in this interview here. And
Yes.
I guess one of my problems with Mr. Girl is that he doesn't seem to respect the fact that other content creators have to exist in this space. and you, like if you're going to be as controversial as Mr. Girl and you're going to have a conversation with Mr. Girl, you kind of are forced to talk about these issues before they come and bite you. In the same way that, he seems to understand this when Destiny is talking to Nick Fuentes. But when other people are talking to him, he doesn't understand that, oh, he's like Nick Fuentes, but with pedophilia.
Mm-hmm.
But he wants everybody to give him the same kind of charity that he wouldn't extend to anybody else, especially when we have, seen the whole Nick Fuentes Destiny arc play out, where he wasn't willing to give Nick Fuentes any charity whatsoever.
Right.
The jury, whatever the jury says is sure. I agree with them. With Kyle Rittenhouse, I did make a video because it's like, every progressive, and I'm pretty left leaning myself, seems to be saying the same thing like in lockstep. So I think it's important for a progressive to come out and say like, no, Kyle, I like Kyle Rittenhouse. I think he defended himself, and I don't want to see him go to jail and be thrown under the bus and have his life destroyed because of a polarized political atmosphere.
I mean, both of us are on board with you on the Rittenhouse issue, despite some of the pushback we've gotten. But
right.
In general, I would say, somebody raised this point to me a long time ago. They said, think about your most controversial opinions. Think about the things that everybody else seems to agree on that you disagree on, and then zero in on those, because those are the things that make you different, that make you unique. Those are the kind of thoughts that could lead to a product that you might want to bring to market, or those are the kind of things that would lead to a YouTube video that people would actually bother clicking on. But as soon as you start to do that thought exercise, if you're a normal person, you immediately start to get hit with all kinds of reasons why coming out there and stating your controversial opinions would in some way be destructive to your life. So I see you as somebody who kind of treats your own existence like a sacrificial lamb, and you're just sort of like, okay, I'm going to put all my most controversial and offensive parts of my life out there for public consumption, because that is the main thing that makes my existence more interesting than the average person.
Yeah, it definitely comes with its costs, but I mean, it also gave me a career. Like if I hadn't made that Cuties review, well, also, I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like that's
Look, he almost admits it here, where he says, You know, if I hadn't have done that weird cuties review, I wouldn't have any platform whatsoever. Which, I mean, we've had this conversation dozens of times, right? You know, content creators tend to be able to only go as far as their most incendiary, attention-grabbing take allows them to go, right? We've talked about this in the case of Carl Benjamin Sargon of Akkad with his "I wouldn't even rape you" tweet, which obviously was influential in torpedoing his campaign for office.
Right.
You know, these things come up all the time. With Mr. Girl, like, I don't see him able to build any kind of substantial platform with his background. So
Maybe. I mean, and I don't even. His Q's review was like 2 years ago.
Right.
And what actually helped him kind of blow up wasn't that at all. It was whenever he sort of became like a destiny orbiter
yeah,
to some extent. And I think he could have done that without his Cuties review.
I think so too. Yeah, I think,
And he would be in a much better place now.
Well, this is why. I mean, this is the important conversation to have, because I know there are a lot of people who want to develop a platform for a lot of reasons, good reasons and bad reasons. Bad reasons, you know, you're just an attention whore. Good reasons, you know, you want to change the world in useful and helpful ways. You want to help people. This is the brand mismatch for me with Mr. Girl, because it seems like he's desperate for attention, and the brand is I want to help people. I want to do good in the world. But I don't like the things that he's doing are not things that are going to do good in the world. So you could be right. He could be sincere and just misguided.
Gets described as a controversial opinion, but like, if we're not talking about ourselves, we all know that like other adult men are often attracted to preteen girls, right? Like, that's not.
Yeah, it's your entire audience, Mr. Girl. Like, why is he going? Like, we're supposed to have a serious conversation here. Why is he going here?
Well, see, but I said, you know, I read the rates from the DSM-5. It said 3 to 5%. And now, obviously, the DSM is like, it's the pedophile who it's reaching a point that it's actually a mental illness. And I would assume that the number is higher for people that have thoughts about that sorts of things, but either A, they don't act upon them, or B, they, because according to the DSM, I'd have to open up again. I think part of the criteria is that it has to be like your primary sexual attraction is to prepubescent girls. And I'd assume that there's people out there that have that attraction, but that's not like, they're also attracted to, you know, legal girls too. And so what I'm saying is, like, I'm sure the number is higher than 3 to 5% to the people that would be maybe attracted to underage girls. But I really don't think that it's like that many people. I don't think there's some massive amount of people going out there, guys or girls, who have some attraction to prepubescent children. I just don't think that's super common.
Yeah, Mr. Girl doesn't seem to know that, though. I just want to point out that a lot of people were making it sound like Flacco was the one that started this, but I see this starting here. I really do.
Well, Flacco's the one that brought up the conversation in the first place, I believe. I mean, we kind of skipped past that, but
I don't think so. I think they were just doing small talk, and this is where Mr. Girl brings in this thing, basically makes this giant claim about how, you know, so many people are into prepubescent girls.
Right, I'm saying Flacco brought up the Cuties review. So that's starting the conversation about the pedo topic in the first place.
He brought up the Cuties review before this?
Yeah, that's what the original, the question he was asking before that was about Cuties.
If you had a 11-year-old, you wouldn't let her leave the house dressed like that.
Definitely. Yeah, I would not.
And the reason,
but Adam 22 brought up the Adam 22 brought up the cuties review.
Oh, then maybe Adam brought it up, and then Flacco just sort of
Yeah, Flacco hasn't even
gave his
spoke
opinion
yet.
on it when Adam brought it up. Yeah.
Reason would be that there are lots of men who would like look at her, if not actually try to like assault her.
I mean, all you have to do is listen to a podcast or read some stats about how many
Yes.
people are trading in child porn and how
It's very popular.
yeah, how many
I mean, Sitch.
Well, it's weird because
Sitch. What the fuck?
I would assume, as we said, even if 3 to 5%, or let's bump it up. Let's say like 3 to 8%. Okay, is the population as pedophiles? There would be a highly disproportionate amount of it online, because that's the only way in which people could access, that kind of pornography.
Right.
Right? You can't go to a local library exactly and to do it. So that would create the illusion in certain spaces that there's like everyone here is a pedo, and it's like, no, it's still like a very small minority of people.
child porn images are being traded on Facebook and Google or whatever every day that will quickly make you realize that this is not, I mean, it may be a fringe sexual behavior, but it's not
I don't think
a
it is.
relevant percentage of people who are engaging this.
I would say it's a pretty large percentage.
Well, I think I mean I don't.
Sitch?
There's no evidence really for that historically or currently
Large percentage online or large percentage of the
in
population?
in just the population in general.
Yeah, but
Because-
I mean, look, the conversation that's happening, like Adam 22 is so trying to throw him a lifeline, and he's like, "No, I'm cool out here. I'm out. I want to be out here in the
Well,
middle
no,
of the
I-
ocean, all by myself."
I think what Max is saying is that because Max views it as so prevalent that it merits conversation.
Yeah,
Right.
Oh, engaging in child, actually looking at child porn. Yeah.
yeah, but what kind of how engaging how in conversation though? Like this is the thing.
Wait, okay.
You
wait,
make a
hold on,
music
wait.
video glorifying pedophilia. Is that how you engage in the conversation?
Okay, it was a joke. That was a
Oh,
joke.
that was
video.
just a joke. I got it. Yeah. Just a joke. It's no big deal. Just funny. Comedy. No, if it this is a thing. Like if
It was a joke because people were attacking him for being a pedo, so he leaned into it as a joke. I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
No, I understand. And I do think as comedy, like if
Yes.
he just came out and said, I'm Tosh, and this is my comedy.
Mhm.
I'm down for that. I'm completely down for that. Don't deplatform him. He's an artist. He's insane and crazy. But then him coming out and trying to be like, I'm also a psychologist who wants to talk to you about normalizing pedophilia. That's where he loses me. Do you understand the difference there?
Well, first of all, he never advocated for normalizing pedophilia.
Well, he does want to destigmatize it.
Yes,
What
to
is-
some extent, which is
What
I
is
disagree
what's the
with his
difference
take on that,
between
yes.
destigmatizing and normalizing?
Well, his position was he wants to destigmatize it enough in which that people would feel comfortable basically seeking help for being pedophiles, which I don't think matters because to my knowledge, I don't think there's like a cure for it. So I don't think it really matters, essentially.
Yeah.
And I think that the cultural taboo around it probably protects more children than harms more children. I would guess. I don't know if
The
that's
cultural
a knowable fact,
taboo.
but
Yes.
But,
I would
yes.
guess the cultural taboo about all kinds of things. Racism helps
Sure.
society be less racist, right?
well, but that's a little different though, because I think people are basically have a natural inclination towards racism,
Mhm.
and so you sort
And
of need
3 to
you need
5%
society.
of the population.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that so you need society to basically like shape the opinion on that. Where I don't think there's any natural inclination towards pedophilia whatsoever.
In 3 to 5% though, and that is a giant number of people
Right, but I
that
meant
you
for, like,
do need to
overall.
control the
Sure.
inclinations of, because
Sure.
they're going to be your next Boy Scout troop leader, right?
Right.
But it's not
I don't think it is.
relevant percentage of people who are engaging this.
I would say it's a pretty large percentage.
Right.
Oh, engaging in child, actually looking at child porn. Oh, yeah, that's definitely not a large percentage.
Okay, so he
But,
says it's
um,
not a lot.
But shouldn't like those people be ostracized, right? And and kind of condemned for it and shamed for it?
Well, I mean,
Yes,
that's
but
a big
that-
part of
but-
it too, is how powerless the law enforcement kind of is to prosecute any significant percentage of these people because there are so many people doing it. But yeah,
yes, it's very bad. Like what? Yes, child porn's bad. Again, like I feel like you're doing it again. Like we're trying to talk about something here, and you keep saying that child. Like, why don't you say something else about child porn other than it's bad?
No,
we all
right?
think child porn is bad.
No, right? So I think the point is this, right? Like you're trying to toe for that line of I'm not a pedophile. I'm trying to toe that line of I think you are a pedophile. And that's where, like this argument I think is going.
Why don't you just
Are you laughing, Sitch? It sounds like you're laughing.
Yeah, I mean, he says it pretty straight up, which is kind of funny. But.
Well, he does. I mean, technically, if he's being honest in the Cuties review, technically he is a pedophile. I mean, that's the. I understand that there's a difference between pedophiles and child molesters. Okay, obviously, a pedophile doesn't necessarily act on
but
their
this comes
inclination.
This comes up in the conversation, though.
Right.
What do you mean when you say technically he's a pedophile?
Yeah. What do I mean?
Yeah. What does that mean?
Pedophile
comes
is
up in
someone
this
who's
conversation.
attracted to prepubescent girls or boys.
Yeah, but like it doesn't. So if he says that in that one situation in that one movie he was attracted to that one girl, and then he's never had any sort of pedophilic thoughts after that, he wouldn't be classified as a pedophile according to the DSM.
Because it would have to be persistent, right?
It has to be persistent, right?
Okay. So, Mr. Girl, it could have just been that one movie.
Well, should I read the
No.
criteria?
We were both on the same page. Yeah, I know the diagnostic criteria. Yeah.
Well, most of the people in the chat probably don't know them.
Okay, go ahead if you want to.
There's three things. This is according to DSM-5. I don't know what the law says specifically, but actually there's no law. The law is just like age of consent. But anyway, so it says over a period of at least 6 months, recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies or urges or behaviors involving sexual activities with prepubescent children, generally age 13 or younger. B, the individual has acted on these sexual urges, or the sexual urges or fantasies cause marketed distress or interpersonal difficulty.
Right.
So that's going to be what's difficult for people to wrap their head around that one. But and C, the individual is at least 16 years of age and at least 5 years older than the child or the children in the first criterion. So it says note does obviously not include individuals in late adolescence involved in an ongoing sexual relationship with someone who's 12 or 13, when they're like that age. So
Mr. Girl could just put Flacco's position to shame just by saying, no, I don't have persistent attractions, and just dispel the notion that he's a pedophile.
But he refuses to answer that question. And that's, I guess, where the door kind of was left somewhat open.
Right. Why not just dispel the mystery?
Right. That's a good question.
Say it.
I think you're a pedophile.
What is that? Can you define pedophile?
I think that you are attracted to like underage kids.
So he does not, like, it's a half right. It's not, he should be a persistent attraction. If you would have said persistent attraction, it would have been perfect.
Teens.
My manager has a rule for me that I'm going to, not my manager, he's like my editor, my decision editor.
Mm-hmm.
He says, don't let people call you a pedophile for money. But I'm going to break it today. I'm giving you a pass. I'm giving you a P-word pass.
This is so weird. This is so insanely weird.
Why is this weird?
Because it's like he turns it into some weird, like, I'm going to let you call me a P-word for money?
Well, no. What he means is like, he's probably had this conversation a million times at the point which she's like, okay, don't engage in this conversation anymore. And he's saying, okay, well, I'll let you today, because I agreed to be on the stream. We can have a conversation again.
Well,
right?
he's the one making this conversation come up over and over again by not dispelling the legend of Mr. Girl. I mean,
Maybe,
he
sure.
could make it all in tomorrow if he just wanted to come clean, but he
Well,
doesn't want to do
some
that.
people. To
Well,
some
no,
people.
obviously, yes, yeah. There are people who, no matter what he says, what kind of admissions he makes, it's not going to be enough.
Right.
But he's made none to anybody. So we're left in this situation. It's the same. It's the rabbit duck situation here. The people who see Mr. Girl as a rabbit are going to see Mr. Girl as a rabbit. The people who see Mr. Girl as a duck, they're going to see the duck. But Mr. Girl is not coming out and saying, "No, I'm a duck." Like he's the one leaving it open to interpretation.
Right.
And this is where I get upset because he doesn't necessarily understand. Well, not upset, but it's interesting that he doesn't seem to understand that when somebody invites him on a show, they're going to get some kind of backlash if they don't confront him about this with it being up in the air.
Right.
So this when he gets angry about this continually being brought up, I think, which it has to be brought up until you solve it in one way or other. And the only one standing in the way of somebody solving it is you.
Right.
Shouldn't you ask the question rather than declaring him to be that?
No.
If you told, I think Destiny, like he don't think, I guess, being attracted to a 10-year-old kid is wrong, that comes off as like, I'm gonna told his lie.
Wait. Let me. Can I give a little context here before you?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's get the context on that statement.
I don't think wanting to push somebody in front of a subway is wrong. I don't think wanting to shoot up your school is wrong. I don't think wanting to rape your grandmother is wrong. I don't think it's wrong to think about anything. I'm not going to say doing those things is very, very bad, but I'm not going to say that I think it's wrong to think something. Like if I'm playing Call of Duty and I kill 50 people, the things I'm thinking about doing are wrong. The simulation of what I'm doing, like the things.
Okay, I have a lot to say. Well, maybe not a lot, but I have to talk about this. So first of all, I think using video games is not the correct analogy here. Like if you're playing a video game, you're not thinking that you're actually fantasizing about killing the person that you're killing in the video game. Okay, you're thinking about trying to win the game. You understand, your brain understands it's a simulation. So I don't think that's a proper way of conceptualizing this. As for, is it wrong to think about doing bad things? I mean, I would say that having a thought. Well, I'd say, first of all, I see there's a difference between having a thought and having a desire, which it's kind of weird because he's kind of conflating them. Because I think having a thought necessarily is not an immoral action. I don't think thoughts are moral actions, right? Because they have to be actions to be moral or immoral. However, I'm not sure it's that simple, because if you're allowing yourself, and now maybe I'm wrong here, but if you're allowing yourself to continually think about doing things like killing people or shooting up your school or doing something to that extent, I would imagine that if you continually think about those things and then basically allow yourself to engage in those things, you would be making it more likely that you're going to do that action.
100%.
Now, I don't know if that's the case. Like that seems intuitively true. Now, I don't know if that's the case. I've never seen any research on that. So I don't know if denying those fantasies helps or actually makes it worse. I have no clue. But I would assume that if you consistently have persistent thoughts about these things that are, if you ever acted them out, would be, horrendous, I would say that's a signal that you should probably, go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist or, someone talk to someone about these fantasies that you're basically perceiving constantly. Even though it's not immoral, it's still not something I think should be encouraged.
Right. Yeah. There's a certain point where, I mean, we all have normal fantasies about, beating people up that we don't like or have wronged us in some way, shape, or form. When those fantasies are like persistent and detailed for long periods of time, it might be time to talk to a therapist, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and even then, it's like, as you said, yeah, like, sure, I've had fantasy about beating people up, right? I'm sure we've all had that fantasy. I've never had a fantasy about like shooting up my school. I've never had like a fantasy of like hurting
Yeah.
innocent
Oh,
people
yeah,
or
yeah,
anything
yeah.
to that nature. So to me, that's like, even though the thought isn't immoral, it's definitely a huge red flag.
Yeah, this is the thing because most people, you can force yourself to have these thoughts and they're uncomfortable, which
Yeah,
lets you
exactly.
know it's something that you would never want to engage in.
Right.
And even in the video game thing, you know, we're most people, if they did the things that they're doing in the video game, would just be repulsed by them. They're not like things that they would do in normal life. So
Right. When you're playing Mortal Kombat and you rip someone's spine out, you're not
right,
like perceiving it as you actually
right,
doing the activity.
yes, yeah.
It would be wrong to do that, but thinking about it and pretending is not wrong. So I feel like part of the problem is people assume that if you make a statement about a thought you had or a sexual feeling you had, that you're saying that was good. But I'm not making a moral statement about that. That's why I have a song called "I Can Fantasize About Whatever I Want."
Do you
So-
fantasize about 10-year-old girls?
I'm not going to answer questions about my sexual fantasies.
That means yes. I mean, why
Well-
Sitch? Okay, obviously I'm joking. Okay, it
Yeah,
doesn't
I know.
necessarily mean yes. My question is why not just start, walking back from the cliff? Why not be backing away from the cliff edge here? Why is he not doing that?
Well, I think the problem is because he's come out with this position that, he thinks it's okay for people to fantasize about whatever they want and have these internal fantasies however they want. Would it be hypocritical for him to then say,
Oh man.
"Oh, but I never have those, thoughts or fantasies"?
He's putting himself in a hypocrisy trap here.
Right.
Right. So he can't necessarily say he doesn't have those. Well, I mean, he could say he doesn't have those fantasies.
He could, but maybe he would feel like it would weaken his position about, people can have whatever thoughts they want. Or maybe he does have those thoughts. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I
who
think
knows?
it seems more likely that he has those thoughts and doesn't want to lie. Just
Mhm.
because I don't think if he didn't have those thoughts, I don't think it would weaken his position. He could say people should be able to have whatever thoughts they want, even though, I don't have those thoughts.
Well, it wouldn't be not having the thoughts wouldn't weaken his position, but him like in a virtue signaling way being like, I don't have these thoughts, that he might feel like that would weaken his position. I agree with you that like you could phrase it in maybe a way which, wouldn't, but if he's taking this like free thoughtist absolutist position, maybe he feels like he can't weaken it at all by engaging in even answering questions about, one's own thought, controversial thoughts.
Sure. Yeah, the morality comes in not necessarily in thinking those thoughts, as long as you're not acting on them. But as soon
Right.
as you're bragging about having those thoughts, you are acting on them. You really are. That's
Well,
where
you're not
the
acting
rub
on the
comes
thought.
in.
You're acting on a
Yes, you are.
a way. You're not acting whatever the thought is out, right?
Well, like you said, you and I both have stated the position that if you're having persistent thoughts of doing terrible things like shooting up your school, that's probably something bad. That's not something.
Well, it's probably going to lead you somewhere bad.
Right. It's
Yeah.
not something we should normalize. Say that's just
No.
a normal thing that happens.
Right, because that's
Yeah.
not a normal thing.
Right. So
Right.
so is when Mr. Girl says, I think you should be able to have whatever thoughts you want and not have any regret or there's no bad outcomes that could happen from having these any thought you could possibly think of. I think he's incorrect. He's wrong. I think he's promoting a position that I think is factually incorrect and could be damaging for society.
No, I mean,
I think people should police their thoughts.
well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. I mean, I generally agree. And the reason I generally agree is that when I've, researched to my knowledge about, anxiety and depression, all this stuff, I understand that like part of what's difficult for people to understand who've never suffered from anxiety, depression, or any mental illness is that when someone is suffering from these thoughts or these mental illness, like their thoughts are not their own. They're being controlled sort of by their biochemistry. It was actually, I don't know if you've been listening to Scott Adams at all recently.
I
He had a
haven't.
very interesting experience where for like the last 3 or 4 weeks he's been very depressed. He's actually thought about suicide. He's had suicidal thoughts, and he's had extreme pain. Where it's very difficult for him to like walk up the stairs and just do normal activity things. And he was trying to figure out like why he was suddenly feeling this way. And he was trying to doing all this psychological stuff. And then one day he got the idea, let me stop taking my blood pressure medication, because he started taking it around the time he started to have these feelings. And he stopped taking his blood pressure medication, and almost instantaneously he stopped having suicidal thoughts and his pain went away. Okay. Which is crazy because most people don't understand that that's how their brain works. They don't understand that you could literally ingest a chemical or be sick, and it's actually controlling the way that you think about things.
Yeah. So he
so
policed his own thoughts and stopped taking the medication instead.
Right. Trying to figure, right, as opposed to becoming consumed by his thoughts. You know, he was trying to sort of make himself an outside observer. And that's a big part of meditation. That's a big part of
discipline.
Right. That's a big part of trying to help yourself. And why I disagree with Mr. Girl in this respect is that if you are basically, even though to other people, to everyone else, you're your actions, but to you, you are your thoughts.
Correct.
And so if you're consistently thinking about certain things, that's going to be who you are. If you think you're always going to fail, then you're going to be the person that is either always failing or feel like they're always failing. If if you're having, feeling thoughts of depression all the time, then you're going to be depressed all the time. Now, and I understand it's difficult because like you can't just tell someone, well, don't have those thoughts, because it's a lot of times about
it takes work. Yes.
Right. But there are ways to, over time to learn to sort of try to shift your thoughts away from certain areas. And that's a big thing for people that have anxiety. They get stuck in basically thought loops where they'll just keep looping on some sort of anxiety that they have. It's almost like an OCD thing. And you kind of have to, it's incredibly difficult, but you kind of have to work on either A, understanding that the thoughts are fake, or B, figuring out how to break out of that loop in order to try to, seek help outside of that.
Yeah, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is about learning to police your own thoughts so you don't have, thoughts of doom and dread consuming you.
Right.
Thoughts of paranoia. So, I mean, the idea that we shouldn't exercise some control over our mind, even the idea of trying to control your elephant is basically controlling your thoughts, is it not?
Well, it's controlling your elephants, controlling your emotions. But I guess it's
are thoughts, are they not?
Well, no, emotions are feelings that
I guess you're right. Yeah.
Change your thoughts essentially, or that control your thoughts. But yeah, you could think about it as policing your thoughts and understanding that your thoughts are being manipulated by your emotions.
Right.
So
also for a couple of reasons. One, you would never answer the same question.
I've never fantasized about.
No, I know you'll pretend to answer questions.
See, this is so bad. This is so bad. I don't know how anyone can say that Mr. Girl is good faith here. Like, he's basically calling him a liar. He's saying,
we'll play the whole part.
Here, I'll back it up.
About your sex. Also for a couple of reasons. One, you would never answer the same question.
I've never fantasized about.
No, I know you'll pretend to answer questions about your sexual.
No, I've never fantasized about 10-year-old girl, my brother. I'm not.
I understand. You will virtue signal. I know you've been doing it since we started talking.
Listen,
and I know that you're going to. I know that.
I'm not a weirdo.
Let me.
This is so bad faith, Sitch. How is this not bad faith?
I don't agree. I don't agree that's bad faith.
How is it not bad faith? Explain to me.
Who would ever admit online that they had pedophilic thoughts? Who would ever admit that?
Yeah, but it's easy to admit the other thing. He's basically saying that he's calling him a pedophile. He's saying you have these pedophilic thoughts and you're going to lie to me right now because nobody would admit to being a pedophile. And he's going, wait a second, I don't have pedophilic thoughts. It's pretty easy for me to admit that I don't fucking have pedophilic thoughts.
That's not quite what he's saying. What he's saying is, if you ask someone a question, like, do you have pedophilic thoughts? Like, let's say, like, let's just use let's use nice round numbers. Say 10% of the population has pedophilic thoughts and 90% does not. Okay.
Right.
But you know that 100% of the time, if you ask anyone,
They're going
to say that they don't have it, right?
Right.
So then what's the point of asking the question?
Well, the point is to find out if the person.
Yeah, but if everyone's going to lie about it, even if they're part of that 10%, then what is the point of asking the question?
Well, to reassure people that you don't have pedophilic thoughts.
Right, but the part is how
well, and also to
how reassuring
shame
is it,
and
right?
fucking point the finger at the people who do. That's right. The
Okay.
people who secretly have those thoughts
Right,
and lie
right.
to themselves to shame them into fucking secrecy. That's what it's for. That's what it does. That's the purpose of it. It's true. It's completely true. I'm being 100% honest here. It is. It is. It's sort
I
of.
mean, you're right. That is the intention, is to shame people that
Well,
do have the thoughts. Right.
think of
That
it
is the
this way.
intention.
Think of it this way too. When you ask somebody who secretly does have those pedophilic thoughts,
Right.
but you ask them, and because you're in a public setting, they're forced to say, "Of course I don't." Do you think that could possibly affect their behavior now that they've made a public
I don't think
declaration
it will.
in
Not
front
really.
of people?
No, I don't think it will affect their behavior.
You think it's just going to make them secretive about it?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to change their behavior one way or the other.
There have been studies where people have made public declarations about things and they're more likely to change their behavior because they've made public declarations.
True, but I'd be curious if that ever manifests in something like sex, which is so heavily controlled by your chemicals anyway.
I agree with you. Making a public declaration that you give to charity is a lot easier than some sort of internal drive. But I mean, it can't hurt, right? It can't hurt.
Maybe. I'd be interested to see if it's something like that's ever been tested.
So I figured out why this thing happens. And Mr. Girl here is not playing along with everyone. He's giving everyone a fucking pass.
What you're saying is what you said is why it's happening. I don't think that's true. I think it's a benefit of why it happens. I think the real reason it happens is because people want to feel comfortable
around people.
Around people. And so they're willing to basically buy into the delusion that the person that they're talking to is telling them the truth, right?
Right. Even if they are.
Yes.
But Mr. Girl doesn't want to play that game.
He doesn't, but that's fair. If his whole brand is that he doesn't want to play these weird games and he wants to be super true, he's going to be the guy that gets the bottom of all the truths, then it's like, okay, I mean, I understand what he's talking about in this situation.
Yeah, but I don't think you can randomly start accusing people of being pedophiles, which I think
he's not accusing the guy of being it.
This is a rabbit duck thing. It can easily be interpreted that he's accusing him of being a pedophile. He just said that he's virtue signaling. So
right.
He should be clear here.
Right,
he should say, listen, I'm not accusing you of being a pedophile, but he should say it the way that you said it. I'm not accusing you of being a pedophile here, but listen, let's just say 90% of people are not pedophiles and 10% are. He should explain it. But instead, he basically says, oh, you're a virtue signaling piece of shit, and I know secretly you're a fucking pedophile.
Right. Well, there's two things that are happening here. The first is that Max is obviously getting angry. So
of course he is
being controlled by his elephant. So he's probably trying to be, a little bit, pissy. But the second thing is, I feel like this is a constant thing with Mr. Girl, because at least whenever I hear Destiny talk about him, he's like, I have to Mr. Girl explain everything that he says.
I know,
because he has weird ways of saying things. So
expert communication. That's the kind of person that you want to go in and talk about these really sensitive topics. You want someone that is really bad at communicating. That's really going to be good for everyone. That's going to be good for the content creator, good for the audience, good for the community in general. Obviously, I'm being facetious, but
you're a normal person with normal thoughts. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can have an explosion of virtue signaling and make yourself feel better.
What a dick! What a fucking dick! I just there's a lot of Mr. Girl stands in the chat. This is just being a dick. What happened here? Why is he being a dick? I guess because he called him a pedo.
Well, I was gonna say the third thing. I forgot. I said two things. Third thing is that Flacco interrupted him before he could really finish a sentence. So we don't know. Maybe Max was going to explain in more detail what he's talking about.
Right. Well, no, he Mr. Girl said you're not going to answer honestly, and Flacco said I am going to answer honestly. I'm not a fucking pedo. It's
Yeah,
there.
but
That
again,
was easy.
That doesn't make sense. Yeah, but if you're in a situation where everyone's going to answer one way or the other, regardless of what's internal, then it's not that I know you personally aren't going to answer honestly. It's how am I supposed to know whether you're answering honestly? Like no one will ever know whether you answer that question. If everyone's going to lie about something, even if they have that thing, then you'll never know if anyone's telling the truth about it.
But he's literally accusing him of lying.
Well, okay, let's go. Right. Let's just listen to this whole segment. Okay.
Tend to answer questions about your sexual
No, I've
fantasies,
never
but
fantasized about 10-year-old girl, my brother. I'm not.
I understand. You will virtue signal. I know you've been doing it since we started talking.
Listen,
and I know that
virtue
you're going to.
signal.
I know that.
I'm not a weirdo.
Let me. Yeah, you're a normal person with normal thoughts. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can have an explosion of virtue signaling and make yourself feel better. This is why if you had a YouTube channel,
he does.
Okay, but I wouldn't watch it because I don't want to watch a guy talk about how the thoughts he doesn't have.
Flacco did a very good video covering Jordan Peterson where he completely agreed with what Jordan Peterson was saying about hate speech, which I thought was pretty cool. So
yeah, I think Mr. Gill is doing himself a disservice by basically getting pissed off and not explaining clearly the concepts that he's trying to get at.
Yeah, he's not.
And now he's attacking him like, well, you're boring. It's like, okay, well.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, nobody probably would click on a YouTube video that was basically just you
like,
saying
I'm not a pedophile. I fantasize about adult women. Come check it out, guys. Okay, here's why I won't answer questions about this.
I mean, there are a lot of YouTube channels where guys talk about how they fantasize about adult women. That does seem to be a pretty popular genre on YouTube. So,
well, no, if it's a popular genre, like here's how to pick up adult women.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, It is. That's what most people do think about. And
sure.
Yeah.
One, I don't believe that you're honest enough to actually have that conversation. Two,
look at this. That's such, oh God, it's so bad.
Well,
he's basically saying, I know that you have deviant thoughts and you're not honest enough to tell me. That's basically what he's saying.
Well, no. What he's saying is, which I don't agree with the framing of this, because I'm assuming he doesn't know this guy enough to make this prescription. He's saying, you personally, I don't believe you are truthful enough that even if you did have these thoughts, you would admit to it. Which I don't know how he can make that judgment on Flacco. If this is the first time they've ever interacted, they only had a conversation for 20 minutes. I don't know how he can make that leap. But as I said, he's getting pissed off, so he's just getting pissed.
This is all bad argumentation.
Yeah, it's not good.
Part of a lot of my content is about empathy, and I think
but some weird definition of empathy that nobody agrees to. I'm sorry, Sitch. I should stop, but I can't help myself.
A problem with people abusing children, people trading in child porn, and doing other harmful behaviors like that. And I think we have this knee-jerk reaction, and we try to use shame and ostracization to protect children. So I think what you're saying is coming from a good place. I think it's noble to want to protect children from predators and from people who make and even people who view child pornography. And I want to protect children from those people too. But I don't think that ostracizing those people does that. I think it drives them into secrecy and into drug abuse and into child abuse. I think that if it were socially appropriate not to be a pedophile out, I don't think we should be out and proud about being a pedophile. But I think it should be appropriate enough that you can tell, like, your brother, or you could tell your cousin, or you could tell your friend, or you could tell your parents. say, look, I'm struggling with this, having these thoughts, I need help.
Right.
And then go get therapy or whatever treatment, or just like have people know, like, just don't leave me around kids. Don't put me, I can't be trusted.
I have a question for both.
The social ostracization, I think, is works, and I'm not for changing that type of a social system that we have going. Do you disagree, or I mean, this is Mr. Girl's core argument that I completely disagree with.
Well, the two elements to it, which is, first of all, to my knowledge, I'm not sure any therapy is that really successful. I mean, I haven't looked into it, so I don't know. Like, if therapy was very successful, well, it would hinge on if therapy is successful at getting pedophiles to either A, not have pedophilic feelings anymore, or B, just not get them to act on them. If that was actually successful, then there'd be some argument, or there should be some case that he's making that would be valid. I don't know if that's true or not. I've never looked into this whatsoever. So my opinion on that would hinge on whether it's actually therapy for it works or not. My feeling is that my intuition from the very limited research I've done on this topic is that therapy doesn't really solve the problem.
Yes, therapy doesn't solve the problem. Shaming is kind of what we've got now, and I would think is working to some extent.
Yeah, it is. It is obviously working. But the reason I would intuit, and I could be wrong, the reason I would intuit that therapy doesn't necessarily work is because just because someone has a pedophilic thought, even if that was someone's primary thought process, okay, they were primarily attracted to underage girls, like, that doesn't mean that they would act on it, right? Like, I could be, I am primarily attracted to, like, thick milfs, right? But that doesn't mean I'm going to go, like, rape someone who, like, looks the way that I'm attracted to. And that's why it's like that's why I'm curious as to whether therapy would actually help. Because just being attracted to someone and then acting on it in a way that is rape are two very different situations.
Yeah. And
so that's why I don't think necessarily that therapy would probably help. But the second issue I have with his take is that I don't think what he's suggesting is even possible. Like, I don't know how we as a society could construct a social situation where you have some terrible secret that you are okay with sharing your family members, but you're not okay with, like, sharing, sort of on a broader scale. I'm not sure. Like, is that a thing? Is there some way to create that? I don't think there is a way to create that.
That you're more comfortable sharing it on a broader scale than with your own family?
Well, like, obviously there are things about yourself that you're willing to share with your friends or family, but they're not, like, in the realm of, like, potential, like, pedophile. Like, I'm trying to think of what would be a similar situation. Like, what would fit this mold of behavior? Like, oh, I'm willing to tell, a family member that I have some problem that is highly contentious and ostracized, essentially, by the rest of society if I admit it to it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of what else fits that niche.
Someone sent me a podcast that was on this topic, probably from arguing about Mr. Girl on Twitter, like the distinction between the people who have the thoughts and the people who act on them.
Right.
And it was about this kid who is basically a pedophile. Like he's
a kid?
Yeah, I think he was like 20 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's not a kid, but yeah,
but he was
young adult.
He's basically laying out his exploration of child pornography and how it turns him on and stuff. But he doesn't act on it. Okay. Watching child pornography aside, because I would consider that acting on it, obviously.
If it's of real people, yeah, sure.
But then he put together a support group of other people. It's Mr. Girl's wet dream. It's all these people who are pedophiles, but they're sworn not to act on it. Okay. They're the good ones. But in the course of this podcast, he talks about people that have come into the group that are vocal about how, no, they are going to act on it, right?
Right.
And the guy does not turn them over to the authorities. And I thought, yep, fuck you. Like, fuck you. I'm supposed to empathize with you when you're the one that comes into contact with these people and are not turning them over to the authorities? Like, what is your take on that?
Well, that person is in a very difficult situation.
Obviously, they're in a difficult situation.
You'd say, okay, you want to turn over to the police the people that say they're going to act on it. But by doing that, does that basically
jeopardize your group? It seems like it does. Yeah.
Right. Does that make everyone else afraid to be open and share in this group? And I guess my thoughts on it would be, it depends. If the group actually helps prevent people from molesting children, then maybe there's some net benefit to it. But if that doesn't actually help prevent people from molesting children, it's just a place for people to go to
normalize
share
their
feelings,
thoughts, yeah,
and not feel as bad about them, then I'd say, well, I don't think that's really worth it.
I don't think so either.
Situation.
But listening to that podcast really kind of gave me a window into Mr. Girl's argument here, and I just thought, dude has not thought this through. Like, this is not going to work. Not in a realistic, pragmatic sense whatsoever. So
right, well, because as I said, when we're talking about pedophiles, we're not just talking about people that have pedophilic thoughts. You're talking about an intersection of people that have pedophilic thoughts and people that are basically okay with rape.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
And so it's like, well, can you teach? The whole quote, "Can you teach rapists not the rape?" thing is like, well,
I don't think so. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think so.
The problem with third wave feminism is they basically think all sex is rape.
Right, exactly.
Dude, let's say there's a person who has, who's attracted to minors. They have that urge, and they never act on it. Is that a good person? Is that a good person? Can you acknowledge that that's a good person? Because there's a lot of people who maybe have a desire to shoot people, who have desires to get into road rage incidents and scream at people's faces, and they don't do it, and we would still consider that person a good person, right? So there's probably a lot for every pedophile out there. There's probably another person who is attracted to the same people, the same children that pedophile is attracted to, who doesn't act on it. Can you acknowledge that person could be?
How do we define good person? Like, for example, if somebody just
are you
deep
Christian?
down, wait, right? If somebody just deep down and hates, okay, so they're less than a bold racist, but they don't act on their racism, are they a good person? So how do we, I guess, define what a good person is?
I think Christianity defines a good person as somebody who does not give in to what the devil whispers in their ear.
Right.
Everybody wants to sin, and everybody sins in their.
So clear. I'm so glad that we're this paragon of wisdom is here to enlighten us. These Jordan Peterson style gems that Mr. Girl is laying out. Oh God, he's so clarified the situation for me. I know I'm going hard here, but
you are, yeah.
We just had an intelligent exchange about the situation that was 10 times better than anything Mr. Girl said. And this is his entire brand.
Part of why we're able to have this intelligent conversation is not only that we're friends and we trust each other, but we also both trust that we're not pedophiles. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
So we don't think that there's any ulterior motive, lurking in the background.
Of course.
And I think part of what Mr. Girl either doesn't understand or doesn't accept correctly is that in order for people to have the conversation with him he wants them to have, there has to be a level of trust where they think he's not a secret pedo.
Right.
Because
good point. Great point.
Because it's like the Amos Yee conversation. When you listen to Amos Yee talk to Carl or talking to whoever, years and years and years ago, you could think, okay, there could be a conversation to have with someone honestly about what he's talking about, but then you find out, well, he's a secret pedo, so that was really the goal, right? He just wanted to diddle children. And so you're like, oh, also he doesn't really all the arguments he's making, all the things he's saying, it's all just bullshit. It's all just a front because you're really a pedo.
Right.
And so there needs to be that level of of trust between the parties before you have that conversation. And if Mr. Girl is not kind of willing to solidify that trust, then I don't feel like he's ever going to be able to have that conversation, or not ever, but he's not going to be able to have that conversation with most people in a way that's productive.
Yeah, no, great point. Yeah.
So,
Your mind.
I don't think that religion should define like what a good person is, right?
I mean, if you're
I'm not
religious,
religious. I'm not religious.
Right?
I don't think it should. I'm not religious, but
Same.
I think that's a pretty good like outline for what a good person is. I think we all know that people want to do horrible things all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Hey, Russ. So for me is I try not to like toe the line of like good and bad, right? Because like again, like we all have our like own moral compass, right? So we're like what we like deep down believes is good and right, and then there's what's good for society, which is ethical, right? So like if we're saying, you know, if these characteristics are, I guess, like destructive for like society, is this good or bad? But then like those characteristics that's destructive for like society, deep down your moral compass is telling you those are good characteristics. So I guess, you know, like I kind of just like talk about like what's destructive or what's productive for like society.
Okay. Do you think that molesting kids is productive?
No.
Okay, so it's good to not molest kids.
Yes.
So then, I think what Adam's asking is, do you see how it's better to not do something bad if you happen to want to do the bad thing?
I think, right, you know, like, again, having those thoughts or, again, right, like, look, doing something out of impulse, like saying, damn, bro, I wish I could shoot this guy right now, right, because you were pissed off and mad. I think that's a tad bit different from having a sexual attraction that's lifelong to a 5-year-old girl without seeking help.
Here's the thing is that if a man is attracted to children, he did not choose to become attracted to children. It's almost certainly the result of like childhood trauma. I mean, you could make the same argument that you don't really have free will to make the decision about anything. You didn't choose to be black. I didn't choose to be tall. A pedophile just doesn't choose to have that attraction. So like maybe what I think Mr. Gross is saying is that society will throw a pedophile in prison, but they won't offer any sort of like help or counseling to a person who's dealing with those feelings before the moment where they throw them in prison, right?
Yeah,
of course.
if people find out that those thoughts are in your head, they will want to kill you.
I feel like is expressing those
True.
right. Well,
thoughts.
because the fear is that you will act on the thoughts. So,
Yeah.
Sure.
You should tell them about it right after you're done babysitting their kids and see what happens, Mr. Girl. That would be
well, I mean,
that'd be a good experiment.
there's a reason that most people only feel comfortable with women babysitting their kids.
Yes. Yeah, true.
and then saying there's nothing wrong with those thoughts. That's where people say, what's going on? Like, for example, if somebody says, listen, I'm a pedophile, and yo, like, this is a fucked up thing. I think sexual attraction to kids is fucked up, and I need help. I think people would be a tad bit more lenient, but then there comes with just like the automatic distrust for people like that, you know?
Okay, so let's have the pedophile argument. You think I'm a pedophile because I said the girls and cuties were hot.
I think anybody who's sexually
Look, and I've said many times on this live stream that I don't think Mr. Girl is a pedophile. I think Mr. Girl is an idiot. I think he was trying to make a funny video and is now trying, I don't know, not to contradict himself or whatever. He's in this moral bind that Sitch has elucidated. I feel like he could probably get out of it if he just turned his brain on for 5 seconds. So, yes, I don't think Mr. Girl is a pedophile.
attracted to.
If Mr. Girl came out now and said, you know, I don't have pedophilic sexual fantasies, you know, blah, 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 blah. I'm just joking. And all the times that I maybe alluded to that or, you know, blah, 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 blah. Like, I feel like 75% of people would not believe him anyway. So it's like, does that really help him at this point?
Well, 25% of the people who will believe him is a good start.
I
mean,
guess.
that's
I don't know if it would help much.
Well, we could think of ways that he could do it that would be not devastating You're right. The biggest problem is that he's come down hard on this. I am not going to tell you, and that it would be, damaging to my moral character if I told you.
Well,
How I
damaging
really
to
feel.
his argument, not really his moral character.
Sure.
That thoughts shouldn't be criminalized.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, he could say, I've thought about it more and I think that I was incorrect about that. And I do think, even in things like cognitive behavior, like he's a psychology guy, even in things like cognitive behavioral therapy, it's about thought management and how we should, in some situations, many situations, control our thoughts and appetites.
Right. Well, like if he had a legitimate change of his mind that he thought, well, maybe that position was wrong. Sure. But I was just responding to specifically, should he come on and say that I don't have pedophilic thoughts outside of, that one time I watched through the Cuties movie. I don't think that would really help that much.
Okay.
I think people that still would call him a pedophile now would still call him a pedophile after that. I mean, you're the only person I think I've ever heard discuss Mr. Girl who has kind of the take that, I think he's not a pedophile, but I think he's stupid. Like most people don't have that take. Most people either think he's a pedophile or not.
Well, I mean, if Mr. Girl was arrested for child pornography tomorrow, I would not be surprised. I mean, like,
well, but but it's a different question, right?
I just think, like, look, I think you have to judge people based on the evidence that your evaluation of the evidence. And I think the evidence is Mr. Girl. I think he's out for attention and he knows that this is a way to get attention.
Right.
I mean, but if there was a lot of people who felt that about Amos Yee as well, that he was just doing it for the attention because this was like such a hot button issue. Turned out
right. That
he
was
had
a lot
ulterior
of
motives, right?
Yeah. A lot of people thought he was just doing it for the attention. He was just kind of trolling.
Right.
But Amos Yee was making way more out there claims and arguments than anything Mr. Girl's ever made.
Which makes my position on Mr. Girl even more reasonable because he's not making these super crazy claims.
Right.
Right. It's just, I feel, and since the Cuties review, it seemed like he was trying to be funny to me more than anything. I just think that's what happened, but I could be wrong. The stakes are too high for me to come out and say,
right.
I know he's a fucking pedophile, because you don't know that.
Well, and I would be curious, and maybe he's been asked this before, like because when he made the Cuties review, his channel was significantly smaller.
Of course.
And so it's like, and I mean, this is even true of me, you go back to some of my old videos, I made, lots of spicy jokes that I felt comfortable making because A, the time was different, and B, my channel was significantly smaller than I would make now. Mm-hmm. And so I'm curious if he was doing the Cuties review now, would it be different or not?
Right. I don't know, because he said that one comment about, well, if I didn't make the Cuties review, I kind of wouldn't have a career. So.
Right, but I think he's wrong on that.
I think he's totally wrong on that. I think it's just impatience.
Mm-hmm.
Underage kids, especially kids like before puberty, is a pedophile.
Well, can you just define it? Is it before puberty or is it after puberty too?
Now,
this is so just distraction, don't you think?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think so. If you're having a debate about whether someone's a pedophile, I think it's important to nail down what is the definition of a pedophile.
Right. But I mean, it could just be, he could just come out and say, here's my definition of pedophile. DSM says, like we did, we got this out of the way. I feel like he's just fishing for something here.
Well, I think the situation is, and again, I've never watched this podcast before, except for this interview. I don't think Flacco has a very well thought out opinion on a lot of these topics, which
he listens to Jordan Peterson. Why do you think Flacco's? But
Jordan Peterson doesn't talk about pedophilia.
Right, but I mean, you're okay. I guess
it's
maybe
kind
he
of
doesn't
like,
have a deep thought out position on this, but
No, but that's what I mean. Like this is pure Jonathan Haidt. Like if you ask people, is pedophilia wrong? Is incest wrong? You know, things like is cannibalism wrong? If you ask people like these things that like we're all very morally primed to be disgusted by,
Right.
everyone says, yeah, they're wrong. And then if you say, okay, I
Give
want
me
you to
reasons.
argue and give me like a reason why it's wrong, a lot of people will, I think, will struggle because it's like since they've been primed to be so disgusted by it from day one, they haven't invested any thought into actually why it's wrong or how,
Right.
not why it's wrong, but how to argue that it's wrong to someone who doesn't agree with you.
Do
Like
you?
this came up a lot when Destiny was arguing with people. Was it about incest or was it about pedophilia? No, it was about incest, right? Remember there's a whole arc where Destiny was arguing with all these people about incest, and he wasn't in favor of incest. He was just pointing out that no one could actually argue correctly why incest is bad.
Right.
And so I think that that's kind of the situation that Flacco might be in here is that like he's like, oh yeah, pedophilia is wrong. It's like, well, how you define it, you know, what is exactly the parameters of what you're talking about? And I just don't think he's invested a lot of time in like laying that all out in his mind. Because I don't think that the definition he gives is a good one necessarily.
Sure. I mean, I looked into it, so I mean, I know the definitions. You know me,
Well,
I
but
like
even
to know something
I wouldn't
if I'm going
like
to
even
talk
for me,
about something.
I wouldn't use well, even the DSM doesn't give a specific age range, right?
Right.
And I
Well, no,
wouldn't
they
even
have all
agree.
these different definitions for like prepubescent, like there's like a million definitions of pedophile.
Right, right. No, yeah, generally pedophilia is prepubescent, though colloquially people basically mean anyone underage when they say
Yes. Which is
pedophile,
not accurate, but
which is not accurate. And I think that's kind of important to talk about in the
sure.
conversation.
But in this conversation, it appears Mr. Girl doesn't even know that.
No, he does know that.
Well, no, he keeps trying to stretch it above like
Well, he's just
his
trying to figure out
17.
he's just trying to figure out what Flacco's definition is, I
Right.
think.
Well, also he comes up with a bunch of thought experiments to try to make Flacco. Look, Flacco, you're a pedophile too.
Well, that's fair if he's calling Mr. Girl pedophile, you know. It's fair to test the boundaries, right?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Flacco said immediately in the beginning, I'm not attracted to prepubescent girls. There, done.
Yeah, but then there's an example later in the conversation where Flacco, I feel like, gets into debate mode where basically he's not actually answering honestly, he's answering by debates. And the example I think Max gives is something like you're stranded on a desert island with, was he say, a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old, and you're both going to die, and you know you're going to die in like some months because you're going to run out of water. And that, you know, the person says like, oh, you know, they want to have, and you find them somewhat attractive, but you know they're underage. I guess that has to be part of it implicitly. And the person, you know, is like, "Oh, I want to have sex before I die. Will you have sex with me?" And Flacco says no. And I feel like that's such a not real answer.
You feel like he would have sex with her?
I feel like if most guys are stuck on a stranded island with a 16-year-old girl and they're gonna both die, and the girl's like, "I want to have sex before I die," I feel like most guys would have.
But
sex.
he's leaving
I
out.
just-
He's
I
leaving
just,
out part of the
I feel
question.
like that's such a fake answer. I was like,
He's
come on.
leaving out part of the question though. He's like, if a pedophile on a podcast asked you if you're going to have sex with a girl before you die, are you going to tell that pedophile the truth? Right?
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
the
fair,
real.
sure,
that's
sure,
the real
maybe.
question that's going on.
Right, that's definitely an element to it, but I'm
See,
just like, okay.
what you said about the element of trust is, I mean, this is one of the things that drives me insane about Mr. Girl. It's like he goes into these conversations where normally people meeting people for the first time, meeting people over the internet, they have a level of, I'm going to keep my guard up, right? And Mr. Girl just doesn't think that that's a wise thing to do. I
agree. Yeah.
I think it is a wise thing to do.
Right.
Again, according to the actual definition, I think it's before puberty, but
well, according to the actual definition, you have to have a sustained, recurring attraction to prepubescent children, an intense attraction that lasts for more than 6 months. But I think your definition is a bit broader than that,
Because
right?
your definition doesn't even include having acted on it. Or does the definition
No.
mean that you have to have acted on it?
No, yeah, you also have to have acted on it,
You sure?
or you either have to have acted on it,
No, it's not true.
or it has to cause you distress.
Well, that's why they have that distinction now where they say MAPS, minor attracted persons or some shit.
Yeah. Then like there's the non-offended map, right? Which is kind of like, somebody who hasn't acted on it, which is
So if you're going to call me a pedophile, can you provide a definition so I can,
yeah.
respond?
No, right. Again, like my definition for that is being attracted to 10-year-olds or kids before puberty. Now, even if somebody says, listen, and I'm attracted to a 17-year-old girl, to me that's kind of fucked up, but like would I be willing to call you a fucking pedophile for being attracted to Kylie Jenner when she was like 5 months before turning 18? That's right. And like I'm not sure, right? But if you have,
Wait, you're not sure? You're not sure if being attracted to a 17-year-old makes you a pedophile?
again, according to the actual definition, my definition,
And
yeah.
you just named a 17-year-old that you thought.
Look, so he's basically saying, not according to the actual definition, that doesn't count. But for me, that
Right.
definitely counts.
But see, that's part of the. I think I have a problem with. I don't think Flacco has thought this out clearly.
Right. Yeah.
Because it's like,
not good.
in the way that I would colloquially define someone who has like a pedophilic attraction, like when we talk about age, it's because most people conform to like a look based around like a specific time period. But obviously it's very different. Like you can see a 17-year-old girl who looks like she's 21, and you can see a
Sure.
17-year-old girl who looks like she's 14 or
Yeah,
12. Like,
course.
so to me, in my mind, it's really more of like how, before I call someone a pedo, it's really more like how does the person look, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen, and this is very common, like in pornography, you see that there are girls that are 18 or 20 that they'll do porn and they do things, and I think this comes in the conversation. They do things to intentionally make themselves look young, like younger, like maybe prepubescent. And so to me, that's more of like where the pedophilic comes from, is like, how does this person look? Do they look young? Do they look old? What's happening here? Though obviously you can't structure a law around that, or should you?
I was hot when she was 17,
no.
so it feels like you kind of backed yourself into a corner there.
I
Yeah, you just
was
called
17
yourself
when
a
she was
pedophile.
17 though.
Huh?
I was 17 when like she was 17.
Oh, well, okay. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Oh,
right?
so looking back on it, you think that you're like, oh,
But I'm sure
what was I
been,
thinking?
If you had been 19, you probably would have thought she was hot at 17.
Yeah,
too, right?
I my girlfriend when I was 13 and I both went down on each other. I have these
See, and then he just like, here, wait.
horrible thoughts in my head because I have this video in my head of me going down on a 13-year-old. I have to go get a fucking lobotomy to get it carved out of my brain so I don't kill myself. It's so awful.
I recently took my old VHS tapes from when I was in high school and
Look, they're just trying to get over the uncomfortableness.
Well, I don't think that's like a good comparison for Mr. Girl to make, because I know from my own experiences, like when I'm that age, when I was like 13, I'm attracted to 13-year-old girls, right?
Yes.
But then when you get older, like when you're like 17 and you look at 13-year-old, you're like, this person looks like a child.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and I assume this is everyone's experience, is that as like you look at someone and the way you perceive them age-wise is entirely dependent on how old you are.
Of course. Yeah.
Like when you're 13, you look at an 18-year-old and you're like, oh my God, this is like a full-grown man. And then when you're 18, or no, then when you're like 21, you look at 18-year-old, you're like, this is a child.
right.
So
Yeah.
it's very interesting because I don't know like how the psychological process that happens. And it's very bizarre.
You're all your family, your family's having kids. You got nieces, nephews, all that kind of stuff. So you're like,
No, but I mean like when I'm like, when you're like 21, 25, 30, and you look at an 18-year-old, they look very young. But it's like you didn't know, like no one had to tell you they're 18. You look at them and they look young. Like something about the way they look is young, right? But when you're under 18, someone who's 18 looks so much older than you. It's a very interesting how that works in our
I'm
minds.
talking about as you grow older, like the age of attractiveness gets older and older because
Right. Well, I'm not even talking about attractiveness. I'm just talking about how we perceive people of certain ages, depending on how old we are.
Well, then how is it? That is exactly what I said.
Right. No, but I was relating to beyond just the attractiveness element.
Well, I'm saying the reason why someone who's in their mid 40s probably is repulsed at the idea of dating a 17-year-old is because they've had a 17-year-old daughter. Their friends all have daughters, and they're like going, "Oh my God, this girl's young enough to be my daughter."
Well,
it's like it's gross.
What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about disgust. I'm just talking about why is it that when we grow past
older?
a certain age, people look younger to us, but when we're under that age, they look older to us.
Oh, okay, because you're more experienced with the age.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I guess it's just because, like, when I would assume that the reason for this is because, we don't perceive ourselves as growing older. Like when you look in the mirror every day, you don't see yourself because you age very slowly over time. It's only like when you look back at a picture of yourself from years ago, you're like, holy shit, I look like so young.
I know.
But you don't perceive that happening to yourself. So maybe that's what's going on, is that you're continually processing ages based on how you look.
I had this place like put it on a hard drive for me, and I went back and I was looking at it, and there's a clip.
We could skip this part. It's kind of
it is boring.
You can actually get in trouble for that. I'm sure they wouldn't prosecute, but you might get arrested.
Right.
All right. So continue. You might be a pedophile if you're attracted to 17-year-olds. This is so interesting. What else?
What? No. Again, like my definition to where I would feel absolutely comfortable saying this nigga is a sicko.
Yeah.
is if you have an attraction to 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds. Right now.
Wait, 13? It's not. So if I'm attracted to 14-year-olds, I'm not a sicko.
No. I said, etc. Right now.
Wait. Yeah.
If a kid
I'm asking just an age, can you just give a number below which you think someone is a pedophile?
According to
totally irrelevant, but okay, whatever.
Well, that's why I said I don't think you can give a magic number. I think it's really dependent on the way a person looks.
Yeah.
Like this is what, when people talk about, oh my God, all these people that like, they watch these animes and then they, think that the girls from Kill la Kill are attractive. They're pedophiles. It's like, yeah, but they're drawn to look like grown ass people. like just because like the character in Kill la Kill is supposed to be, finger quote 16. It's like, okay, but it's a cartoon and where they look, that's not how you perceive it.
I'm so glad we had the pedophile conversation after I watched Kill la Kill, because during, like, I really liked that show.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I was thinking of them as like 25.
That's because that's how they look.
I know they look like women.
Yeah, exactly.
But then somebody pointed out to me that she it's
in high school. Yeah.
Is it Ryoko?
Ryoko, yeah.
She's
like
only 16, and I'm going, my God. So,
but that's why I'm saying, like,
ruins it.
It's not like a magic number thing. It's really how does the person or the character, if it's fictional, look really. And that's kind of like, the inverse of that is true, where, in some of these things there's like the underage looking lolly character who looks like they're like 10.
Yeah.
But then the story says they're a 2,000-year-old vampire. It's like, okay, but I mean, like they still look like they're 10.
Yeah,
so,
The actual definition is like before puberty. According to me, where I will feel comfortable calling somebody
just say the number.
Listen, where I'll feel comfortable calling somebody a pedophile, I think it has to do with like an age range, right? Like meaning if somebody is an 18-year-old kid and attracted to a 17-year-old, he's not really
okay, I'm 37, so let's use me.
Yeah.
What age?
If you're attracted to a 17-year-old at the age of 37, you are a pedophile.
18?
No, 17 I said.
Oh, 17.
Most age of consent laws are like plus 10 years. Like they don't let, ancient people date younger girls who are underage.
That's only true, I think, for a certain age range. Because I know in a lot of, I don't know what the actual breakdown is, but in a lot of states, the age of consent for anyone is 17.
Well, and 16 in a lot of states. But it's like 16 or a 10-year age difference. They don't you're not going to let like a 40-year-old go after a 16-year-old because the age of consent is 16.
Well, no. What it is in some states. Okay, if the age of consent is 17, they'll make an exception for 16-year-olds if the person dating the 16-year-old is within a certain age range.
Right. Yeah. 10 years.
It's not 17 plus you have to be, within 10 years.
Definitely attracted to 17-year-olds.
Yeah, man.
100%, 100,000%.
It's probably worth mentioning that would be legal in like the majority of the United States as well. To
Yeah.
act upon that.
You sure?
It's legal to have sex with 17-year-olds.
Yeah, right.
16 in most states, I think.
No, I think it's
Nah,
I think
not
it's like half of are 16 or 17.
Unless there's a 10-year age difference.
Holy shit, I
Yeah,
can't
right,
believe
but-
this. I pulled up an age of consent map.
Yeah.
A lot of them are 16. Holy
Yeah, I
shit.
know that.
I didn't know that.
Everyone always brings that up when I talk about lowering the voting age to 16. You want the age of consent to be dropped to 16? I'm like, bitch, it already is 16.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, though I don't know if this chart is including the 10, like the Romeo and Juliet, It might be
There's
16 if you're within, some specific range.
Look up the 10-year, because there's a 10-year age difference thing too. Like I'm pretty sure it's 10-year age difference. So, so Mr. Girl at 37 would be out of the dating range for
Like,
for
according to this
30s
chart,
for
only
16.
according to this chart, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 states are 18.
Right.
Everything is 17 or 16.
Yep. I only looked that up because of the age, the voting age debate.
All right.
Again, I still think though, like there's something, just wrong with like that picture, a 37-year-old man.
Legally, for
being-
sure. But
being
I think that
attracted
like
to a 16-year-old girl.
his whole thing is that he's not willing to budge on acknowledging the reality of the fact that if a girl's 18 or a girl's 17, you as a human being are not going to be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, so
If a girl is 16,
I'm looking at another chart. A lot of these states, not all of them, but a lot of them, it's like the age of consent is 16, but only if you're 2 or 3 years older than the person.
So it's not even 10 years. They don't go out 10 years.
No, the only one that goes out 10 years is Utah.
I wonder why.
So Utah's even weirder because Utah is
wonder
18.
why.
Utah is the 18 years for age of consent, but it's still 10 years on top of that. So
Wow.
I guess it's because of all the Mormon stuff.
Funny.
But yeah, all the states that are not all. Let's see. Says Georgia. The age of consent is 16 in Georgia with no age mattering.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana, no age matters. Kansas, no age matters. Kentucky, no age matters. Massachusetts, Michigan, no age matters. So actually, yeah, there's a bunch of states that the age of consent is 16, and you can be as old as you want. But some of them,
Wow.
See, to me, it's weird. I feel like there should be kind of like a national agreement on this. Like, I don't know. It seems super weird to me that in one state you could basically be labeled a sex offender and go to jail for like almost your whole life for something that if you're in the next state, you're perfectly legal. That just seems so insane to me. Doesn't
Yeah.
it seem weird? Like, I don't know.
I'm not comfortable with it, but
Yeah.
obviously.
16 or what?
Like a 17 or an 18-year-old, your brain is not such a finely tuned age guessing machine that you're going to be able to tell the difference.
Who cares about this? Where's this get spicy again? They're both just talking about Mr. Girl while Mr. Girl is sitting there.
Right.
He's going to say those people are all pedophiles. All right, if you got in a plane crash,
Okay, no plane crash.
No, this is the thing. This is the thing.
It's boring though. Like all he's trying to do is to paint. Like this has no substance, no bearing.
Well, he's
on the
just showing that
debate whatsoever.
Flacco hasn't really clearly thought out like a definitive position on this.
Okay, we can listen to
Of
it.
course.
okay. Okay, so if you got in a plane crash, very tragic plane crash, everybody died except you and a 17-year-old cheerleader. You're on a deserted island. You don't have enough food for 6 months, so you are going to die. You don't have water for 6 months, so you're going to die in 6 months. And she wants to have sex.
And she looks exactly like your daughter, Flacco.
Well,
Would you do it?
Well, no, I like this is what Mr. Girl doesn't get. He doesn't seem to understand that there are some people that are repulsed at the idea. Like
yeah, some
for that
people, but-
reason.
okay, for some people, sure. I I'm going to be real with you. I think most men, okay, would have sex with a 17-year-old
if she
on a
looked
desert
exactly
island.
like your daughter.
No, not if they looked. If they
Okay,
look like
so
their daughter, that's a
Sitch.
completely different situation.
Sitch, this is what
Not
a
every
lot.
wait. You could have a 17-year-old child. Not every 17-year-old is going to look like your daughter. I don't know. You know, like phenotypes
Right.
exist for people.
No, but I'm just the only reason that I bring it up is
Yeah.
because that's the thing that makes people not want to have sex with the person that's too young. They're like, I can't do this because it's gross.
Okay.
But nobody seems to get that. Nobody seems to
Well, I
understand
don't know
that.
if anyone in this conversation has kids, so maybe that's why they're not bringing that up.
No, I don't. But I
Right.
feel like it's important.
Okay.
Flacco, she looks exactly like your little sister. What are you going to do? You going to throw down or what?
It makes it better. What are you talking about? Oni-chan
Me,
stuck
no.
in the...
Okay, Mr. Targaryen.
Like, you've done a very great job, right?
Wait.
And like transitioning this from you being attracted to like 10-year-old kids to now we're talking about
He
17-year-olds.
never said.
Look, Flacco is so good here. You've done a great job of transitioning how you're attracted to prepubescent girls into let's talk about 17-year-olds
Well,
and thought experiments.
the transition occurred because he said, okay, you're accusing me of being a pedo. What is your definition of a pedo? And Flacco is not giving what I would consider a good answer to the question.
He did.
Now, yes,
he
that
said
has transitioned away from the topic of what Mr. Girl's talking about, but I think that's still fair to talk about.
Look, Flacco said the definition is prepubescent girls, but my own personal definition, I think
Right.
it's gross if guys are going for super young girls like
Yeah,
17.
but that's a little bit of a problem because that means in the conversation where he says Mr. Girl is a pedo, does he mean Mr. Girl is a guy who would be attracted to 17-year-old girls, or is Mr. Girl a guy who's attracted to 12-year-old girls?
Right.
So you kind of have to hammer that out.
Well, the thing is, though, Sitch, and I don't know if you remember this, Flacco asked him directly if he was attracted to 10-year-old girls. And
I understand.
Mr.
Well, no,
Girl
he didn't say that.
refused. Mr. 10-year-old girls refused to answer.
He didn't ask him if he was attracted to. He said, "Have you ever had thoughts about that?" And then Mr. Girl said, "I'm not going to answer that question."
I think he said, "Do you fantasize?"
Yeah, he said, "Have you ever fantasized about that?"
So
said, "I'm not gonna
he
answer
did
that
ask him directly, and he wouldn't
question."
answer.
Well, the difference between saying, I don't know. I would interpret, "Are you attracted to?" and "Have you fantasized about?" as different questions. But
Okay.
maybe we're just parsing straws here.
Okay. If Mr. Girl wants to come on and answer whether or not he's attracted to 10-year-old girls, please do.
Let's be
Can I ask?
He said that though.
He didn't say he was attracted to 10-year-olds.
In the movie, yeah, they were like 12 years old, like 10 or 12. You
Well,
feel me?
I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
What would be your rationale for not having sex with this horny, desperate 17-year-old? She's gonna die a virgin if you don't do this, and you're gonna go to hell. But for sending her to her
He's only doing this because he's trying to say, Flacco, look, you're just like me. You're just like me.
He's showing that you haven't clearly thought out the whole pedophile thing.
Okay, sure.
her grave without having sex. Why wouldn't you do it?
One, right? And like that, like hypothetical has nothing to do with again what we're talking about right now is your attraction to a 10 or 12-year-old girl, right? So
I'll get to that in a second.
No, listen, right? Because
Spoiler, they never get to it.
Hypothetical is trying to like muddy up the waters, and it's a dishonest.
I don't say that muddies the waters. If you're not attracted to 17-year, if I was on the island with like a 500-pound fat guy, and he was like, please fuck my ass, I probably would just not do it.
Yeah,
even if I only 6 months late, because I'm not interested.
That's why when I hear about prison rape stuff, I'm just constantly wondering like what actually happens to your brain if you're in prison for that long. Because to me, if I was locked up with a bunch of dudes for 10 years, I'm not fucking them. I don't.
I would. 100%. I would.
See, he's destined.
I don't think there's anything I would get out of fucking a man's asshole that I wouldn't get out of jerking off, besides being disgusted by the experience. But I mean, heck, we all fall on different parts of the spectrum.
Nah, bro. Fucking an asshole is definitely not ever in the picture, right?
So do you think Mr. Girl would turn gay in prison, as he's just stated?
Who knows?
Or do you think he's just doing that to be contrarian?
I think it's just a joke. Who knows?
Okay. We don't know?
We don't
All right.
know.
I just
It doesn't matter. It's not important to the conversation.
Well, I mean, a lot of people would like to know. Sure. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Look, Mr. Honesty here, right? I don't know if he's being honest or not.
Well, a man asshole.
A man ass.
That's what they say till they get in that plane crash.
But that's what I wonder. It's like,
that 17-year-old spreading her cheeks, and then you start thinking about your life, start changing your decision. So what would your rationale be? Why wouldn't you do it?
I'm just not interested.
But if you saw her ID and it said that she was 18, do you think you could get it up then?
Again, if she looks like a what, like a regular like high
Looks
school
like a regular
chick,
regular 17-year-old.
yeah, I'm just not interested, man. You feel me? Again, bro, I'm not attracted to kids. Now, again, 17, 18, that might be more so like a nuanced conversation, but your attraction to 12-year-olds is not nuanced, bro.
AKA says Mr. Girl is bi, so he definitely would be doing it in prison.
Well, there you go.
Answer.
That's a sick shit.
Okay, so I'll speak to that. I don't think saying, do you think if I say like, I think Brad Pitt is a good looking guy, do you think that, or if I say he's kind of hot, do you think that means I'm bisexual?
Again, if you are attracted to like Brad Pitt, then you're a bisexual.
Yeah, but I didn't say I'm attracted.
This argument sucks too. Like he tries to conflate being sexually attracted with finding someone attractive, which is
I agree. This is a bad point from Mr. Girl because there is a big difference between saying you can say like, oh, I understand like this guy is a good looking guy. I understand what makes someone look attractive without being attracted to them.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you can say Brad Pitt's attractive. I don't want to fuck him. Like, okay.
Right, but it doesn't. It's a bad point in trying to relate this to cuties or some underage girl or whatever.
Right.
You know, because you could say, oh, they dolled up those girls to try to make them look attractive.
Yes.
But I'm not attracted to them.
Right. I couldn't even watch that movie, man. I don't see how you did a review on it. I just saw the preview and I just was like, you fuckers.
Right.
Attracted to kids. I said in this movie, when they were wearing makeup and twerking, they were kind of hot and it was uncomfortable. Don't you think the only reason that's an interesting thing to say is if you're not a pedophile?
But why was you uncomfortable? Again, because you watched this movie and had this sexual attraction to these 10 or 12-year-old girls who were gyrating their hips. Me personally, I wouldn't watch cuties and look at 12-year-old girls like shaking ass and feel like, damn, bro, like they're fucking hot.
Hot definitely is not a word I would ever use to describe it because hot is a judgment call. It's like if there's a dude in a G-string with a six-pack dancing here and I say he's hot, okay, fine. But that means that's a judgment call on my part.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
personally, I would not find
that
that hot.
Fuck him though.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess I could say he's hot in the sense of like me making the assumption that women or people who are attracted to men would think he was hot.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say, oh, you're hot because I am not personally attracted to them. The same reason if I watch cuties, I assume that hot is not a word I would ever think to use to describe a bunch of people I'm not attracted to.
Yeah. Also, too, is like,
around.
Like, I don't want to be like kind of like unfair to him, right? By saying, right, but kind of just like
you do. No, don't do this.
Like,
don't do this. Don't do this.
Ambushing him, right?
Don't do this passive aggressive shit. You're obviously ambushing
especially
me.
during.
We're going to spend the entire podcast talking about this one thing, because you need to virtue signal about it and talk about how you're not a pedophile. This entire conversation, which could have been like an interview or like, you know,
as he spent like an entire month begging Destiny to virtue signal about how much he hated Nick Fuentes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this guy is so like the rules he sets out for other people are just not rules he's willing to live by himself. That's what bugs me about Mr. Girl.
I can understand that, you know, he'd be annoyed to have the conversation we've had a million times. But as you said, and I think this is fair to point out, even if Mr. Girl's had that conversation a million times, you know, these
Flacco
guys
hasn't. Yeah.
Flacco and his audience hasn't had that conversation. And so if you have someone come on your show who has some very contentious opinion about something, or at least is perceived to have a contentious opinion about something, and you don't talk about it, your audience is going to get very mad at you.
Of course.
You know?
And he should know that he's a content creator.
Right.
Jesus.
And so I guess he's mad because when they set up this conversation, I don't know if they said what they were going to talk about, and they didn't talk. They didn't say anything about the pedo stuff, but pretty early in the conversation, Flacco, states his position pretty clearly.
Right.
So it's not like he was necessarily playing hide the ball once the conversation started. And this is ironic because as I don't know if we're probably gonna get to it, but later in the conversation when they finally move off of this topic, Mr. Girl's the one who won't let it go.
Yep.
Who continues to attack Flacco and says basically I hate you and we can't even talk about any other issue because we had the conversation about this in a way I didn't like. Which to me, that's a level of unprofessionality, I think, I don't think is a good look for someone who's a professional streamer.
Of course.
Because we've, and I don't know, maybe I'm in a unique position because I literally am able to segment my mind that ways so that I could get into a really crazy argument with someone. And then 20 minutes later, we're talking about something completely different and I can treat the conversation differently. But I feel like you kind of have to do that. Even if you can't do that naturally, I feel like you have to learn to do that if you're in a stream, because otherwise you just get stuck in a loop that will never end and the content is just garbage.
Yeah, you got to let it go. Obviously. Right. Yeah, we've both done it. We've forced ourselves to do it because the conversation dictates it.
Right.
We could have talked about my work or my ideas. The only thing anybody's going to take away from this is that you're not a pedophile.
And you are?
I don't know. I don't know your audience that well.
Question for you though, right? Have you ever watched child porn?
No.
Wait, so then why was you, I guess, unwilling to answer that question during one of the previous? I think you were on.
Because watching child porn is an immoral. Well, first of all, I said in the Cuties review, I've never watched child porn. Second of all, it's an immoral, illegal act. It should be illegal, and it's wrong and harmful and destructive to society and bad for kids. You're paying somebody to rape kids on your behalf.
I'm proud of you, bro.
Maybe this could be the last.
Wait. The fact that you're still that it seems like you can't wrap your fucking head around this. So let me explain it to you. Thinking something and feeling something is not the same as doing it. And if you cannot separate thoughts from actions, you are not going to be able to have a conversation with me that gets off the ground at all, because you're so intent on distancing yourself from your own thoughts as if they're actions.
I've never thought
you can't tell, you honestly don't know the difference between a pedophile and a child molester.
We definitely do.
It doesn't seem like it.
We've sat here for about 30 minutes, right? And we've broke down, being sexually attracted to kids and actually going out and molesting kids. We both identified that difference. But what I'm saying is that behavior should still be condemned, right? Again, we should still be able to.
Yeah, you already said that.
They should seek help.
I can't believe now you're at the point where you're like, guys, let me repeat what I've been saying for the last 30 minutes.
He already.
I heard you. I was there,
right?
motherfucker. I heard what you said for 30 fucking minutes. You're like a fucking broken record. Stop talking.
But then why did you just say though? Wait. Why did you just say then? Listen though. But why did you just say though? Why did you just say though? I cannot identify the difference between a pedophile and a child molester.
This is
when I've identified that difference for 30 minutes.
We have conversations because my conversational partners often cannot handle having the conversation.
You are shaking right now because you're upset.
Yes, I'm fucking furious.
Why?
You because you are the embodiment of everything I fucking hate about YouTube and content creation and my job. You are the reason I hate my job. Yes, I'm shaking.
Because we are non-sickos with non-sicko opinions, and you believe that your sicko opinions. No, again, I'm open to having every conversation.
You want.
So this is one of these situations where both sides are kind of in the realms of bad faith, because Mr. Girl is wrong that they had made it. He's wrong that they did make a distinction. Flacco did make a distinction.
Of course,
in the
he
conversation
did. Yeah,
about your thoughts, your pedophilic thoughts, and whether you act upon them. So he made a difference between those two. But Flacco's position was that he thought having the thoughts themselves is a morally wrong thing, or a wrong thing to do, to think. And that's where the disagreement between him and Mr. Girl would be in that realm. But then Mr. Girl then criticizes Flacco for reiterating his position and like, oh, well, you said this a million times. I was there. I heard this, blah, 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 blah. But apparently you didn't hear that because Mr. Girl was criticizing him just before that, saying that he wasn't making the distinction that he was making. So that's bad faith on Mr. Girl's part. But then right after that, then Flacco starts engaging in bad faith because then he keeps saying, "Oh, well, you're just mad at me because I'm not a pedo, because I'm not a sicko."
I know. I know.
So
this is where it really starts going off the rails.
Right. So it's like because both people are angry now, it's like we're both drifted in the realms of, elephants all around.
Is Flacco angry? I'm not sure that he is.
I mean, he's not obviously as angry as Max, or he's doing a good job, keeping it in check. But I would say that he's angry in the way in which he's framing the conversation in a somewhat dishonest way by saying like, "Oh, you're mad because I'm not a sicko."
Right. Yeah.
That's obviously not the situation. Right.
He's mad because he feels he's been wrongly identified as a sicko. That's why Max is upset. Yeah. Right. Well, Annie has to have this conversation. I don't know if he had a conversation with Adam 22 before this saying, let's not talk about the pedophilia stuff. And Flacco was like, I'm not having this guy. Obviously, Flacco has done some research because he did say that he saw him on another show where he wouldn't admit to not watching child porn. So that's why I asked him specifically that question. And that's also why he congratulated him for actually answering the question when he wouldn't answer it before. So,
right.
I mean, it's a pretty simple question.
Well, I understand, but you understand optically by congratulating him.
Yeah, no,
I agree
with you 100%.
Yeah, it's really making him look really bad, which it's understandable. But
the gloves are coming off. I'm starting to understand at least why people are against Flacco. Where before, I mean, I was like, Flacco's kind of killing it. But I think that might be my Mr. Girl bias. I don't. Right. I admit I have a bias against Mr. Girl, but a lot of it I think comes from the fact that, I mean, he's kind of coming into our space with the psychology stuff, and I don't think he knows what he's talking about. So it kind of makes us look bad.
Let me finish a sentence, dude.
Bro, go ahead.
Okay. Is a very common sentiment in my audience and other people's audiences, especially Destiny's, for people to say, man, I really love your solo stuff. But when you get in a conversation, it just goes in circles. This is why. Because often the people I talk to can't stop saying the same fucking thing over and over again.
Yeah, that seems fair. Let me just ask this question. What attracted you to making content about this subject matter when this is content or like a subject that the vast majority of people avoid like the plague because the optics of even being associated with it in any way are, potentially very bad?
Nothing specifically attracted me to this topic. I've made, I don't know, like 150 video essays, and one of them was about cuties and one of them was about pedophiles. So that's a 1.5% of my videos are about this topic.
Right.
I guess after people started calling me a pedophile, then it became a dialogue. Then it became a war. So then I'm like, okay, if you're gonna call me a pedophile, then I'm gonna rap about it for sure. But the topic is interesting because, Elvis's wife, I think when he married her was like 14 or 15. We don't think of Elvis as a pedophile.
We do.
Well, you do all of a sudden now that you just learned that.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you're gonna go out and get a fucking tattoo that says Elvis is a pedophile on your fucking.
All of this, I just feel is rationalization of the position. I don't feel like it's good argumentation. Just trying to rationalize, find pieces of evidence that make it okay for people to be attracted to prepubescent girls.
Forehead. I know you. I understand what you're.
R. Kelly video. I've stated we condemn.
What's up? You're muted.
Okay. So again, in the example that he's talking about, he's not talking about prepubescent girl. He said 14-year-old.
Right.
Which is generally when a girl is going through puberty. Now, I agree, that's too young, right?
Well,
Right.
I mean, there could be late bloomers who have not. I mean, yeah, no, I
Sure,
get it.
and here's the but here, and here's kind of the problem, and here's the complexity of the conversation. He said that Elvis married a 14-year-old girl, and apparently this was acceptable at the time period in which it happened.
Mm-hmm. Right. Why is he not talking about Roman Polanski?
Right.
Why is he bringing up Elvis and not Roman Polanski? That's my point.
Sorry, I had to mute myself. I just sneezed.
That's okay.
Well, because Roman Polanski is a little different because no one accepted what not no one, but most people didn't accept what Roman Polanski did. People did accept, the whole Elvis's wife situation.
Or I mean, it's just okay. I'm not sure. I'm sure there were plenty of people that were upset about what Elvis did. So
I don't know if that's the case. I have no clue. I know that from the movie Great Balls of Fire, what's his name? Who's that famous piano player? Lewis something?
why is he why is he whatabouting Elvis?
Jerry Lee Lewis. Didn't Jerry Lee Lewis not only married an underage girl, but then it was like his cousin too, right?
Wow.
And I don't remember how controversial it was at the time when this happened. So obviously, like times have changed. He married a 13-year-old. I don't know if it was controversial. I don't remember the movie well enough to remember if it was controversial when they got married. It was his 13-year-old third cousin.
What?
What is your third cousin? Is that pretty removed from the situation?
My third cousin. I have no idea about third cousins, second cousins, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know all that stuff.
I'm trying to,
but anyway,
stay away from the cousin marriage thing.
Yeah, sure. But so obviously, I mean, I'm assuming times have changed, Well, actually, no. It says when it came out that he married his 13-year-old cousin, it did hurt his career. So I guess it had. I guess people were back, even
there
back
you
then,
go.
were not happy about it.
But the important question here is, why is Mr. Girl whatabouting Elvis? What about Elvis? Why is he whatabouting Elvis?
Well, I guess I don't know. I don't know what the
He's whatabouting Elvis to try to say, oh, it's
is.
fine. Like culturally, it's fine. It's okay, Flacco. People accept it. Even though it took you 20 seconds to look up an article that people lost their shit about it. But
well, I remember, reading the article. I kind of do vaguely remember from the movie. I don't know if people in America cared about it. I know he was on tour in England and people were not happy about it.
Oh, okay.
This is Jerry Lee Lewis, not Elvis. But
I just if you're going to the what about Elvis's bride situation, you're losing your debate.
Mm-hmm.
Damn R. Kelly, but not Elvis. So I bet stated that opinion already.
That's fine. I'm talking about us societally.
Okay.
Right? Generally, when you say Elvis, people don't say, oh, that pedophile. I believe that the internet has created a wonderland
I sent you a DM, by the way. I don't know if you ever saw it.
for child abusers. I interviewed a police lieutenant who told me that most child porn now is created by children. People groom 8-year-olds into using their camera phones, into taking pictures and videos of themselves. So the days of the white van are over. Now it's more about grooming and developing a relationship with an 8-year-old, which in the past would have been impossible. When I was a kid, the idea of a stranger having access to me and a private camera I had and the ability to send them pictures of myself would be unthinkably horrific to my parents. My parents were pretty shitty, but they would not have ever allowed that to happen. But now, because mommy and daddy want an iPad and want you to have an iPad so you'll have something to do while they ignore you, now every kid has a camera and has the ability, now that these apps, the social media platforms are connecting strange adults who think that the girls and cuties are hot, to your children.
See, I fucking hate this argument because it's so stupid. It's like Now more than ever, we have to be vigilant against pedophiles. So therefore, I'm here as the ambassador, so you empathize with pedophiles. It's like so disjointed. What's he trying to say here, Sitch?
Well, again, because he's operating on this perception that his position is going to help, stop child molestation, which
Right. Which is
we not
disagree.
convinced.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
guess you're
haven't
right.
seen evidence of that position. But it's true. I mean, what he's saying about how this happens, I don't know if that's most child porn nowadays, but I know it's scary. Like a friend of mine, I'm trying to remember what it was. There was some weird platform, and it wasn't. I don't know what it was. If it was like Roblox or Minecraft, it was some weird. I don't remember exactly the platform it was, but it was some kind of game or something where some adult obviously was trying to get my friend's son to like take sexual pictures of himself when he was like 10 or 12 or something, and it was like really like scary and disgusting.
Right.
Now fortunately the kid was smart enough to be like, why is this guy telling me to take weird pictures of myself? He said that to his father. So
Yeah, my friend, he just told his kids, he's like, just know that any attractive girl online that you interact with that wants to see pictures of your dingling is really just a fucking 80-year-old pedo, and you're fucking sending them dick pics.
Right. Well, this
and
wasn't
that, and that pretty much like gave him the heads up. Yeah.
No, that's good advice. But like his kid, I guess it was before he was 12, because his kid was probably like 10 or something. Because this was pre-puberty, pre-interest in girls. So it wasn't even like someone trying to catfish him.
Yeah.
And it was like the guy was trying to do it, and it was like really gross because the guy was trying to do it in a way that was like he was trying to get him to take non-sexual pictures first.
Right.
And then like work up to it, I was like, oh my God. Like, and they told, they gave all the information to the police, and, I don't know if they ever found the guy, but I was like, it's really scary. So,
yeah. Yeah. Well, I just, yeah. So I do agree if that's Mr. Girl's position that we need to be super vigilant right now. I agree with that. I think keeping up the social stigma is going to move us closer to that than dropping it. But so we're gonna wrap up. I moved it to the 114 mark where he explodes. So
okay,
they kind of drift off. Mr. Girl tries to rein the conversation in. He does end up having
Adam tries to ring.
Well, and Adam 22. Mr. Girl tries to like calm things down. Adam 22 helps him out. They have a conversation about very boring things that are uninteresting, that nobody cares about. I was like, I actually, the beginning of this, I watched the first 15 minutes and was like, oh, this is boring. Fuck this. And then I saw some clips from it and I thought, oh, wow. Okay. Well, things finally got interesting. So and somebody in the chat earlier said Adam almost understands drama farming. Which, I mean, what do you mean almost understands drama farming? I've literally accused Destiny of only interacting with Mr. Girl to drama farm him. So, I mean, I do think that that's a little bit of what's going on, and Mr. Girl is willing to participate in that as long as he feels like it's improving his profile status. If it's hurting his profile status, he wants to move away from it, obviously, and I think that's what he's trying to do. But I think it might be too late. He needs to resurface with a voice modulator and an avatar.
Not sure it is. Again, I was always told that all lives matter was the direct opposite or like counterpart.
Look, they're talking about Black Lives Matter now,
right?
And look at Max. I am starting to feel a little bad. Just a tiny bit, Sitch. I want, please note this for my permanent record, okay? I am feeling a little bit bad for Mr. Girl here because I don't understand how you couldn't see this coming from a mile away, though.
I don't know. I don't know
get
what their pre-stream conversation was. So who knows? But
Do you know Mr. Girl had a conversation lined up with Lex Friedman, and that Lex Friedman ended up backing out?
you told me this. I never
Right.
heard this before. Yeah.
Probably
Well,
over.
see, I think if Lex Friedman is going to talk to Kanye West and Kanye is going to basically reaffirm his hatred for Jews throughout the whole conversation, I think he can talk to Mr. Girl.
Well, this was obviously before the Kanye West conversation.
Right.
Did you watch the Kanye West conversation?
I watched part of it. I
Okay.
got too annoyed by it. I turned it off.
Oh,
But
it's so bad.
it's hard to get through.
Oh yeah.
It bothers me. The
Go
thing
ahead.
that actually does bother me about it is how I read all these comments, and all these people are like, "Oh, I'm so glad that Lex can have this like intelligent conversation with Kanye," and I'm like, "What the fuck world are these? Like these? It bothers me that people are just star fuckers. They're so enamored with someone who's like famous or a star that their brain shuts off."
I agree.
So I'm listening to the conversation, and I'm like, Lex is a smart guy. I've listened to his other podcasts before. He is trying to have an intelligent, nuanced conversation with Kanye. Kanye is a fucking moron.
He
okay?
is.
I don't know, maybe some musical genius, but in all of these interviews that I've watched all these hours of interviews where he talks about this stuff. He's stupid, and he gives really stupid answers to all of these questions. And it's like, and it bothers me. Not that he's giving stupid answers. It bothers me that people are listening to this and thinking that he's not stupid. What are these people listening? What conversation are they listening to?
Yeah, his answers are terrible. He basically endorses stereotypes. Lex Friedman tries to explain to him why stereotypes are bad, and he's like, "Nah, they're great." What are you talking about?
What I mean by it's like, it feels like whenever someone talks to Kanye about him being anti-Semitic or racist, it feels like you literally pulled a random normie off the street who's racist.
Yes.
And you try to have an intelligent conversation with them. And it's like talking to a brick wall.
Of
They're not
course.
engaging with anything you're saying whatsoever. It's just
Yep.
like you're just shouting into an empty cave.
That's exactly the empty cave analogy is perfect. That's exactly what
You're just
Kanye's
shouting
head
to a
is.
fucking empty cave, and you're like, "What is this conversation?" Like, it's just I can't listen to this.
Yeah.
And now Lex Friedman gets the award for being literally like the most patient man on the planet, because there's no fucking way that I could put up with that for as long as he did.
Did you get to the part where he told Lex Friedman that he didn't trust him, and why would he?
I didn't. I heard that happened, but I didn't get to that part of the conversation.
Oh, it's so bad because you're thinking, oh yeah, what are you thinking, Lex? He hates Jews. Of course he doesn't trust you.
Right, but supposedly they're supposed to be friends or something, like before this even happened.
Yeah, but there's like it's weird. There's like a weird moment there, and Lex is just, demoralized, completely demoralized.
Well, I give Lex credit for not like exploding on him at that
No,
point.
Lex did great. Lex is a pro. Lex is
Right.
totally a pro. Like you said, he's smart. He knows what's up. Yeah. Good for him for getting the interview. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Smart guy for turning
Right.
Mr.
But let's
Girl.
play this clip real quick, and then
Black
we're going
Lives
to talk
Matter,
to
right?
someone.
Right.
So
after
him
this.
saying like white lives matter, I think it's just like it's just like a blanket statement. I don't quite understand it now. I think the big part about it though is after that white lives matter shirt is the DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Right.
Now with that statement, now
It seems like we're never going to get what he was promising right there when he said he was going to go DEFCON 3 on the Jews the next day. And, apparently
Flacco.
some Jews intervened.
yeah, right, because he actually got banned by.
Did Adam 22 just say some Jews intervened? Did you catch that?
I did. I think he was being, kind of being facetious. But
Well, I don't know.
JP Morgan. I'm like, hold up now, bro. Like,
That's some next level shit.
I ain't never seen anybody get banned for being racist.
What were you going to say?
Flacco, every time you talk, I want to stick a screwdriver in my fucking ear.
Why?
Because I can't stand you. I feel like we should probably talk. I feel like we're just pretending that the whole
Sir,
first like hour of this didn't happen, and it's like it's
I called
grating.
you out
It's
for
grating
being-
my.
I'm going to go take a piss. You
Yeah,
guys
right?
can hash this out for a minute.
No,
Jesus Christ.
right?
Adam 22. Yes. Knows
Look, I'm
exactly
out.
what to do. This is
I'm
what
out.
Sitch always does. Why the fuck you always abandon me when I'm losing my mind?
Because that's a good time to take a piss. What do
I
you
know
mean?
you're like, I'm out of here. Adam's fucking triggered. I'm gone.
Let him go off. Yeah.
And you are, I guess, upset, right, that I brought up your work. You feel me? Which was the cutest thing. That's pedophile behavior, but
Did you hear me explain why I'm upset?
and you are upset because I'm talking now, even though the last hour is right. But again,
That's
I
not why
called
I'm
you.
upset.
I called you out for being a pedophile, and then
That's not why I'm upset.
rapist thing, right?
That's not why
And
I'm
you called
upset.
yourself a rapist, and I reinforced that and said, "Why do you think you were a rapist?" You feel me?
I know what
And now
happened.
you upset.
That's not why I'm upset.
Okay, why are you upset?
Because you're passive aggressive.
Not at all.
I completely disagree with this. I think Mr. Girl is upset because he realizes he just talked to these guys for an hour and totally destroyed his reputation more than it has already been destroyed.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe, but I don't think Flacco has been passive aggressive in the conversation at all.
No, he's been aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 14 minutes in, he pretty clearly said that he thought Mr. Girl was a pedophile. So I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
Passive aggressive to me would be if once the conversation moves on, if he keeps throwing little
Right.
barbs.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, let's ask the pedo what he thinks.
Well, that would be aggressive. But I mean, like little sort of maybe subtle barbs. But he wasn't doing. I mean, I wasn't
No.
perceiving anything that was happening.
No, it was over. It was totally
Right.
over.
But
We'll just
okay,
listen to it a little more. What do you think?
okay.
And underhanded.
I'm underhanded for asking you questions about your work. Now, I feel like I was pretty bold in there, right? You feel me? And you asked to be called a pedophile. I called you a pedophile. You feel me?
I don't think you're bold.
Hey, man, that's your opinion.
Yes. So anyway, the reason I'm upset is that it's fine if you want to argue with me or argue with my beliefs or just call me a disgusting person. A lot of people do that. That doesn't bother. It bothers me a little bit, but it doesn't bother me that much. What bothers me is this conversation killing inability to actually engage with what I'm saying, and combined
I was engaging with Adam as well.
You got to build that trust. Max, if you watch this, you got to build that trust first. It's like Destiny has said this before, and it's super important.
Right.
Until you establish trust with your interlocutor, this is going to continue to happen over and over again. So, but that's fine. I mean, if you want to have debates about other things that are structured around other things and not bringing this up, that might be a good path to take. But I mean, you're asking for something that is a big ask, which people are just not gonna give you. So, you have any final thoughts before we move on?
No, not really.
All right, fascinating. Obviously, leave us what you think in the comments below. Obviously, some people wanted a poll, but I mean, I got various suggestions, but I didn't want to do a poll that is like, is Max a pedophile? Like, I don't think that's fair.
Right.
I don't think that's fair. I don't think there's like I said a million times, I'll say it one more time. I don't think there's enough evidence for any of us to determine whether Max is or is not a pedophile. So,
right.
Yeah. If he wants to let Destiny look through his hard drive on live stream, that would probably go a long way. I mean, that would clear things up right away, right?
Okay. Well, in a completely unrelated segment, I just sent a link to someone. We're gonna a fan of the show apparently works in the oil industry, and we had the kind of a long conversation last week about oil prices, and they were going to shed some light on some of the things that they're knowledgeable about how oil is priced and things of that nature. Because we kind of had a long debate about whether price controls make sense for oil. Does it make sense to blame Saudis? Does it make sense to blame the oil companies? Who's really at fault here? Blah, blah, blah. So,
So it's going to be exciting.
So I know after our pedo conversation, oil price is going to be very, very exciting. But anyway, so I sent a link.
Serious debate.
Right.
Well, you could read some super chats.
I was going to read some super chats. Yeah. Wait. So there were two. There were two before. the stream. The Brody Bliss, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months, says, let's get this unreddit. There you go. Thank you, bro. And Go Bag, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months, says, late. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a Sitch and Adam show if we weren't late, right?
Yeah, just a little bit,
Just a little bit.
Just keep you
Just
guessing.
a little 15, 20 minutes late, yeah. Benjamin the Dream Wizard for $5 says, please accept this invitation to join me for a dream interpretation on my Dreamscapes podcast. What is a dream interpretation? I don't know what that means. Are we gonna tell you a dream and you're gonna interpret it, or are you gonna tell us your dream and we interpret it?
Who's the super chat from?
Benjamin the Dream Wizard.
Benjamin the Dream Wizard has a YouTube channel where he interprets dreams.
Mm-hmm.
By, I guess dreams have some set criteria for what they mean.
Well,
Some
I mean, yeah,
meaning criteria.
Right. There's standard, literature on what things mean in dreams generally. So
He did one of your dreams that you did on the show one time.
Wait, what was the dream I talked about on the show? I didn't remember talking.
You
about
told a story about lucid dreaming, and you told about a person that in your classroom.
Oh, that wasn't a lucid dream. It wasn't a lucid dream. That was a dream of the future.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not a
That's
lucid
what
dream.
it is. Yeah.
A premonition.
Yeah.
Yes.
Premonitions. Yeah.
How do you interpret a premonition? It's just something that happened.
Well, you can watch the video if you want. I think he sent us a link to it. So.
I'll check it out. Anyway, we're joined by our guest who's joined the Zoom call. Hello.
Oh, how are you guys?
Good. What should we? I don't know if you want us to use your name. What should we call you?
You can just call me Oswald, my last name.
All right, Oswald. We're doxing you. So, what's up, Oswald? How are you, and what do you do?
I'm good, guys. Appreciate you having me on. So I'm an environmental engineer. I work in the environmental consulting business. So about 6 years ago, I took a job in North Dakota. I'm originally from South Dakota. Took a job up in North Dakota with a small environmental engineering and consulting firm. And we basically have oil clients that contract us to basically, they have a spill or historical impacts that they come across. They hire us, and it's our job to clean them up and basically get regulatory closure with the state. And so that's the gist of it. My day-to-day is I manage one of our larger clients' portfolios. So our largest client is a Fortune 500 company. So they're required by the SEC to have basically an environmental reserve that basically allows investors to know how much environmental liability the company has. So it's money that's basically set aside to clean these things up. So that's my day-to-day job. Kind of boring. I'm a glorified accountant, but
right.
Yeah. So
okay. So you're saying you work for a private company that works to clean up any problems that oil companies basically incur environmentally. Right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Mostly their spills. So like recently, one of our clients had a fairly large saltwater spill in North Dakota. So we're currently actively cleaning that up for them.
Wait, they spilled salt water somewhere?
Yeah. So saltwater is they call it salt water. It's brine. I mean, it's very salty water. It's a byproduct of oil and gas. When you pump up oil, it goes into something called a treater or heater treater, because with oil, there's a bunch of salt water with it, because a lot of oil was created by dead ocean animals millions of years ago. So it's still there. So yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So it's an unfortunate byproduct that oil and gas companies have to manage. And unfortunately, sometimes that stuff spills. It's not a fun cleanup. So
is that most people, myself included, probably wouldn't think of salt water as being like a hazardous waste material to spill somewhere.
Right. So the problem with it is, especially in North Dakota, most of these oil and gas wells and the pipelines, they run through farmland.
I see.
And
Right.
Vegetation does not like salt.
Right.
Basically kills it off.
Mhm.
And if you don't manage it, basically you get what's called sodic soda or sodic soils.
Mhm.
And yeah, basically
Like the soil dies off, essentially.
it dies off. What happens is the sodium, salt water is basically sodium chloride.
Mhm.
The sodium basically binds up in the clay particles of the soil. And, you guys are familiar with like the salt flats in Utah.
Right.
That's an extreme example of a sodic soil. So,
Gotcha. Salt in the earth. Yeah, I understand.
yep.
So, what do they do with the salt water normally?
Normally they separate it from the oil, and essentially they either truck it off or deliver it through pipelines, and they basically re-inject it back into either previously kind of dried up oil wells, or that's basically where they just re-inject it basically where they took it out of. So
so they basically they pump a bunch of oil out of the ground. They separate the oil from the salt water, and they put the salt water back.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess there's a certain logic to that.
Otherwise, I mean, where else do you put it? I mean, they can't pump it to the ocean.
It in the ocean,
right?
I guess because it'd be different salt content.
Well, and that creates a whole other problem. I mean, that's a big problem with desalination plants. Is they're removing the salt out of the water, and their byproduct is a very heavy brine. Well, that goes back into the ocean. It sinks to the bottom and kills off, all the aquatic life. So
that's a good question. Yeah, well, we need to figure out something to do with all that stuff. I mean, it's unfortunate because it seems like such a waste if there was something we could do with it. But okay.
I want to say I don't know a lot about it, but I do think in California they may take that byproduct and actually evaporate the rest of the water off, and then you can harvest the salt for consumption.
Right.
So but I don't know a lot about that
right
side of the equation. But
okay, cool. So what do you want to talk to us, because we had this long conversation about like why gas prices are the way that they are.
Yeah. No, I went back and re-listened to it a couple days ago, and you guys got basically a lot of things, pretty spot on. Well,
that's good. We usually get everything wrong, so I'm glad to hear that.
No, Sitch, you were correct. I mean,
say that again.
Oh my God, what? Does that mean I got something wrong? What did I get wrong?
You get everything wrong, Adam.
Well, I think the chat corrected you that fracking was for natural gas.
Yeah, right, sure.
But it's for both.
Okay.
But essentially, gas, the price of gasoline, basically what we pay at the pump. I mean, that's what I think everybody truly cares about.
Sure.
It is it is a basic supply and demand issue, but it's also futures markets and stuff like that. But there's some other underlying things that go along with that. I know one of the questions you guys had was, why can't we just pump more oil, and why can't we keep the oil that we pump here in America to keep gases low?
Right.
So really, and I apologize if I happen to jump all over the place, but
that's okay.
Bear with me. Basically, what's going on right now is, you can stem it back to the pandemic. During 2020, especially starting in March, a lot of oil and gas companies, their stocks tanked 50% in March. And then I don't know if you guys remember, but at one point in, I believe it was in May, oil futures for a day dipped into, like, I think it capped out at -$32 or -$34. It was trading negative.
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So that
does that mean people are selling more futures than buying?
Basically, yeah. There was essentially the futures were being sold off. All the contracts were being sold off because, I mean, no one knew what was going on. Was the world going to be shut down for a year?
Right. Yeah.
6 months? No one knew. So
They were
That
paying people to take possession of the oil, right? That's how that works.
That was
Yeah.
a narrative going around. I don't know if that actually happened.
So how explain to us how negative future contracts work then? Because why would I pay negative $30 a barrel for oil?
Well, I'm assuming it's not you would pay negative. It just, as I said, it means that they're selling off, like no one's buying essentially. So the value
Right, exactly.
of a new one would be negative essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So essentially, like the trading of oil futures stopped, and so that basically freaked the industry out. Because historically, back in the kind of late 2000s into the early 2010s, that's when fracking and shale oil became profitable, and we found we started really expanding the U.S. Oil and gas exploration side of the business, and that's where you have the North Dakota oil boom.
Mm-hmm.
Now Texas with the Permian Basin and the Eagle Ford shale oil fields. Those are basically our biggest reservoirs in the country. It started becoming profitable for these companies to invest, explore, and develop wells in the U.S. Well, because oil prices stayed above 100 for a number of years, the oil companies essentially got drunk on their own supply. They were just raking in record profits, but then they were taking those profits and reinvesting them back into the company, expanding more,
Right.
building gas plants, building pipelines, drilling for more wells, things like that. Well, Wall Street doesn't like that. It's kind of a volatile market. They're not getting a lot of dividends to their shareholders. So that was a major problem. Not a lot of investment was going back from Wall Street back into these oil companies. Well, 2020 happens.
So wait, let me pause for a second.
Yep.
Wall Street is mad because basically these oil companies are making lots of money, but all that money is just going directly back into expansion.
Correct.
And Wall Street doesn't like that because
basically on your what am I trying to say? Your bottom line, you're not really showing much of a profit at the end of the year because you're reinvesting.
I see, because you're just reinvesting it immediately.
Correct.
Back in. Right.
Yep.
Interesting.
So 2020 happens.
Yeah, it's all about earnings per share, Sitch, just like Adam said, remember?
I know, but it's funny because this is part of why I always get mad when people talk about like these conspiracy theories about like the rich and the elite are doing XYZ. Because this is a perfect example. You have like the oil companies and Wall Street are at odds with each other and how they're managing their money. Like there's no shared goal that they're all working towards.
How about some stock buybacks or maybe a dividend? That's what I'm thinking. Why am I spending all this money on new oil wells? Come on.
Right.
Well, now that's what they're basically doing. They're not increasing. They're not going out and exploring.
So the record profits are because they're not reinvesting. That's why the record profits.
Correct.
Interesting.
And I mean, most of these companies lost their ass in 2020.
Yeah, I remember I was driving to the studio and there was no one on the freeway. It was amazing. Amazing.
I'm sure that was nice for a period of time but you're in LA, right?
Yeah, of course. Los Angeles freeways were like empty.
Right.
It's like a zombie
finally
movie.
lifted.
Yeah.
So is it because of the pandemic? Is that what changed the gas company's behavior here?
Yeah, I've essentially been told that, but it's also not a secret. I mean, these CEOs are going out and saying this on TV.
Right.
I think it was a popular line people are using as the CEO of Pioneer Engineering has basically come out and said, even if oil reaches $200 a barrel, we're not drilling like we did 3 years ago. We're just not doing it. So really, they're trying to get Wall Street back on their side, so then they can take investments from Wall Street, and then they can use that to go after new wells, new investments, stuff like that. So there's a lot of that going on. And that's kind of the thing. I just don't hear a lot of people talking about that. Now you can find some people discussing it on like CNBC. and stuff like that. Yahoo Finance actually does really good segments on the
Bunch
oil
of
and gas
nerds,
market. Yeah. You got to be a nerd to kind of seek that information
Right.
out.
Does that behavior really make sense? Because, I mean, now I guess I could say I don't want to jinx it, but what are the odds there's going to be another like global pandemic shutdown that would
I
lead
mean,
to that situation again?
right. But there's also, think about, I mean, there's other things that can disrupt the oil market, not just the pandemic. I mean,
right, but not to that like extent.
Right.
One
No, I
day.
agree.
Right.
But I think they're just shifting. I think it was going to happen eventually. I just think the pandemic accelerated that
Right.
that decision. So,
should I buy ExxonMobil here? I hear they have an excellent ESG score. Very.
Ironically, yeah, they have a higher. What is that?
Of course, they have a higher ESG than Tesla.
Yeah, explain that one.
I don't know that you can. I mean, corruption, right? That's how you explain that one.
Very high diversity, I guess.
Do you are you invested in ExxonMobil? Should I?
I am not. I don't have any. I actually don't have any oil and gas stocks.
It's only up 26% over the past 5 years. That's not very good.
Right.
Oh wait, it's up 60% over the last year. So
it's kind of. I mean, if you go back and look at these smaller kind of U.S. based oil companies, not the Exxons or the Chevrons, but like, I mentioned Pioneer Energy, Devon Energy, Hess, Oasis. Well, I guess Oasis merged with Whiting, so now they're called Chord, CHORD. You go and look at their stock prices going into 2020. For example, I think I looked up one of those. It was around, they were trading around anywhere from 30 to 40 bucks a share. I think their stock today is like 130.
Wow.
Do you own any oil stocks?
I don't.
Okay.
I really kicking myself for not buying a bunch of them back.
Yeah, I'm looking.
ExxonMobil.
ExxonMobil over the past month is up 26%. I mean, that's on a tear.
Yep.
I think my dad has Exxon stock. He's always like, I always hear him like bragging about how well it's doing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you give him a hard time? Do you say, "Oh, yeah, Dad, I hear they have an excellent ESG score"?
I will start doing that now. Yeah.
Sitch, how come your dad is bragging about his ExxonMobil stock, but you don't? I can't get you to open an Ameritrade account. What's going on?
Exactly. Well, to be good though, some of my hesitancy, like the time at which you were pushing me to buy would have been actually the worst time.
Well, yeah.
It was like right before the market like dipped super
big.
But
I did come in and stop you though. So
did you?
do get credit.
I mean, I didn't do it regardless, but
yeah. No, I did say hold off.
Okay.
Strange things are afoot at the Circle K here. You gotta chill for a minute.
Okay.
So more importantly,
yes.
What did we get wrong?
I don't think you got anything.
Oswald. What did we get wrong?
But so why can't, or is it possible for the U.S. to create a system where we say, okay, all the oil that's pumped in America will just be sold to American customers first, and thus will be detached from the global market price wise?
Oh yeah, that was your big idea.
That was the conversation.
That was a good. Yep, I was gonna get to that. So we could, but that can't happen overnight. So
yeah,
the other side of the equation, right, of oil and gas prices is refining. Most of the U.S. oil refineries, the ones down in the South and in the Northeast, they're designed to take in what's called heavy sour crude. So that's it's a more viscous, thicker oil that also is high in sulfur content. And you get oil that's at that grade, if you will, mostly comes from Canada. I think the Saudis have a pretty heavy sour crude as well. And ironically, we import 50% of our oil from Canada. And so that's what our refineries are designed for. Now, the oil that is produced in the U.S., which is traded on the WTI, the West Texas Intermediate standard, that is what's called a light sweet oil. So it's a lot more watery, if you will.
Tastes good, like you're saying.
Yeah, it's very good. Doesn't have that sulfur content in it. We export that because our refineries don't refine it. Doesn't mean they can't, but they're not set up for that. So it would take a massive investment from the U.S. refineries to want to switch over to be able to essentially take in the U.S. oil, refine it here, keep it here.
Right.
I don't know what kind of policies would have to be passed or what sort of incentives to be able to kind of entice that, but that's the reality of the situation with that.
Could we use the strategic the strategic petroleum reserve to create a buffer stock and control the price of oil?
Yes and no. I mean, what's the capacity of the SBR is 700 million barrels.
700 million. Don't we use like 50 million a day or something? I mean,
I don't think it's that high. It varies, I think, anywhere from 25 to 30.
30 million?
A day.
Yep. A day, yeah. That's so crazy. So the strategic oil preserve is only 700 million barrels?
Yep.
So that's like...
That's knowing, though. I mean, I got to imagine the U.S. has other reserves for military type scenarios. You know, the SBR was set up back in the 70s for basically this reason. I mean, it was in response to the oil embargo.
Sitch, how do you like that? That's 23 days of oil. We're really prepared here.
Well, that's why I said to you, I didn't think it was feasible to do what you're suggesting.
I guess it's
it would
not.
Probably be such an astronomical amount of oil that I don't know if it makes sense to stack, to keep that. But so it sounds like kind of what you're saying is, well, I guess the question would be, so when, politicians complain, they're like, oh, the problem with gas prices is that, we're not drilling enough in America. It's like, well, that's not really the problem. The real problem would be that the government has to start incentivizing some way to get refineries to actually start refining the type of oil that they get out of America first.
Right. Yeah. The current setup is not, it's just not set up for that. And you can't just flip it on its head. It's the same thing with, go out and drill. Like our prices are too high. Well, it takes up to anywhere from a year to 2 years from basically cradle to grave to get a well drilled.
Right.
You got the permitting, you got all that, you got to build the pad, the actual drilling. That's what's kind of fascinating about the oil drilling technology. I mean, a couple of years ago, it took them a month to drill a well 10,000 feet deep, horizontal fracking well, about 30 days. Now it's down to 7. They can drill a well to completion. So, yeah, I mean, these things just can't happen overnight. Unfortunately, it's just a very complex industry.
Well, I mean, this is part of what annoys me in the politics of this, because I feel like, so the left, because the left is kind of fixated on, green energy right now. They're not going to solve the problem at all because they don't want anything to do with oil or gas. But then the right solution isn't even a real solution because it's just drill more, and that's not going to actually solve the problem. I mean, maybe it'll help gas companies have a greater surplus. But if they, if people on the right actually wanted to do what they claim to want to do, what they'd have to do is they'd have to first incentivize, refineries to refine the oil in America. But then on top of that, and I don't think they would ever do this, they'd have to actually pass some very restrictive laws on business that would force American oil to be sold in an American market first before it is sold overseas at any point. And I'm not sure that the Republicans have the political will to do anything like that.
No, I agree with that 100%. And going back to our kind of stock and investment conversation, unfortunately, I think a lot of these oil companies are looking at a lot of that renewable, clean energy rhetoric. That doesn't give them a lot of warm and fuzzy. So why would they want to go take a lot of their money and reinvest it into a market that they're being told is obsolete?
Right.
So
that's a good point. Yeah.
A lot of times just the general rhetoric of who's ever in power or whatever can affect that industry.
So do you think that, do oil prices going up now, is that is that based on anything real, or is it just all greedy corporations?
I mean, demand, it's definitely a supply and demand.
Mm-hmm.
The demand's way up. We're coming out of this pandemic. People want to, the world wants to drive. A
Right.
lot of the third world um, also is coming out of the pandemic, and obviously their demand is ever increasing as they hopefully get out of poverty, and oil and gas helps them get out of that. And yeah, I mean, as much as like people on the right don't want to admit it, the war in Russia is definitely, or the war in Ukraine, apologies. The war in Ukraine is definitely impacting it, but it's not what the Democrats are saying. It's like that's the only reason oil and gas is up this much. It's
Sure.
20 underlying conditions, and it's just kind of a perfect storm that all hit at once. So the real worry is that once China comes out of their COVID zero policy, when their demand starts creeping back up, what our oil price is going to do then?
Well, is that because okay, so like this is the problem. People say, oh, obviously, like when we right as we come out of the pandemic, obviously gas prices are going to shoot up because, as you said, demand's going to skyrocket, and supply has been, pretty low for the last couple of years, or at least production has been a lot lower. But the thing is that, a lot of people on the left, they then they say, well, wait a minute, all these gas companies right now, they're making record profits. So obviously, if they're making record profits, they could be making less money and lower gas prices for everyone. So they kind of interpret the record profits as the gas companies screwing everyone over. And is that what's going on, or is that just purely like because the gas companies have now engaged in this different behavior of not reinvesting in the companies essentially?
I think it's mostly them, their different approach, right? Keeping their cash flow high, keeping their bottom line, and encouraging Wall Street to invest in them. I don't see any evidence of actual price gouging. Actually, I don't really even think they can because it's such a global market. Like Exxon that themselves can't say, let's target gas at $120 a barrel. Like ExxonMobil themselves can't do that. OPEC has some general control on oil prices because they generate basically a quarter of the oil used in the world, or they produce a quarter of the world's oil. So if they decide to cut back production or increase production, that can swing prices, that can be felt. But I just don't see these guys necessarily price gouging. In fact, I don't really even think they're legally allowed to do that.
So
especially in the US.
Right. We could be in a situation where, like, the problem is that this could be entirely an interpretation of bad charts and data problem, which is that, is there like a way for us or the public to say, okay, for the last 20 years, ExxonMobil has been making, 10 or 20%, I don't know, whatever their profit margin is. Like they've been making, 20% on every barrel of oil. And if you saw that they've been making that and that number has been consistent, throughout the last 20 years, you would feel like, oh, even if they're making money, they're not price gouging because their actual amount has gone up or down. But I mean, is that information public knowledge? Is there someone you could look that up?
It should be because they're a publicly traded company. They have to report their quarterly earnings.
Yeah, but the problem is, as you said, the reason that profits are spiking isn't necessarily because they're charging more for gas. It's because they're engaged in a different kind of business behavior. So that's kind of fucking over all the numbers that people are looking at, I guess.
Sure. No, I see what you're saying. I don't know if I have it. I don't know if I have the exact answer for you on that, but I do feel like a lot of this, like all these record profits. Well, yeah, if you compare their profits this year compared to 2020, like, of course, like the percent growth in profit from a year where they made no money or lost money,
right,
to a year where they are making a lot of money, that can become like, oh, their profits increased 200%. That's a record. It's like, well, what's our benchmark? What are we looking at?
Right, because again, like in this, and if I was the gas companies, I mean, this is what maybe they're not doing a good job putting this out here, because if they could point to this and say, listen, we're actually not charging that much more or any more per barrel of oil than we've ever done. And that's not why we have these record profits. That's just because we've changed the way that we do business. I mean, that would do a long way to sort of counteract. I forget who it is. There's some, I don't know if you saw this, Adam. There's some left, like very left wing. Katie Porter was. That's who it was. It was the AOC person that AOC hid in her office. I think, I don't know if it was Kyle Kalinske or Sam Cedar. Someone had a whole video where Katie Porter was going over like the record profits that gas companies have been raking in, and they're kind of pointing to this to show that gas companies are basically price gouging everybody.
Right.
And I mean, that could all just be a complete misinterpretation of the data.
Probably is. I mean, they do
Big-
that all the time, obviously, just to get people to vote.
Yeah, but the gas companies should be able to counteract that pretty
They should be
I
able
know.
to go in and say, listen,
easily.
AOC, you're getting this all incorrect.
Mhm.
I mean, I know that especially at the peak of oil or gasoline prices earlier this year, they were blaming the gas stations for price gouging, which is incorrect. I mean, gas stations make 3 to 4 cents a gallon on the gas they sell.
Really? It's that low? Holy shit.
Well,
yeah,
no, we had a guy message me that
Uh-huh.
worked at a gas station, and it's like up to 30 cents.
Oh, okay.
I'm
yeah.
sure it varies state to state.
Well, no, the different gas stations are obviously competing against one another. So they
Right.
all get the gas from the manufacturers at around the same price. If gas station A jacks the price up 30 cents a gallon, I mean, and there's a gas station right across the street, he's probably not going to do that. But if he's the only gas station in a 20-mile radius, he might do that, right?
Right.
I mean,
Well,
that's
yeah, I'm
where-
sure it does. If you're in California, I'm sure it's going to be more expensive than if you're in, North Dakota, right?
Right, but they're getting the gas for more money because the gas also California has like a 30 to 50 cent gas tax, which is just like a sales tax.
Right.
So there's all this other stuff that goes into play.
Well, and I know too, if like, let's say gas price or the price of crude is at $100 a barrel.
Mhm.
If it falls to $20 a barrel, there's a lag in the market. And so gas stations actually do make a lot of money when gas prices fall, because then they're buying that cheaper oil, but the market price for gasoline is still up. So
What
that's
people
where they
will
can
pay,
also make their
right?
Yep.
Because
Mhm.
of the psychology of it.
Yep.
But then somebody decides, oh, I'm going to just undercut everybody. I'll sell it like $1 cheaper, and then all of a sudden, everyone has all their prices have to come down.
Right.
Yeah. No, supply and demand. I mean, I feel like we talked about this on stream. So
No, you did. Yeah.
We get
Total
it.
supply and yep. It's-
Well, I mean, I guess my concern is I don't know how much futures impacts the price of gas, and I'm not sure that I understand that like for businesses like airlines and trucking companies that they need to have futures, obviously, because they literally need the gas. But for completely speculative future trading, to me it seems like it just raises the price of commodities and it doesn't provide any tangible benefit to society as a whole.
what doesn't provide benefit?
Speculative future trading.
Well, I mean, they're the ones that are betting on the price of gas based on information. I mean, they're not betting just guessing.
Yeah, but they're still but if they're for the people that aren't going to actually use the gas, okay, all they're doing is inserting themselves as a middleman in a transaction, which is going to affect the price for the rest of the country.
Do you know the study about the betting pools on candidates getting elected, political
No.
candidates? Yeah, they did some study where they found out that the betting pools were much more accurate than any kind of polling because people who have information, insider information, will go and bet. And it produces this incentive for people to get involved who have
Mm-hmm.
information that you might not pick up in a poll.
Okay.
So I think the futures market works on the same kind of system. So this is
Yeah, but
why you
how is
have
that-
all these betting markets on elections and stuff, is because
Yeah,
they're
but-
more accurate predictors of who was going to win.
Right, but having a betting market on an election, that doesn't actually affect anything outside the people betting on it.
But it is all 100% speculation.
I understand,
How is
but
it not?
it is, but it doesn't. Them, if I make a like I made the bet with you whether Trump will run or not. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that is 100% speculation, and it won't affect the economy, outside of the two of us. Okay,
Right.
but if people are buying and trading futures, okay, they're not just making like on Wall Street with the future speculation. They're not just making etherical bets on nothing.
but
They're
it
actually
will-
trading actual futures, which will actually affect the price of oil.
It will affect the economy if you don't have an accurate assessment of where the price of oil is going, though, because all these different
It doesn't matter if they have an
industries-
accurate assessment or not.
It does, though. Like if you buy oil, if you're an airline and you know oil is a major input for your business, where the price of oil is going is so important to you.
Of course it is. Right.
Yeah.
But I'm not talking about anyone who's going to, I forget what the term is, for people that are going to materialize the contract versus people who have no intention of materializing the contract.
Right, but the speculation makes the accuracy of the future prediction better for the companies that need that accuracy to base their decision making.
No, all it's doing is it's literally just raising the price of gas for everyone.
Speculators
that's-
are
Yes.
you realize people are speculating on the price going down as well, though.
Well, or it could do the opposite, right? That's true.
So I mean, the purpose of the markets they're futures markets to predict the price of whatever it is.
Yeah, but why should we allow a third
how
party to
are
get
you
in
going-
between transactions between marketplaces where they influence the price?
How
And with
are you-
gas, it's usually making it worse, not better.
How are you going to predict where the price of wheat is going if you don't have a futures market? And there are people who need to know where the price of wheat is going because they're a baker in Montana and
So you're saying that basically
that's a major input for their business.
you're saying that essentially the knowledge that the speculative future markets for commodities produces
Is where the
is-
value is.
is valuable enough that we as Americans all have to eat whatever the cost is of that.
Well, first of all, I don't
Which
know
I
that-
don't know if I buy that argument.
Your argument is that there's a cost, which I don't necessarily know that there is, because there's like people willing to take both sides of the trade. People are going to make money if the price of oil goes down as much as if it goes up. And if the price of oil goes down, gas would be cheaper. It'd be better for the economy. You would be saying, oh, we need more speculation in the oil markets to drive the price down.
Yeah, but as you know, I haven't looked into it recently, but I know when I have looked, there was a time period where I looked heavily into this question about how much oil speculation increases the price of gas.
Were you
And
reading
nope.
the Huffington Post?
No, I was not. I was
Okay,
going
okay.
to like actual investment sources,
Okay.
and nobody has an answer to that question. They all say it increases the price of gas by some amount, and some,
Right.
they'll give you like somewhere in the 5 to 20% range. Like they give you this massive range, right? And so it's like, okay, it increases the price, but how much? Who the fuck knows? And it's just a very political question
Right.
that
Because
it's
the
going to be
speculators are obviously making money, so they got a dog in the fight. They don't want it to
right.
go away.
And people on the left are generally going to say it's bad. People on the right are going to generally say it's good.
Right. Well,
So-
maybe it's worth 20% for the information for the overall economy. I'm only bringing it up because you're making it sound like there's absolutely no benefit when there
I don't
is a
think-
tangible benefit.
I don't think the benefit, I don't buy that the prediction value here is enough of a benefit to raise the price for everybody.
But you're just guessing.
and that
You don't
and
know.
that we couldn't do it some other way without raising the price for everybody.
What would the other way be?
These companies would pay people to try to figure it out. The same way that the people that speculate in the futures figure it out. What do you mean?
Pay people to figure
How do
it
the
out.
people that are speculating on the futures, try to guess where the price is going to go?
Well, they're doing the same thing. They're paying people to figure it out. But they're
Well, exactly.
they're-
So
But they have skin in the game though.
Sure.
Where if you're doing it for an oil company, you don't necessarily have skin in the game
Well,
because
no,
I
I'm
mean,
saying
you,
like the
you
airlines.
do, and your job is on the line if you get it wrong. So you
Right.
do have some skin in the
Yeah,
game.
so I mean, the oil companies could do it. The airline companies could do it. I mean, it's just that people that need the actual assets or the commodity could do
I'm
it.
open to the idea.
Right.
Like a lot of the futures contracts are actually bought by airline companies and people who buy jet fuel by the millions of
Yeah, and
gallons.
I have zero problem with that. I just have a problem with people that have no desire to actually manifest whatever the
Right.
commodity is.
So you just want to get the speculators out.
Yes.
The problem is, I mean, the speculation is driven by somebody has some inside information about how like a tanker sank in the by the Straits of Ramuth, and now they know,
Uh-huh.
the price of oil is going to spike in the next 30 days. So that information doesn't necessarily get to people.
Yeah, but I don't know. I still think our economy, I would intuitively, I believe, I could be wrong, but intuitively, my gut is telling me our economy would do better without that form of speculation.
I mean, I'm open to that being a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Was there anything you want to say as well?
Yeah, the futures market is above my pay grade, but kind of on that same line topic, here's like an example of, I think, how sometimes the oil companies use futures is, I know one of my clients, when the whole craziness of 2020 was going down, they gave their employees and their shareholders confidence because they essentially hedged all of their oil produced in 2020. They had already sold it on futures contracts, and they had all that oil locked in around like $55 a barrel. Now that was a bet that they were willing to make the year prior, and that's either a risk or a benefit to them. It's a gamble because would oil crash or would it, if oil shoots up to $80 a barrel, they're losing profit on that because they've already pre-sold it for that set price. So I don't know if it's the same topic, but that's just a tangible example, I guess, of how at least I think they use that same market.
Yeah, I mean, I think the oil future, obviously the oil future market helps oil companies the most, either in A, making money, or B, even if they make the wrong bet. I think most business people still prefer the predictiveness of it all.
Right.
To be able to say, okay, well, for the year, we're going to make this bet. It's going to be this amount of money. And then they can plan accordingly to it. And I understand that. But, still, I am bothered by it. My moral intuitions are bothered that there's some third party sticking their nose in between me and the gas station, essentially, and causing me money. And they're not really,
or saving
I don't
you
see
money.
them providing tangible value.
Or saving you money by shorting oil.
Yeah, but I think it's more than not. We end up causing us more money than saving us money.
Okay.
Based on my limited research.
Okay.
It's a wacky market, man. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. But
any final thoughts, Oswald?
I think I said everything that I was prepared to say on the topic. So
awesome.
All right, thanks for coming.
Was it
on.
like is it true there's no more cows than people in North Dakota?
Yeah, actually there are. I think there's 2 million cows in
like 10
North
people.
Dakota, and like
peanuts.
Kind of funny with the same topic. I think North Dakota exports pretty much all of their cattle. Like not a lot stays in state.
Well, there's no one there to say, so that makes sense.
Well, that's true. That's a good point. So, but to be fair, I'm in South Dakota. So
okay.
I work out of North Dakota.
Should there really be two states? Come
they're
on.
very different, Sitch.
What's the difference?
North Dakota's colder.
Yeah, exactly. There should just be one Dakota. Come on, who are we kidding here?
Fair enough.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Again, guys, enjoy the show. I enjoy that you rip on both sides. It's fun.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
Any
I'm glad
Mr.
you
Girl
coming
opinions
on-
before you depart?
Oh,
I have
God.
no idea who this Mr. Girl was. I pulled up your guys' stream after work and I was like, what is this conversation?
Yeah, you're like, I'm glad I'm coming on right after the pedo conversation.
Yeah, it's like, ugh.
Mr. Girl reached out on Twitter and he wants to come on. So
Sure. I mean, I'm down for that. You're the one that
he said, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, I can't come defend myself right now. I have to prepare for another thing, but I'd love to do a stream another time if you want to set something up, Max."
Cool.
And I said, "Awesome, let's set something up."
Great. Wonderful.
And then I blocked him. No, I just that is how you do a joke right there.
Okay. Okay. Well,
All right,
thanks for
guys.
coming on. I'm glad you came on because now I have an argument I could throw at people and they give me the sort of simplistic, we just need to drill more. I'll say, no, actually,
Well,
Oh
actually.
no.
actually, we need to change our refining process.
So what
or-
you're saying. Yep.
exactly. So,
No, don't say the what. So what you're saying.
yeah.
All right, guys. Well, appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your stream. And yeah, it was a pleasure.
Take care.
Pleasure. Take
Thank
care.
you. Bye-bye.
Peace.
All right. Time to wrap up.
Yeah. I was just looking at an article that was why North and South Dakota exist as two different states.
Check out the article I DM'd you.
I did see you said so
How,
apparently
how bad is
Well,
that?
it's interesting. Some people had been speculating that Kanye was intentionally saying kind of offensive things because he wanted to cancel some deal with Adidas or some other company. And this article, I don't know if it's true, but it's claiming that since Adidas has now terminated his deal, Kanye West is no longer a billionaire or doesn't have a
Right.
billionaire in assets. So
The headline is Adidas's termination of their partnership with Kanye West has cost the musician his status as a billionaire. West's net worth is now approximately $400 million.
which doesn't really make sense because it said the partnership cost 246 million. So
Right. Yeah.
he would have not been a billionaire anyway. But
Yeah, exactly. It's 1,000 million to get to a billion. So, but he said that in the interview, he said he only has 120 million in his account, which I mean, I would like 120 million in my account, please. Right.
of course, right. But I'm assuming he was like when people say he's a billionaire, they're referring to like his complete total, what would have been his assets or his potential assets if he sold everything.
Yeah. The whole thing about doing it to get out of his Adidas contract.
I don't buy that. Yeah, I don't buy that.
It doesn't. I mean, okay, maybe that's true. What's that based on? Just hunch?
Well, it's people assuming it's like, Trump. People are assuming Kanye is a 10th dimensional underwater chess player genius. So
I've watched 4 Kanye interviews that are over an hour in the last week, and I'm
you're skeptical on the
Like-
genius claim.
if anyone's coming out with the genius claim anymore,
Right.
I'm not biting any longer.
There was a kind of a long conversation. I listened to part of it. It was a long conversation between Dan, the Destiny Orbiter, and ABBA. I don't know if you heard this. Fresh and Fit
On Kanye?
on Destiny's stream.
No, he has them on all the time. Yeah.
Right. But Destiny wasn't really part of the conversation. At least the part I listened to. It was just ABBA and Dan arguing, and they were arguing about. And actually, it was really bothering me because basically they were starting to talk about the Kanye stuff. And then so ABBA brings up that, well, is Kanye justified to not like Jews because of his experiences with record companies, which supposedly are run by Jews predominantly? Okay.
Yeah, there was some anti-Semitic shit going on in that talk. I told you about this.
Oh, did you? I don't remember you telling me about this.
Yeah.
But Dan doesn't really care about any of that stuff because Dan is like the biggest neoliberal shill on the planet.
Right.
And so the entire conversation was just Dan basically shilling for the record companies saying, well, maybe whatever the contracts that they're supposedly ripping off the musicians are actually justified and make sense. And that was like the entire conversation. that I listened to was just all about defending the record companies, however much they're gouging or screwing over artists, or whether they're even screwing over artists, blah 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 blah. And so while I was annoyed because I'm listening to this conversation, and while I'm listening to this, I look into the example that ABBA brought forward. He brought forward that the band TLC, who was, and I didn't even realize this, was the most successful female band of all time, was TLC.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And apparently they had some massive economic problems where, interestingly enough, the year where they won a Grammy for having, the best album, they went on stage and said that since they're getting fucked over by their manager and their contracts, they actually have no money. And how fucked up the music industry is that they're basically winning a Grammy and yet not getting paid any money.
Right.
And so I looked into this story, and I was immediately annoyed because the reason ABBA brought this story up was because he was using this as kind of a defense for like the anti-Jewish talk for Kanye.
Yeah.
Well, guess who was TLC's manager?
Oh no, it's like some Catholic.
It's a black lady.
No way. No way.
It's a
Is
black
she a
lady.
black Hebrew Israelite?
No, she is not a black Hebrew Israelite.
Are you sure? Maybe she's one of the black Jewish people. Kanye's always talking about.
And guess who ran their label?
The head of Black Lives Matter.
A black guy who was married to the black lady who was managing TLC.
Right. So they got fucked over by the black community.
Well, but the story's even more convoluted than that. Okay.
So should we assume by this that all black people are going to screw you over on your record deal? I don't think so.
Now, what ABBA would probably defend himself with this claim would be, well, that's true, but technically all these, and I didn't realize this till I was doing research on this, all these record labels, all these individual record labels are really under the guise of like 5 gigantic record label companies,
Mm-hmm.
Like Sony, is one of the big ones nowadays, which, I mean, Sony's a Japanese company, so I don't know how the Jews get blamed for that, but whatever.
So they're like a small record producer, but they're
a
subdivision
of some larger thing.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
And so, so
Sony handles probably their distribution for them.
Right. And so now so the company that the massive company that was technically the overlord for the company that ran TLC is what is now Sony today. Back then they weren't Sony, they were some other thing that Sony bought out. I don't know what the breakup of Jews on the board of that company is right now.
Well, the way they're screwing them over though is they're probably telling them that the record distribution cost way more than it does, and that's where they get their cut.
Right. Well, and I was looking into it, and I mean, there are lots of things that seem very suspect in how a lot of the music industry kind of figures out how to pay musicians and stuff. Because basically what it seems like what they do is they essentially forward the musicians like a shit ton of money up front, but then they deduct everything, but then the musicians have to pay for everything themselves.
Right. No, I know how it
so
works.
they have to pay for all the recording costs. They have to pay for like going on like it's created in a situation where I don't think it really makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I think it would make more sense. Now, I don't know. I'm not in the business, but it seems like it'd be more fair if the record companies sort of could figure out how much they would estimate the cost total for the band for the year would be to go on tour and do all these things. They pay for all that, and then they just give the artist some set amount of money in some percentage of sales or something. That seems like it would make more sense to me. But
the arrangement used to be that the bands make most of their money touring, and that the record
that's the way it is
company,
now. I think I don't think that's the way it was.
Well,
back
I think it's
then.
the way it's always been. Really, they
I
make
don't
their
know.
money touring, and then the record label makes most of the money off of the sales and distribution of the records. But that is like the promotion for the touring, which makes them more money. So
I guess, I mean, it still seems weird because like you look at it, and so apparently TLC was only making 7% of their sales, which seems crazy. And you're like
7% of their sales on their albums.
Yes.
Okay.
Which seems crazy. But then when I looked into it, supposedly the industry standard is only 7 to 12%.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right. I know. But that's the problem, is that even if there's some logical reason for that, which there might be, intuitively, for people that are not involved in the industry, you look at that and say, wow, they're getting ripped off. Because it seems crazy.
It's millions and millions of dollars, Sitch. Please.
Yeah, but still. Okay, so first of all, so I was annoyed. Oh, and so TLC, to be clear, TLC was not even blaming the band themselves. They were not blaming the higher ups at the record companies.
They were
getting screwed
blaming
over.
their manager.
They were specifically blaming their manager, this
And
black
what
lady.
was the blame? That she ripped him off, or she just was an idiot?
That both.
Okay. So she
were
got a
claiming that
bad deal and then took all the money.
Yeah, they were claiming malevolence and dishonesty. Okay. So I was very annoyed that ABBA was using this as a defense of Kanye's Jewish people, and the record company was literally the
Right.
black ladies. It was not Jewish. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe ABBA was taking Kanye's definition of the blacks are Jews. I don't know.
Probably not. This is the thing.
Right.
A lot of people think there are no people that work in media or that are not Jewish. Which
Yes,
it's
right.
just okay. That's crazy.
Right. And the label that they were working under was literally her husband, who was also black. So I was like, okay, you blame the Jews for this? Give me a break. Okay, so that's part of it. But then the other part of it too was even like part of why this is kind of ridiculous is that so apparently part of the reason that TLC had to declare bankruptcy the year in which they won the Grammy. And the reason they had to declare bankruptcy because apparently the band had made like $1 million and they were $3 million in debt for the year. And so I don't know the entirety of the $3 million debt, but at least $1 million of the $3 million debt, okay, it's also not brought up in the conversation, at least that I listened to. At least a third of TLC's debt in that year was because one of the band members, who is in a very toxic relationship, a long-term toxic relationship with a professional football player.
Oh no.
Okay. She got into an argument. She got into a drunken argument with her football player boyfriend, and she took his shoes. I don't know if they were his football shoes. I don't know if they're like his famous brand shoes. I don't know. She took some pair of shoes he had, put them in his bathtub, and lit them on fire. Okay.
Which you do. I mean,
Which
obviously.
you do, right?
That happens.
And apparently she didn't, probably because she's really wasted. It's not like she set them on fire and then like watched them, right? She just set them on fire and
she
then
left the house, yeah.
Right. And so of course
that's called
she
arson.
ends up burning the entire fucking house down.
Right. That's called arson. That's what
Right.
that is.
Right. So she burns down his mansion, which ends up equating to $1 million insurance claim. Okay.
But no insurance company is going to pay out on that claim.
Well, that's the thing. So $1 million out of the $3 million of debt that TLC was in debt for was because one of the band members burned someone's fucking house down. So I'm a little bit like sus that, well, did they get screwed over or are these just fucking idiots? Like, I don't know.
Wow. That's a great story.
It's like, it kind of changes things a little bit when you find out one of them burned someone's fucking house down in drunken rage. So
yeah, insurance companies tend to look into what caused the fire.
well, it wasn't like,
and I'm assuming since you know the story that the insurance company probably knows the story.
Yeah, it wasn't hidden. Everyone knew what happened.
Yeah.
And though listen, the guy stayed with her after that, which I don't know if I would.
Well, you know, some guys are into that.
I don't know if I'd stay with a woman that burns my house down. But,
do I need to get the crazy hot scale out for you?
I don't think she was that hot.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's so crazy. She's got to be on the hot.
Her name was Lisa Lopez or
Okay.
Lisa Lopes. So I don't think she was that hot.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
Okay. I mean, I don't think anyone in TLC was that hot, so I don't know. So I don't know. I was just annoyed at the conversation that basically seemed like ABBA was giving some sort of defense of the Jews running the music industry, and the example he uses literally had nothing to do with Jews. But
Yeah.
there you go.
I think ABBA also said something to the effect of Kanye is just saying what everyone else is thinking, where I was like, ooh, don't say that.
Yeah.
Please do not say that.
Right.
That's what scares me.
Well, that's the danger here. And I was actually kind of grossed out because Sky Adams is like
Oh no.
sort of softly defending Kanye, but sort of not at the same
No.
time.
No, oh man.
Well, Sky Adams said he told a story where basically he knew someone personally who was beat up every day by black people because
Right.
of wherever they lived and robbed consistently by black people.
Yeah.
And so because that person had this personal experience, Scott Adams in his mind said that he was going to basically write off and allow this person to be racist.
Well, I mean, I've had that experience myself. So
Right.
not myself as I was beat up. I had a friend that was in public school in Louisiana, and he was like one of 3 white people and just basically got beat up by black people every day. So
Right.
yeah.
And so my response to Scott would have been, well, that's fine for you. Like if you know a person,
Mhm.
like a friend who lived in that situation, and you're going to like write them off mentally in your mind for that. Okay, that's your choice to do that. Excuse me. But that's very different than Kanye West, the world famous musician, to broadcast that message to the entire world.
Right. Yeah. Because he's basically endorsing it. It's a celebrity endorsement for racism.
Yes, exactly. So I
Right.
was like, what the fuck are you talking about, Scott? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, no. I'm waiting for the Kanye wearing the MAGA hat memes and ranting about the Jews memes to start hitting the internet. I figure
Right.
that's probably going to happen sooner or later.
Well, I mean, the problem is this is actually the Kanye ranting about the Jews could potentially be a worse problem than I think people are understanding. Because like if Kanye is ranting about Jews and he just gets canceled, that's actually like the best case scenario. Okay. The worst case scenario is Kanye is ranting about Jews, a bunch of people and companies cancel him, but then a bunch of people actually start supporting anti-Semitism essentially.
Oh, yeah,
And
obviously that's what
and
we're
that's
worried
the
about.
worst case scenario for 2 reasons. A, because obviously it increases anti-Semitism and racism. But then B, the element that I don't think people are appreciating is that if anti-Semitism starts to boil up in response to Kanye's statements, that's going to make wokeness boil back up again. Because
Of course.
you're going to have all the people say, you're going to have a lot of Jews and a lot of non-Jews say, look, this is proof that just beneath the surface is all this anti-Semitism and racism that's just bubbling, waiting to get out. And all it took was someone like Kanye to come out and basically say what, quote unquote, everyone's thinking.
Right.
And that allows it all to kind of spew forward. And then they start relating that to like, well, this is what, like, they'll say, Kanye is just doing what Trump was doing, only mask off, They'll say Trump was more subtle and Kanye is just being more direct.
Yeah,
It's basically going to just make wokeness, way, way, way fucking worse.
the argument that we have been making against wokeness is that we've made a lot of progress on racism.
Right.
This is going to just completely throw that argument in the garbage.
If he's supported, I don't know if that's going to happen yet. We're still
Right,
kind of in
yeah,
the gray
yeah.
area, how the public's going to respond to this.
Yeah. I mean, it's happened in history where openly racist candidates have won elections.
Sure.
That's been a thing before.
And it's annoying too. And, Chase Morgan has a lot to blame for this because they basically canceled Kanye's account like right when this happened, even though I don't think it had anything to do with those comments because it seemed to be based off the fact that Kanye himself months ago said he was taking all of his money out of the Chase account and was criticizing the bank.
Right.
And so it was either A, a coincidence, or B, they were just using this as a way they thought it was a way to cancel his accounts without getting any flack, but not thinking about it. Obviously, they're not thinking about it in terms of, well, is this going to ferment racism? Because I saw so many people saying, including in the Mr. Girl clip that we're watching, he didn't say this, but the Flacco was saying this. So many people are saying, oh, the fact that, Chase Morgan canceled Kanye's bank account because of statements he said, doesn't that just prove that, Jews control the banks or something? Right. Like that's kind of the implication.
Yeah. No, it's awful. Yeah, it's totally awful. I see where this train's going, and I'm not liking it, to be honest with you.
Nope. So I guess we'll see. I guess we'll strap in and we'll see where it goes.
The Lex Friedman interview is worse. I mean, it's the worst yet.
No, I know.
It's
I watched. I didn't
so-
watch. I watched part of it. I just had to turn it off and discuss. I was like, I can't listen to this.
It's weird because every time you think, oh, it can't get worse than this. Oh, it did. Oh, it can't get worse than this though. Oh, wait, it did. It's like, what are we going to see tomorrow? I have no idea.
It's interesting too, because like I feel like I could probably be friends with someone who's a bigot to some extent. I don't think I could be friends with someone who's just fucking stupid.
Right.
And maybe that's my
Well,
own elitism.
that makes you kind
Right.
of a bigot. I mean,
I-
jeez.
I guess you're right. It makes me a bigot to stupid people. But
This is a thing because I mean, Lex is like totally hand holding him, just trying to explain the technical aspects of racism, and he's just not. He doesn't get it at all.
Mhm.
Like he's kind of like an Archie Bunker type character, just a bigot and doesn't know it.
Well, he does know it. He just doesn't care. But he's not. Again, it's like it's weird. And I guess we all have our little personal like taste. I'm bothered by the combination of his bigotry with his stupidity. It's like it's like he's hitting both of my like red flag of like being annoyed with people.
His bigotry though is based on an untrue fact set, and that's
bigotry in general is based off of an
right,
untrue fact.
exactly. But that's what Lex Friedman kept trying to explain to him. Here's how groups and individuals work, and
Right.
wouldn't you feel bad if this is how people thought of you, and like, but he's just like, no, you don't understand. I'm just telling the truth. It's like, oh no, the truth.
Right, but see, that's what I'm saying. It's like people like Scott Adams listened to that interview. Okay.
Mhm.
And Scott Adams likes Kanye. So he believes Kanye is some kind of magical genius, right?
Right.
So he's interpreting Kanye's actions as, well, and it's funny because even I could see he was hesitant because he was having this dilemma, like, is Kanye stupid or is he choosing not to interact with what Lex Friedman is saying?
He had the same dilemma with Trump. It's he's like 2 for 2 now.
Right, but I mean, first of all, I think Trump is like light years smarter than Kanye. Okay.
Oh,
At this
of
point.
course, yeah.
Like light years. Because I've listened to Kanye talk. I don't think there's any planning here. I don't think there's any strategy here. Because if there is, it's like then it is just all manic thought. What he's saying makes no sense. Because it's not just the racist stuff. Everything he's saying about any subject matter is just like this really completely. He really comes off as a completely out of touch, rich elite asshole who's had yes men blowing smoke up his ass his whole life, or most of his adult life.
Perfect assessment of the situation.
And so whenever he says whatever random fucking thought he puts out there, a bunch of people are like, oh my God, you're a genius. You're a genius. I mean, he's sitting around talking about like he's smarter than like all the greatest geniuses of all times.
I know.
And then he gives you his take on something and you're like, what the fuck does that mean?
yeah.
I mean, that's why I love so much in that conversation that we watched where, Kanye's out here saying that he's such a genius. He can fix the world's problems. And the guy's like, well, what are you going to do about Ukraine? He's like, well, I'm going to let God tell me the answer. I was like, what the fuck you? You don't get to say you're some great genius. And then when confronted with a problem, you're like, I'm going to pray. What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Lex Freeman pushed back pretty notably. Well, I guess Piers Morgan did push back pretty hard too. So,
Yeah.
But none of it really got through to him. So
None of it's getting through to anything because, as I said, it's like shouting into an empty cave.
right, yeah.
Right. There's nothing.
He's
yeah.
not listening.
Yeah. There's nothing
He's
to get
there
back there.
to. He's one of these people that is a broadcaster.
Right.
They're not there to interact with you. They're there so that you can be the audience for them to bestow their wisdom on you.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, that just seems super boring to me.
Would I take a CRT I take a CRT advocate over a flat earther? I would take the flat earther because I think it's less dangerous to society than the CRT person. I think the flat earth conspiracy is less damaging and also less persuasive. Like, I'm
Mhm.
not really afraid of people. I'm not afraid of the flat Earth ideology like sweeping the country. Like, I'd be afraid of CRT.
Yeah, I mean, the left painted Trump as a racist. I think definitely racists saw things that Trump said as racist and voted for him because they thought he was a racist. I mean, I never really thought Trump was a racist.
Mm-hmm.
So that's such a giant step in the wrong direction if someone is running on an openly racist platform, even if they are unaware that their platform is racist, which is the situation with Kanye. He's literally running for president on an openly racist
But
platform.
see, that's how you know the guy's not a genius. What kind? He fucking thinks that this is a good strategy. That he's gonna open his opening bid for running for president is to attack the Jews.
I guess he has no idea how Obama got elected because
He has
Obama
no idea
got,
how anyone got elected.
that's true. Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, Jesse Jackson ran for president like a million times
Mm-hmm.
as I'm going to be I'm going to take
black
care
guy
of my
president.
community. Yeah, exactly. Didn't work. Yeah.
No,
Obama ran as race doesn't matter. We're past race.
right.
And
Right.
he won 2 terms.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I don't
You guys
think
should watch the
Kanye's gonna have
Fetterman
much luck.
debate.
Maybe.
Yeah, isn't he losing now? I thought isn't Oz. I thought he was beating Oz until the debate, and then essentially Oz is winning by 10 points or something.
We can watch. I mean, I can stream a little bit tomorrow if you want.
Did they get back to you about Wednesday?
Not Tuesday. Not so area. We were supposed to talk to Not So Erudite on Thursday. Sitch had something come up, so we're gonna
Right.
push it back to Tuesday.
Next Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I can. I don't want to do Wednesday unless like someone was gonna come on. So.
I mean, we might be able to talk to Mr. Girl tomorrow if you want. Your
Oh.
call.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay, we can
see
do that.
if
If-
Max is available. So
Yeah. We could do him
Here, let me message
Wednesday,
him right now.
or we could do it next week because I can't do it Thursday. You can do it Friday. So-
Max, I know you're a pedo, so there's going to be a lot of pedo questions. No, I'll set it
Right.
up after the stream. If it's
Okay, so yeah, I could do Mr. Girl Wednesday. So that'll be an interesting conversation.
Right. So
Wednesday or next Wednesday.
are we done with super chats or?
No, not even close.
Okay.
Red Toa 94, thanks so much for the $10. Says happy Tuesday to my favorite 15-year-old sounding person of Shadow. And my favorite Christian Slater lookalike. There you go. There you go. Diogenes for $5 says, I think Adam is right. We'll throw Mr. Girl in the wood chipper just in case.
Oh, really? I was trying to read the chat and trying to pay attention. I couldn't tell if more people were for me or against me. There were definitely some people that were seriously against me.
I think it's pretty mixed.
So, but why? I don't understand the whole bad faith thing. I don't think I know what people mean by bad faith when they say that. I don't consider myself bad faith. I mean, I don't know that I even did I say that Mr. Girl was bad faith? I don't think I was. I think you said he was bad faith. What does that mean?
No, I said in that one part of the conversation when they're
Right.
both angry that both of them were kind of bad faith to each
Right.
other.
Bad faith, I think, is not engaging with someone's actual argument, but that's not happening. I understand his argument. I disagree with it. Both of us, Sitch and I, both understand the argument and have articulated it in multiple ways in a lot less time than anyone else has. So, whatever.
CT drew a picture that you can show.
I
It's
know. I'm
pretty-
bringing it up. It's
pretty
amazing.
awesome.
What
Yeah.
the fuck? CT, this is awesome.
Diogenes for $2 says also Lex Friedman interviewed Kanye. Check it out. Yeah, we just talked about that. Orion 919, thanks so much for being a Fuel Seeker for 6 months. Says seems Adam is too old or just too uncomfortable for this conversation. That's fine. Calling everything Max does is unintelligent or useless. Come on. Come on, man. Come on.
Well, the part
Joe
that
Biden. Come
the
on, man.
part that I'm saying is unintelligent is not having the self-awareness and the awareness of the internet slash streaming slash community environment to realize how you're going to be perceived and how you should react to that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I go on a stream, I don't expect people to trust me to have, difficult conversations.
Right.
Like, who am I? Like, what? You don't know me. But that seems to be Max's brand. Max's brand is I'm going to come on and talk and have an uncomfortable conversation with you when you have zero trust of me, which I just think is a losing project.
Mm-hmm.
How is that? How is it? Is it smart to do that, Sitch? You think that's a smart thing to do?
Well, I don't. It's not a smart thing to do, and I don't think you're a lot of people. Like, most people are not going to be willing to have that conversation.
Of course.
Like I would be, but I know that I'm unusual in that regard.
Yeah. I usually
So-
blow up.
Right.
Yeah. Our whole show revolves around it. This is another thing. Do you care if I talk about like our Mr. Girl conversations before this?
No, not really.
I mean,
I don't think I said anything like.
No,
contentious.
obviously. So, I mean, Mr. Girl came up and people wanted us in the audience, wanted us to talk to him. And I mean, I was kind of watching his content, but my take was he's just like a shit starter. Like he just, I didn't feel like I didn't trust him enough to have like a conversation. It seems like he has like a different set of rules for him than he does for other people. So I just felt like, it's a wild card. I don't necessarily want to deal with it. Like if he comes on, I'm going to have to call him a pedo, and it's probably going to end up just me calling him a pedo and him denying it, right?
Right.
This is why I thought this conversation was so interesting with Flacco and Adam 22, because I felt like, okay, I'm Flacco here and Sitch is Adam 22, because Sitch wanted to talk to Mr. Girl, and I just was like, we're if we have a conversation with him, first of all, we're gonna have to have the pedo conversation, because he could be the next Amos Yee. Like, it would not surprise me if he turns up, arrested. So, I mean, obviously he's coming on now. We're going to have that conversation, but I feel like,
Well, yeah, but the context of the entire conversation would be about that subject matter. So
yeah,
it's
we're
not
in,
like,
we're in
it's
a
not
way
an ambush or anything like that.
Yeah, we're in a way different place. And I do
Right.
feel like Mr. Girl wanted to come on and have a conversation with us and just like not really talk about the pedo stuff at all. Just, have a friendly conversation
Sure.
with us. And
Sure.
I'm not down to sanitize pedos. Like, I don't want to do that. That's not my mission in life. Like, I agree. I agree with Mr. Girl about there are certain personalities that we just shouldn't sanitize.
Right.
I mean, that's his argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Girl being potentially one of them, but maybe he'll change our minds. Who knows?
Right.
So this
So,
piece of artwork is fucking crazy good.
Yeah, CT drew this. It's great. You bring up the one with all the labels on it.
I am looking at the one with the labels on it, but I figured we could just kind of.
Okay, yeah. So the face mask at the top above Happy Halloween is Doss's face.
Okay.
These are all people from like the Discord. There's Adam right underneath that. Adam is dressed as Nauta,
right
from Fooly Cooley.
Fooly Cooley, yeah.
Right. Which I love. That's a great. You got your little bass guitar in the back.
Yeah.
Vox is on the left. It's a little three-headed bird, three-headed crow. There's Dr. Disgusting A-Team degenerate Dr. Thallium with his little duck.
Why do you say that?
Because he's a disgusting Dr. Duck. Look at his little Dr. Duck outfit.
You got ducks all wrong, man. You're just prejudiced against ducks. Ducks are adorable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then there's Doomer. Doomer's the kid with the blonde hair in the
Right.
middle. It's funny if you don't know this. Doomer looks like Jay Bauman from Red Letter Media, which is kind of hilarious. But there's Doomer dressed as Akira,
Right.
or I guess technically, what's the kid's name from Akira? Is it Akira? No, his name. It's not Akira, right?
I don't
What's
remember.
what's the kid's name? There's Tetsuo's the motorcycle guy.
Right.
What's the other kid?
Well, I guess one of them is named Akira, isn't he?
No, Akira's like the giant. I guess he's dressed as Tetsuo.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Akira's
Where
the
is he? I don't
monster.
know. Who's who? Yeah, Akira's the kid who's the monster.
Yeah.
But what are the wait? Let me bring up what are the character names? He's dressed as I don't know. Someone in the chat knows. Canada? Okay, you're right. Thank you. He's Canada, not Tetsuo. Tetsuo is the psychic kid. Canada. There's Harker. There's Harker is right. She's Maka, which I'm not familiar with that anime. Maka from Soul Eater? Yes, Maka from Soul Eater. And there's CT on the left as Alucard, which is awesome. I really like the Alucard costume. And then there's me as Base Killua from Hunter x Hunter.
Your favorite anime of all time.
My favorite shonen anime of all time, yes. And then you see to my right, there's a tiny little lion, which is CT's sister, and a tiny little ninja, which is Ninja. And then to my left, there's a tiny little Hank Hill in a devil costume, which is utter nonsense.
That's hilarious.
Which is utter nonsense. And then to his left is Carl Franz, yes.
This
As
is
the
great.
Emperor
And then
Carl.
CT,
So-
obviously,
Yeah, I said CT's as Alucard. So
with some pentagrams.
yeah, he has the pentagrams on his gloves. But so yeah, no, it's a great picture. It's a great picture.
Fun stuff.
Beautiful.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Happy Halloween. That's right.
Getting close.
Getting there.
Sitch is going to go trick-or-treating.
Of course, they're gonna say I'm too old to trick or treat. I'm gonna get very offended.
Yeah. Why are you doing that?
Oh, there's utter nonsense in the chat. Sitch, stop hating. Utter nonsense is also another degenerate A-team spy.
A-Team is amazing. I don't know why you would belittle our glory.
Okay. CT also gave us $2. See, God, stop giving us money. CT says Mr. Girl is discount Andy Kaufman without the charm. So there you go. CT is not a Mr. Girl fan.
Yeah,
Not
CT's
Mr. Girl
not
fan.
a Mr. Girl fan either, so.
Yeah. So, bruh moment. Thanks so much for the $2. Says Adam Nick Fuentes friended.
Well, I just be consistent in your arguments, okay? You can't freak. This is what was so infuriating about it because, okay, Destiny wants to have conversations with Nick Fuentes because he's drama farming, right? But Mr. Girl doesn't seem to realize, oh, that's why he's talking to me too. He's drama farming.
Right.
So it's a lack of self-awareness that rubs me the wrong way. When Destiny talks to us, I don't think he's drama farming. So,
Well, yeah, but we're not. I mean, we're not exactly drama, and we don't.
yeah, we're not.
We
Drama
don't generally
material.
produce drama on this show.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, maybe we should. We would definitely get our numbers up if we did.
Well, we can talk about that because I'm down to
Right.
if we want to invite some guests on that we can have interesting conversations with. We have a little bit of, one of us has to at least be world's best moderator though, because the 2-on-1 thing is problems.
That's true. That is.
And sometimes people are like, you get more than one lol count, and next thing you know, it's like shit's going off the rails. Yeah. It's hard to tard wrangle multiple people.
That's true. That's right. If you want Destiny to drama farm off you have to start LARPing as a Nazi, a tanky, or a pedo. There you go.
Yeah. Somebody pointed out when he was on our show, President Sunday was mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And I said something about like, oh yeah, President Sunday's crazy. He's totally fucking unhinged. And they were like, and Destiny took a little note like, oh, President Sunday, huh? That sounds interesting. Because he started talking. He started talking to President Sunday right after that.
That's funny.
Yeah. I know about the drama farming. I know what Destiny's doing. Okay. Sneeko. This could be a good conversation.
Well, I think with Sneeko, Destiny has, I don't think this is true. I think he's wrong. I think Destiny has a wild idea that he can like fix Sneeko.
Well, Destiny is more ambitious about thinking that he can change people's minds.
Yes.
The big question for me is, I mean, Destiny is more in a position to change people's minds because he's more popular. And I think popularity has a lot to do with it.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I've tried to get Sitch to debate Milo Yiannopoulos. I mean, if you'll debate Nick Fuentes,
that's like the one. That's like the one thing you always come back to. Why? There's no reason to debate someone who's a grifter. Okay.
Yeah, there is. It's called drama farming. We just had a conversation about this.
Okay, but there is a way. There's a reason.
Look,
if I'm going to come up in the conversation.
One's in the chat if you think people would watch Sitch versus Milo Yiannopoulos.
No. You need to let me finish. Okay. If I were a person who would be willing to drama farm intentionally and put on some persona and virtue signal and create drama, then yes, I could totally debate Milo and something interesting come out of it. But everyone listening knows that that's not me. Okay. And so if I'm trying to be real in a conversation with someone who's just like Milo Yiannopoulos in the conversation, it's going to be super boring because as the conversation that you sent me, before you wanted me to talk to Milo, he was just being completely agreeable on everything.
Yeah, but look, I'm not looking at it like the conversation needs to go crazy. I'm looking at it like,
why do I have to do this? Why don't you fucking do this?
I'm looking at it like, what would somebody see in their feed and go, oh my God, I want to watch that. And Milo Yiannopoulos versus PSA Sitch is like a dead ringer for that. Milo Yiannopoulos versus PSA Sitch is something it would be impossible for me not to click on.
Okay.
Also, PSA Sitch versus Nick Fuentes. Yes, I'm there. Click, 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 click. I'm the clickbait king, man. All I think of is, who can I pair? Nobody wants to hear Adam debate Milo Yiannopoulos, okay? They want to hear you debate Milo Yiannopoulos.
I see. Okay.
They do. They do. You have a way of like dismantling people that people are into.
Did you watch Destiny versus Milo on stage? It was boring. Yeah, I did watch that, and I was like, "Why? This is going to just be that part too." So.
Destiny debated Milo on stage.
Yeah, you didn't see that?
No.
I thought.
When did this happen?
I thought you sent that to me.
No.
It was very boring.
Well, that doesn't matter. They've already clicked. Okay. Look.
Okay.
We'll fix it as we go along. I'm just trying to throw out ideas that could be interesting. But you usually are not like, I don't want to do that.
CT said I should debate Milo on whether he's Jewish or not.
That would be good. Look, people would love that.
That's right.
You should.
That's true. There is a video where I destroyed Nick, but it wasn't on anything related to the JQ.
Yeah, no. What would you debate Nick on? I don't know.
I don't even know. That would be my only hesitancy. I don't know what I would debate Nick on.
Right.
This is part of the problem. Okay. Part of the problem, like when you're saying like part of the problem with talking to Mr. Girl is since he's so known for one thing, you like have to talk about that one thing.
Of course. Right? Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Nick Fuentes. It's like Nick Fuentes is so known for the controversy, the fact that he doesn't like Jews and he's maybe a white nationalist. And it's like, so is that like, do I care enough to have that conversation with Nick that he's had a million times just because I know I'll get a lot of views? Like,
yeah, because it'll make the show bigger. Come on, Sitch. Why do you think Destiny's doing it?
Why do you think cloud farm Just drama form.
Oh
That's
my
just-
God.
Oh god.
Now you ruined it. You called it clout farming. Why?
That's what it is, though. That's what it is.
Yeah, but you don't have to call it that. You call it community outreach.
Okay.
Come on.
Right.
We can think of a better name than clout farming.
Okay.
Jeez, Sitch.
Right. That's true. Milo is not even relevant anymore. That's true.
Milo isn't relevant, but a Milo talking to PSA Sitch would be relevant immediately.
Well,
it
to
would
our
be.
fans. Yes.
Yeah, but so many people would discover the show. They'd be like, "Oh, I thought Milo was dead. Who are these guys?"
Maybe. I don't think so.
What are you talking about?
I don't really think so. But
I mean,
Anyway.
this is how this works. Are you kidding me? Come on.
okay. Libertarian Sasquatch, thank you for the $5. Says, so if you joke about being a Nazi your whole life, at what point do you become suspicious? Well, I mean, that is part of the issue. That is part of the problem, yeah.
And a perfect response to Mr. Girl losing his mind over Nick Fuentes. He's like, Nick Fuentes is making the same argument Mr. Girl's making.
Yeah. I was sad. I wanted to talk to Dave Smith, but he doesn't seem interested, apparently.
Nobody, look, that video is going to get 1,000 views. Nobody cares.
That's the problem. All the people I want to talk to are about issues that no one gives a shit about.
I know.
I have to talk to some people about crazy shit that I don't really care that much about.
Welcome to the game.
Oh, I hate the game. I hate the game. Oh my god. Adam, listen.
look.
You need to get better at debating, Adam. So you can debate all the clickbait people, and I can debate the people no one gives a shit about.
We've never seriously played the game anyway.
I know we have.
I mean, it's not really something.
And it's my fault. I understand that it's my fault.
Well, we're kind of, well, this is the thing you said on the last stream. I said, I'm resigned to the fact that the show has reached critical mass. Like, we're not going to grow any bigger because we're not going to do anything to grow any bigger.
Mm-hmm.
But you were like, oh, I think the show can get bigger. Well, not if we don't do anything.
Right.
So I don't that is a little contradictory to me.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
So that made me think maybe you did want to do something, and I was gonna like put the thumb screws to you privately, not on a stream, of course.
Right. So I'll say to you what I said in private, but I don't know. You always loop back on it, like you have you have
dementia.
you're the guy from Memento or something. Okay. I'm fine with debating people. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell me who. Obviously, I said I don't want to debate Milo. Just tell me who it is that you think you want to debate, and just give me a heads up on like what the subject is and when it is. That's all I said.
Every
okay?
time I pitch somebody, time I
listen.
pitch somebody, you're like, nah.
That's not true. That is
Nah.
not true. That happened with literally one person,
Milo,
and you're like obsessed with it. Okay.
Nick Fuentes.
This is the first time you've ever talked about trying to set up some conversation with Nick Fuentes. We've never talked about.
Well,
this
he was
before.
kind of irrelevant before Destiny made him relevant.
I understand. Well, I understand, but you can't use that as an example of every time I bring up someone to debate, you say no. When it's one person, it's the only person I've said no to. And this other person you've never talked about before. So
well, I can't if I say it now though, and you say no.
Yeah, okay. I'll think about it.
All right, guys, I'll think about it.
There you go. This is how you listen. And I said this on stream once. I'll say it again. This is how you know that Adam is the work wife. Okay. He's like a woman. He just keeps bringing up the one thing. He never lets it go. That I didn't want to debate Milo.
Why are women such great archaeologists?
Yeah. Because they're great at digging up old shit.
Because they keep digging up old shit.
Exactly.
Of course. Right. No, I don't. Look, well, our show is fun. It is fun.
I
enjoy reaching out to people and trying to set stuff up. So, I mean, I like to think about what we could potentially do.
Right. I'd have to. The reason I have to think about it is I have to think how to structure a conversation with Nick that is simultaneously talking about the white nationalism Jew shit, but without it just being like, here's Sitch coming in with the newspaper to smack Nick and moralize, which is like not no one, but a lot of people don't want to hear that.
Yeah, but we can talk. look, we've had many conversations before we've gone into debates that I think have been helpful in structuring how we want to go about having conversations. So
I understand. So I was saying
feel
that
like
I'd have
we
to
can
think
do
about
that.
how to
Yeah.
have that conversation. I'm not sure exactly right at this moment how to have that
Yeah, we don't
conversation.
want to look like big fucking pieces of shit. Like we also,
Right.
even though we are reluctantly in this space, we are kind of in the same space as Destiny with
Right.
much more, I think, a much more realistic understanding about how the challenges of shifting people's opinions. So I think we're more, Destiny is worried about doing more harm than good. I think he genuinely wants to move people in a direction he thinks is good, a direction that I think
Yeah,
is
of course
good
he
as
does.
well. So
Right.
yeah, so we're in that space. That's the goal. That's what we want to do. We want to change people's minds. We want to do it intelligently. And I feel like you can do a lot of damage in certain situations if you aren't smart about it. So yeah,
Who's Ryan Donson? I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
Someone's saying to bring him on, debate him. I don't know who he is or what you want us to debate about, but the Butter Ample for $5 says Mr. Girl has done more to defend kids from abusers than anyone that's ever been on this show, including the hosts. I don't know if he meant our show or I think he meant the show in which Mr. Girl was talking to. So there you go. I don't know what has Mr. Girl done.
The Butter Ample is delusional.
It's a Mr. Girl simp, but is Mr. Girl done some kind of like activism to protect kids? I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
I have that citation needed. That's like the biggest citation needed in the world. Yeah. Did he turn down a babysitting gig or something? Is that how he did it? Fuck.
Daniel Irish for $10 says A-Team normally reigns supreme, but in this conversation, I regretfully have to admit that S-Class is the best class.
Oh my God. No. Sitch proclaimed before this conversation that the chat was going to be universally against me. Everyone was going to hate me. And I was like, yeah, so?
Well, listen, no, I said, so I hadn't watched the stream and Adam was all like, we have to cover the stream. And basically you built it up like Mr. Girl is 100% wrong. Flacco is 100% right. And I'm like, okay, I'll watch the video. And I watch it and I'm like, that's not really the take I get from this.
Yeah.
There's a lot more nuance in this conversation.
Well, I read the comments. I knew people were against Flacco. I knew, like, I get it. Yeah, I do get it.
Okay. Sobek for $5 says to stop climate change. Oh God. To stop climate change, we should really lower the U.S. population by 3 to 5%. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There you go. God's Joke for $10 says, Sitch, I have watched your People's R origins video, and I always wondered, what was your source for the term racism originating from how the Nazis treated the Jews? I would like to have it for debates. That's a good question. I don't remember. I'd have to go back into my notes and look.
That video is epic, and I think I've watched it 4 or 5 times because I do go back to that video and watch it again. It's such a great resource.
It was actually, it didn't do very well, if I remember view-wise, but, which is my fault. But that was actually really surprising to me for that video. I was trying to look into the origin of the term racism, and almost all sources, like, it's kind of like no one knows. Essentially, like there's just like a couple of like sources that people will point to, like kind of broadly or generally. And I was like, well, you don't really have to look at where the definition came from. You have to look at how it became popular. And I'll be honest, I don't remember because that was years ago. But I was surprised to see that actually when I did dig into it, most of the sources that were saying, oh, the term racism really only became popular to refer to the Nazis as racist. And that actually does make sense because you'd say, well, wait a minute. Why does the term racism have so much power in America if there was a time period where Americans were openly racist and didn't give a fuck? Like, why would they care about, like, why would white people in in Jim Crow South care
Yeah,
about being
totally.
called racist when they were openly, literally fucking racist? Why would they care? And then suddenly that was like the light bulb, like, oh, that's why they cared, because you're basically calling them a Nazi. So,
Hmm.
but I don't remember
Fascinating.
the source I found for that. I'd have to go back and look.
So they didn't mind being called racist as in racist against blacks, but they did mind being called Nazis because of World War II.
Well, there's just that the term racist wasn't really popular in American culture until
Right.
World War II,
Right.
at least according to my research. Like the term existed, it existed in like the early 1900s. It just wasn't widely talked about.
It
Like,
wasn't perceived of as evil.
right, like people in the North and like in the 1920s were not like, oh, those evil racist Southerners. Like that wasn't a way in which conversations were had.
Mm.
Uh, but that's what I mean, that's what you should look up on Google. Look up like, the origin of the term racism in relation to the Nazis or something. Matrix 07012 for 50 Kazarkas arcs says, this class is the best class.
Sometimes. Occasionally.
Potato. Thanks so much, our surrogate uncle Potato. He's been outside the simulation.
Wow.
4 months.
Wow. Wow.
4 months.
That's awesome.
Says, considering the amount of people making public statements about how being gay is wrong, I would assume that public statements about sex does the opposite of Adam's theory.
What is?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I follow that.
Yeah. What's my theory? Is Potato still around? He can do like a normal chat.
Considering the amount of
wants to
people making
clarify.
public statements about how being gay is wrong, I would assume that public statements about sex does the opposite of Adam's. Well, I'm not really following. I mean, people aren't really making statements about being gay is wrong nowadays. It seems like kind of the opposite.
Well, there
right?
are people that do make those statements that are like, religious conservatives.
Yeah, but they're sort of attacked and ostracized.
Yeah, to some
know.
extent.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting if you bring up Google Books where they like talk about like books using the term racism, or you could type in a word and Google Books will like say like when the word started appearing in print, like it's basically nothing until 1940. There's like a little bump, but then it really takes off in the 60s. So
Yeah, that's when Antifa picked it up.
well, yeah, that's when the civil rights movement, came about. So interesting. You don't see Potato in chat. Mr. Scratch, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Thank you. Desert Runner, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 8 months. Says the majority of pedos I've interacted with professionally are usually unrepentant and view their behavior as expressing their love and their victims want it. Well, you're a lawyer, right? So I assume you're Desert Runner's a cop, right?
Yeah.
He's a cop, right?
Australia.
Yeah, so right. So Desert Runner, I mean, you're not just interacting with pedos, you're interacting with, pedos
Sex
that have committed
offenders.
crimes,
Yeah.
Right? So like that makes sense. It definitely makes sense.
Yeah, they're rationalizing their behavior.
Right. Well, hey, I mean, listen, there's that book. One of my favorite books of all time is Invitation to a Beheading.
Mm-hmm.
And it's written by the guy that wrote Lolita.
Nabokov
Nabokov or whatever.
or whatever.
I don't know how to say his name.
Nabokov.
Some Russian name. Vladimir Nabokov. Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's 100% a pedo. Like 100%
Nabokov is, you think, after Lolita?
Nabokov is 100% a pedo.
Of
Yeah.
course he is.
No,
yeah.
there are people that were defending Lolita like it was just a book. And it's like, yeah, it's theoretically possible that someone who's not a pedo could write a book about that subject matter. But even in Invitation to a Beheading, there's a part about a little girl, and you're like, this guy's 100% a pedo.
Right.
And it's weird because it seems like a common pedo thought that like little girls are intentionally sexualizing themselves. Like it's like they have this weird delusion in their mind. Like that little kids have some weird sexual thoughts. that like for some reason no one else understands or sees. It's very bizarre. So, where was I? Vincent Martin, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Extreme Dad, thanks so much for $5. Says there isn't one single state in the United States that you can have sex with a girl under the age of 18 that you'll not go to jail guaranteed. That's not true. What do you mean? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. As I said, the age of consent's different all over in all the different states. And all the different states have different, requirements and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tested the consent laws, so
That's true. That's true. Salandri, thanks so much for the $10. Says you can't control your thoughts. You can't control your thoughts. You can only control what thoughts you focus on. You are not your thoughts. That's true. That's very, 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 very true. And I guess that would be important to bring up the conversation with Max, which is that I feel like part of what, well, first of all, I feel like that's true and it's also not true. Because I feel personally that if you focus your thoughts on something continually over your life, that they become your thoughts. Whatever you focus on becomes your thoughts, essentially.
becomes you even.
And becomes you. So even if you're getting thoughts and you choose not to focus on them, which is incredibly difficult, I think you will cut down on those thoughts. But that's an important distinction to make, is what you focus on. And I feel like part of what Max is saying would only make people focus on pedophilic thoughts more, not less. So.
Cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on minimizing catastrophizing, which catastrophizing is a total thought process.
Of course.
By learning to question your own thoughts using CBT techniques called cognitive restructuring, you can correct many of these distortions. So that, like, the whole idea behind CBT is that your thoughts are ruining your life.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a really unfortunate acronym, unfortunately.
So the CBT, I know every time I bring it up, though,
I snicker.
it stands for cock and balls torture, but
yeah.
which is exactly the opposite. I mean, that is catastrophizing in my eyes. Cock and balls torture.
That's true. That's true. Adam is a big advocate of CBT techniques. Yes.
Did I say that? I think I probably did, huh?
Jorgen, thanks so much for being a Fuel Seeker for 7 months. Says S-Class calls JP Morgan Chase Morgan. A team is best team. Did I say the name wrong?
Chase Morgan.
I don't know. Whatever. Who the fuck knows?
You
cares?
gotta,
I listen. I'm a bank bootlicker. I don't keep track of all the names. Okay.
I feel like Sitch is anti Wall Street.
I am. My moral intuitions are very anti Wall Street, but I understand, as someone who A, owns stock, so I would be a dirty hypocrite, and B, I understand. I understand. This is why I'm in a weird place. I understand the moral intuition that people have on the left for being against Wall Street, and for the moral intuition they have against, like, and we talked about this on stream a lot too, especially in the past. I don't know if we talked about it recently, but I understand the left wing into, like, moral intuition to be against, like, the idea of someone who's a capital owner. Like, I understand that intuition, but I understand logically that system has to exist in order to get growth and business going, and I think it does create a net benefit for society overall.
Hell yeah, a giant benefit.
Harker, stop. You're Harker, you're like double not allowed to give money. Okay. Stop it. Harker Hayes for $5 says, keep the change, you filthy animal. Okay, she's just trying to trigger me. Can we have a wood chipper emoji before the next stream?
Is that wrong? I mean,
listen,
if we have a wood chipper emoji and Mr. Girl comes on and the chat is filled with wood chipper emojis.
There will be, listen, I will replace one of the emojis with a ragamuffin emoji. We are not getting a wood chipper emoji. Okay.
Look, people are going even stronger than me here. I didn't bring up the wood chipper, Sitch. I want credit.
Well, to be fair, I said wood chipper enthusiast. That's the opening line of the stream.
Oh, you did? I know.
Yes.
I tried to dial it back. Well, that was a good introduction, though, for me to say.
The walk back, yeah.
I don't. The Mr. Girl stands are not going to be happy no matter what. I said in the very beginning I didn't think he was a pedophile, but they're like, sure,
Listen,
sure
the
you
only-
don't.
the only person I'm going to advocate to go into there's already a wall emoji. Jesus Christ. The only person
Oh shit.
oh, listen, I don't want to get the channel deleted like Ricada, okay?
Yeah.
The only person I'm advocating for to go into the wood chipper
Mhm.
is Daryl Brooks. All right.
Oh my God. Yes.
Put Daryl Brooks right in that wood chipper, okay?
Is today the sentencing?
I don't know, is it?
I might have to.
People were
catch
saying the
up.
trial was wild today, so I don't know. I don't know what
Oh,
happened
okay.
today, but
I'll catch up.
Daryl Brooks.
Not now. Come on, we gotta go.
Well, I just want to see if the sentencing was today. No, it was closing
Um,
arguments today.
I'm
So,
starving and
Stop whining.
oh my God.
The jury's deliberating right now. See, well, that's shocking. I would have, as I said, I was predicting the jury would deliberate for like 5 minutes.
Oh, they're deliberating now? Really?
So they could come back. They could come back today. Maybe we'll know. I don't know. Well, actually, I don't know. Usually they don't come back in the middle of the night. So
They go in there and they're like, listen, we all know he's guilty.
right.
But let's tell some Daryl jokes before we get out of here.
I bet Parker says this is what people crave. Stop it. Well, I don't want to get this. Stop with the wall shit. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want the stream taken down. Okay. But I predict tomorrow. Daryl Brooks is the guy who ran over the people in Waukesha.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Defended
he-
himself and called witnesses of people that he ran over their fucking kids.
Yeah, and it was just basically being a horrible piece of shit the whole trial, which shouldn't really surprise anyone considering what he did. But I predict that the jury's going to come in 8 o'clock in the morning, ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get out of here early.
Right. But okay, can the jury come in tonight or is it too late? Will they come in tomorrow? I would assume it's too late, right? They're not going to come in at like 10 o'clock at night, like, oh, we're done. So,
We brought our own noose.
Yeah, right. Fat Brown. Oh, and then also Harker said, also, which is better, Repo or Beyond the Black Rainbow? Well, I've never seen Beyond the Black Rainbow.
Do you mean
so
Repo Man?
The Repo the Genetic Opera.
Oh, okay.
I
I never seen that.
You would love it. It's a horrible, horrible musical.
Repo the Genetic Opera, huh? Beyond the Black Rainbow is pretty. It's not like a great movie. It's just a movie that you're like, this is fucking trippy.
I could not make it I could not finish Repo the Genetic Opera. I really, really despise that movie.
Oh, okay.
Like it has like a cult following. Some people love that fucking movie. It's like 100% camp.
It's got Paris Hilton in it.
It's got Giles from Buffy in it. It's got lots of people in it, but it's just like
okay.
it's so campy, and I have a very low tolerance for that kind of camp. So I'm gonna say Beyond the Black Rainbow.
Have you seen Beyond the Black Rainbow?
No, but I'm gonna assume it's better.
Okay, I like it. I'll take it.
I did the other Repo Man, the non-musical Repo Man, is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life.
You didn't like Repo Man with Emilio Estevez?
No, that's a different
Really?
one.
Oh,
That's a different one. That's the one where they're actually Repo Men. The one with Forrest Whitaker and who's the white guy in Repo Man?
Is it a remake of the original one or is it
No,
different? Oh,
Jude Law. It's Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker. Where they're Repo the Genetic Opera is the same plot as the Repo Men. I don't know which one came first. Where basically it's that people will get organs implants in their bodies that they have to take out loans to, and if you can't pay the loans, the Repo Men come and they take your organs out.
okay. I think I saw that and was like, this sucks, and stopped watching.
It will okay. The end of that movie is you finding out that 75% of the movie is a hallucination the main character's having as he's dying.
Oh, even worse. I'm glad
Yeah.
I stopped watching.
It's the dumbest. I was sitting there like it was She-Hulk level ending garbage. You're like, really? Like 75% of this movie was worthless. It was a hallucination of a dying person. Fuck you. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
It was all just a dream.
Repo reminded people of Rocky Horror. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It
Wasn't
has
Wizard
a
of
sort of a
Oz?
similar feel. But
Doesn't
what?
Wizard of Oz suffer from the same problem?
Wizard of Oz? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
Wizard of Oz is all Dorothy is 100% a dream.
Is it?
Yeah, she wakes up at the end of the.
Well, not in the books, because doesn't she go back?
I'm pretty sure it's a dream. I mean, she
Not in the
wakes.
source material. Well, first of all, there's two things. The source material is not a dream, and secondly, the Wizard of Oz is all a political allegory, so it's okay for it to be a dream.
Okay.
The difference between like an entire story being a dream and you're like, oh, you're along the ride with the dream, and oh no, this character died and they're just hallucinating. So everything they watched didn't matter.
Jacob's Ladder.
Okay, first of all, you just spoiled Jacob's Ladder.
Well, you like Jacob's Ladder though.
Jacob's Ladder is completely different though.
Okay.
The point actually you're
I'm
you're
sorry.
so,
I spoiled a
you, first of all,
40-year-old movie.
you just spoiled the Jacob's Ladder. Okay. Secondly, Jacob's Ladder is a very interesting concept. Jacob's Ladder is the character literally dies right at the beginning of the movie. And you see them die right at the beginning of the movie.
Mhm.
Like the first minute of the movie is the main character dying. And the rest of the movie is them trying to cope with the fact that they're dead. So it's not like a hallucination. It's like some sort of like weird afterlife, like trying to move on scenario.
Right. Oh, okay.
So I think it's a little different.
I'll have to rewatch that.
Fat Brown Buffalo, our favorite young Turk for $20, says Destiny and Actual Justice Warrior mostly agree whenever they appear on streams together, but seems one is Team Blue and one is Team Red. If you had them both on to discuss which party is currently more toxic, how would you think it would go? That'd be interesting. Yeah, that's an
That would be
idea
interesting. Yeah, that's
for
a great
conversation.
idea. Maybe I'll see if I can do that.
That would be great.
Put that together.
I already envision how the conversation is going to go, and I think it'll be a good conversation because it'll basically be Team Red vote what doesn't accept voting, and Team Blue is woke. So, and also crime because that's Sean's area of expertise. But Ace Mori for $5 says, "What do you guys think about lollies? Do you think they're ethical or unethical?" I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I think drawing the art, I don't have like a problem with it per se.
Unethical.
Well, the question I would have is, and I don't know the answer to this, and I don't know if this has ever been studied. There's people looking at like cartoon lolly porn and presumably jacking off to it. Does that like provide an outlet?
It's unethical, man.
No, but wait a minute. It depends on these two things. Does that provide an outlet that would prevent people who have those thoughts from acting them in the real world? Or does it make it more likely for them to act those thoughts out in the real world? Or I guess is it neutral and doesn't have any effect whatsoever?
Yeah, I guess that's the question. I guess we
Right.
need a double blind study.
So
Right.
I don't know the answer to that question, but
I would think that it probably pushes them closer to acting them out, but I mean,
I have
why?
no clue.
Why would you just? Why would you let people indulge those thoughts?
as I said, it depends on what the answer to that is.
Mhm.
Because if it makes it worse, then it's unethical. If it makes it better, then it's ethical. And if it makes it neutral, I guess I don't really care. So
Mhm. My gut tells me it's unethical, and I'm going to
Okay.
go with my gut.
there you go. Rico Zero, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 8 months. Says 8 months of free will on the 8th month of the Roman calendar. Imagine the level of corruption nowadays where months are added. Biden to add 13 months.
Oh man,
Is this October was the 8th month on the Roman calendar? Really? I know I saw a video I forgot about. I forget the exact rationale. There's like this huge fucking weird thing where like Caesar himself was in charge of like maintaining the calendar because the way that the calendar was structured in like in ancient Roman days, it had to be constantly updated, otherwise it would get all fucked up. And Caesar or something hadn't been updating it because he had been on all these wars. So for like 3 or 4 years, Rome was like all their months were totally fucked up and their calendar was like a complete disaster. Like it was like June in the middle of winter essentially. And I forget exactly the rationale behind all this stuff.
I mean, 4 years.
Oh, you're right. October, octa means 8. You're right. That should be pretty obvious.
Yeah. October is usually the 10th month.
Yeah. Yeah, but octo, the prefix, means 8. So
I know. What's going on?
I never thought about that.
Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't, no.
Thanks, Biden.
Yeah, the video, you're right. The video, it was the longest year in human history. That was the name of the video. It's by History Civilis, who I really like his stuff. Yeah, November means 9, December means 10, Septa means 7. Yeah, that's interesting. I never thought about that.
I
never really processed that. Interesting. It was right in front of my face the whole time, and I never thought about it. So did the Romans not have 12 months, or did they just, was January and February at the end of their calendar instead of the beginning, like in ours?
Oh my God. Daryl Brooks is an idiot is trending.
I mean, that's not surprising.
Oh my God.
What is it in reference to?
Holy shit.
Something specific or just a general?
I clicked on it. There's a bunch of clips and a bunch of screenshots.
Daryl Brooks is an idiot.
Yeah.
Is it on Twitter?
Yeah, I just saw it. What's happening under trending? Politics trending.
So when I typed it in, the first thing I get is it just me or is Judge Doro in the Daryl Brooks trial smoking hot? Apparently there's a hot judge for the case.
Here is...
I mean, she looks pretty good in this picture. I'll say that.
She's right up your alley. She looks like a hot MILF.
She does. Oh, man. Listen, I don't know what it is, and I hate to say this about her.
Mm-hmm.
She looks almost, I don't know what it is. She has that look about her. She looks like the kind of hot teacher that got caught having sex with like a 15-year-old boy. Doesn't she? Like, there's something about her. Look, you're like, I'd expect to see her in a newspaper article.
That's your fantasy, Sitch.
Listen, I'm just saying that's the way she looks. All right.
When Mr. Girl comes on,
something about her.
When Mr. Girl wants to come on and pull out his thought experiments, Sitch is going to be like, well, let's see. What if you're crashed on a desert island with a 40-year-old mother of 2?
She looks like Monica Lewinsky. Oh, you're right. She does have a kind of Monica Lewinsky. She looks better than Monica Lewinsky does, but yeah, she has kind of a similar look. True. Sammy G. Hey, Sammy. Says, sadly, I missed most of the stream, but before it ends, question for Adam. Fishnet stockings or thigh-high socks? Choose wisely.
Well, is it for Adam Chan? I mean, I'll go with thigh-high socks.
Mm-hmm.
Personally.
Good choice.
Yeah.
I would also go with the thigh-high socks.
Yeah.
There you go.
And as an artist, they're easier to draw. So
right. But it might not be for Adam Chan. It might just be for Adam.
Oh shit.
Adam San.
Look, I'll edit that shit on the fly. Don't think I won't.
Let me look at the Streamlabs.
Oh shit.
What's up?
There's a meme of Trump economy and Biden economy, and it has, I don't know who the girl is, but she's pretty hot. And then it has the trans woman TikToker from the
I don't know what you're talking about.
Biden had a trans woman TikToker.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
That everyone's losing their mind over.
Right.
And I'm seeing way too much. Not really to my tastes.
Someone sent me some weird saucy tweet. Why do they send this to me? People send me weird shit sometimes.
Of course. Yeah, that's what they like to do.
I know.
They're like, put this up on stream. It'll be funny.
I don't think so. The Love Doctor 69 all day. Thanks so much for the $2. Says, the reason that Mr. Girl called Flacco a virtue signaler is that at the end of the day, we cannot 100% 100% consciously know what drives our thoughts and our desires. A person can say, I never thought, but how can you really know? Well, you could say, I mean, you can determine whether you've ever thought about something. I guess you can't determine whether you'd ever think about it in the future, right? But anyway, I think my explanation for the Richard Signaling comment made a little bit more sense than that. That it was that if everyone is gonna, if some act is so heinous that even if someone was participating in the act or the thought process, they lie about it, then what's the point of asking someone if they, engage in that thought process?
I mean, I don't necessarily know that it is virtue signaling though, because I mean, isn't virtue signaling when you basically say something that the cost appears to be very high, but is in actuality very low? To say that you're not a pedophile is the cost is low perceptually and in reality.
That's not how I define virtue signaling. So.
How do you define virtue signaling?
Like just literally you are putting out a position to signal to everyone your virtue, or what team you're on.
Yeah, but think of it in terms of like the immigration thing. So all these cities that are so far away from the border and haven't seen an immigrant, for 100 years, they all say, oh, we're a sanctuary city, right? But in reality, immigration's not going to affect them. It's easy for them to say, oh, I'm a sanctuary city.
I understand all that.
So the cost would be very high if they were actually close to the border. But I think since they're not close to the border, they can virtue signal all day long.
I think there's a difference between virtue signaling and like being a hypocrite. I don't think they're necessarily the same thing.
Well, no.
So like what you're talking, or not a hypocrite, but like you're right. It's very easy for people to virtue signal on things that don't affect them.
Right, but there's virtue signaling and there's costly signaling.
Right, but I understand that, but I don't agree with your definition. I think virtue signaling just means, and if I look it up, that's what it says it means. It's just the action or practice of publicly expressing an opinion or sentiment intended to demonstrate one's good character or the moral correctness of one's position on a particular issue. That's how I define it.
Right.
I think what you're talking about is a type of virtue signaling, but it's just a different type of it.
Right.
I don't know what the term would be for what you're talking about. Maybe.
So, okay. But in Mr. Girl's world, we're not allowed to say that we're not pedophiles because that would be classified as virtue signaling, which is obviously conceptualized as bullshit.
Well, I don't think you'd say you're not allowed to do it. I think you just say it's and then you can ask about this. You just say it's a pointless thing because that's like what everyone's going to say, right? Everyone's going to say
not according to Desert Runner.
Air is good, right?
Not according to some of these maps who are like, oh, it's just a sexual orientation.
Right. There's going to be some small percentage of people who disagree. Girls, but as I said, I think the part of the point of it is, and I think this is part that Max doesn't understand, is that there has to be some level of trust for people to have the conversation in the first place.
How is Max just not virtue signaling? Oh, I care so much about pedophilia. That's why I'm having this conversation. I single-handedly have solved all of the world's pedophilia problems. How's he not virtue signaling?
Right.
Sitch is like, let's move on.
This far, I'm not convinced Mr. Girl is a PDF file. I know I can't be sure about a HEBA file. Emoji face. Also, sorry for the bum time code last week. The correct time code for EFAP 209 was 46 minutes and 20 seconds. Apparently, I don't know if you want to bring it up now, but apparently it was Fringy acknowledging your take about conflict in story being like, the important or the driving factor. So.
Holy fucking shit. What? Hold on a second here. What is it?
EFAP 209.
Look, we had to go 5 minutes ago. Now I feel like
Adam's like he's got a juice of power.
What was the time code?
Or I'll bring it up.
What's the time? Oh, okay, you're bringing it up. Good.
Okay, the time code was 4620. So
this is what happened.
Have this all this
Fringe's watching. He's like, oh
Fringy.
My God. Fringy?
You said Fringe.
I said Fringy.
Okay.
Fringy's watching. He's like, oh, I gotta watch Rings of Power. No fucking conflict. Oh, I gotta watch She-Hulk. No fucking conflict. He's like, God damn it. It's boring.
Right. True.
Oh, who's the guy in the
intrigue.
middle? He's
I don't recognize him.
I talked to him
sorry.
on Twitter. He said he'd come on the show sometime. So
Oh, cool.
yeah.
You can
He
build
does
up.
makes good
you could
videos.
have in your own way the events that lead up to the collapse in relations that means that Gimli hates Legolas when they first meet in the Jackson films, but you're not doing any of that. It is just, as you say, they're just that's what you would need for all of this to have any kind of sense of life to it, and there isn't any of that.
Well, yeah, they're squandering every opportunity to expand the conflict, which when you think about like what's most interesting in stories, it's the conflict, the friction, disagreement, tension, and they're just not seizing those opportunities by having characters with different perspectives get thrown into the mix or just expanding it a little bit more. It's kind of bizarre.
Excellent point,
There
Fringy.
you go.
Excellent point. This is why
There
we
you
were
go.
arguing with Danimal about the House of the Dragon. Having one of your main characters, what's his name? Aegon?
I don't. Yeah.
Having one of your main characters, I could not even really want the throne. Like, think how much more conflict there would be if he was like, no, I want the throne. I
Well,
will
by the end of the
kill
episode,
anyone in
it's-
my way to get the
Right.
throne.
By the end of the episode, it's implied that I think that he's decided he wants it, but it's still kind of like
It's still
half-hearted.
wishy-washy.
Yeah, yeah.
If we saw him out in the streets cutting off dicks, we know the fucking stakes. We know, like, oh, there's going to be more dick cutting.
Right.
The conflict would be immensely larger. Okay, do I get a mention here?
I thought it was funny when they pan over to the, I guess the
Or maybe they don't mention
No
me.
mention. Wow.
Maybe they just steal?
Thus, the feud between Adam and Fringy continues.
No, I'm just playing around. It's a win either way. So
There you go.
let's listen for an hour and a half until they mention me.
There you go. It's my mother, such as mom for $2. Says, Adam, I'm here to ask you the real JQ. In order to combat the allegations of being a pedo, Mr. Girl, Doomer, and I are starting an OnlyFans together. Are you joining us? You must fight the allegations too. So there you go.
You guys are starting an OnlyFans?
Apparently, my mother, Mr. Girl, and Doomer are starting an OnlyFans together.
Ouch.
So there you go. Do you want in on that?
At least we know she's of age, right?
She is of age, yes. Are you gonna get in on that, Adam?
Me? No, of
Yeah.
course not.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna still let you guys
No.
take care of that.
Okay. Well, I'll say you guys. I'm not part of this.
Well, I would try to talk Doomer out of it if it was my mom,
Okay.
but
Gotcha. Soul Doge for $10 says, after having time to mull over our conversation, I do have some answers to questions that you asked that I didn't have then, as is often the case, including answers Adam's questioned about my views on the Fed. I DM'd it to you all. And then for another $2 for $6, Soul Doge says, also, I'm sorry for my height simp club joke. As I said, it started the conversation in poor taste. I think it was fine. Plus, now that I've had more than 2 actual finished readings of him, I'm a bigger believer myself. Going to see if I can work I work into my grad paper. Oh, cool.
Solados, you did nothing wrong. You were a great guest. So
Great guest,
don't second guess yourself.
Yes.
And not only that, I mean, like, even if you do mess up, you get it right the next time. So it's
That's
not a
true.
big deal.
I like this simp club joke. Soldier Justice says, also, it's funny we had this conversation because I was teaching my cadets yesterday. I had to deal with a law student who kept bringing up CRT rhetoric in our discussion of the Army. I just had to politely excuse what she said.
No way.
Oh, no.
What'd she say?
Oh, no. That's awful. Yeah, what did she say? I'm curious. That's terrible. That's terrible. And Soldier also says, okay, enough seriousness. Time for a game. A certain media company has released a mobile game called Twisted Wonderland with redesigned characters. Sitch, I sent you 2 pics. Show Adam in the chat new and see if they can guess who it is. Okay, let's see.
Who's this? What's going on now?
He sent me a picture and he wants you in the chat to see if you can figure out what Disney character this is supposed to be. Okay, so I'll send it to you and then you can bring it up. I think I could get this pretty instantly. but it is kind of hilarious. Listen, Japanese people are funny. Okay, they're funny that way. Oh. And I'll read the next one while you're getting that set up.
No, I won't do it.
Girl Sarah for $2 says Flacco is just living by Mr. Girl standards. You can't platform someone controversial without holding their feet to the fire. Well, it's an interesting question.
That's why. I said that multiple times because that's exactly what was. Like, you can't get all bent out of shape about that when it's exactly the thing. I mean, the thing that he's doing is he's saying,
right.
Well, it's different when it's a Nazi.
True.
Yeah. Most people think pedos are worse than Nazis, I think. I mean, that's a tough call. It really is, isn't it?
It is a tough call, yeah.
What if it's a pedo Nazi? Then we can all agree, right? That's
you go.
Someone you can't platform.
I don't think we should have to make a decision between pedos and Nazis, okay? I think we can say they're both morally reprehensible.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you bring up the picture?
You never sent it.
I did send it.
How'd you send it?
To you.
No, you sent it to someone else.
Okay, well, I'll send it to the joint DMs if you get that.
Oh, no, wait. I refreshed and I got it.
Okay. You can bring the picture up and you can... I'm assuming everyone's going to get it pretty quickly. I mean...
This is you? This is a picture
No,
of
we're
you?
supposed to guess... He wants you guys to guess what Disney character this is. They've redesigned some of the Disney characters for this game in ways that some people have issues with.
This is a redesign of a Disney character?
Oh, so you don't know what character this is?
Oh, let me see. Prince Charming?
No. You don't know what character that is?
No. Do you?
Yeah, I do instantly.
Robin Hood?
No. Does that look like Robin Hood's color scheme?
Zorro?
Have you never seen The Hunchback of Notre Dame?
That's the Hunchback?
That's the Hunchback, yes.
No, you're
That's what's his name? What's the Hunchback's name? It's like something with an M.
Oh, really?
Like, I want to say Mogwai, but I know that's not correct. Quasimodo. I don't know where I was getting the
That's
M.
Quasimodo?
That's Quasimodo, yes. That's Quasimodo, yeah. Don't you think that's a weird design for Quasimodo?
That can't be true.
That is true.
He doesn't even have a hunchback.
I know, but that's why people think it's weird.
Okay. It is
How do you
weird.
feel about that?
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I think it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think Disney stock should go to 0.
Uh-huh. No, it's not Scar. It's not Simba. That's Quasimodo, guys. Okay. So that's a weird...
That can't be true.
It is true. What do you mean?
I don't believe it.
Okay. Well, you're free to not believe in reality.
I guess.
But thank you, Soldo. So there you go. Adam didn't know, and he's surprised that it's Quasimodo.
Yeah. I guess like 5 times. And
Soldos for $2 says the flaw with Mr. Girl's argument that even if therapy could reduce pedo thoughts, we don't need to destigmatize it to get people to therapy. Doctor-patient confidentiality is supposed to exist for a reason.
I guess the first offering.
I guess also, but if something is so stigmatized, I understand Mr. Girl's argument would be if something is so stigmatized, people would still, even if your doctor isn't necessarily going to rat you out, you still would feel very, you might not want to go talk to them about it regardless because of the stigma around it. So.
Yeah, it should be that way.
So there you go.
All right.
Okay, people in chat are upset because I was lying to you. That was not actually Quasimodo.
Right.
Yeah. It was actually Pinocchio.
Pinocchio?
Yeah, isn't that weird? It's a very weird Pinocchio look. But I've never seen Pinocchio look like that. So, but Japanese or Asian, they like to make everything look like anime characters. So I guess it kind of makes sense, right?
Where's the dick nose?
Well, he's not lying at the moment, so it hasn't grown. but
That whole
maybe the
character's a lie.
staff represents the nose. Like the
Oh,
staff
okay.
gets longer. It's kind of like combining Pinocchio with Sun Wukong or something.
Wow.
So,
Interesting.
don't look it up. Kanye West.
What do you mean? Don't look it up.
I hear you typing. Kanye West for $2.
I'm like image search. Let's see, what the fuck is this thing? Why are you fucking with me? I don't like, how is this even how is this even messing with me? I don't get it. Oh look, it's Nick Fuentes.
Oh, is this Nick Fuentes?
I don't know, it says something Catboy.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Why?
Isn't Pinocchio German? I don't know. Is it Pinocchio a German story?
Look, why? How is this?
I
funny?
guess Geppetto is like a German name.
Look, how is this funny? How is this good content? How is this? This is not good content. I'm telling you.
Messing with you is the best content. I know what you're talking
It's
about.
not though. It's
Yes,
not, because most
Chat,
people don't.
if you like when I mess with Adam, put a 1 in the chat.
Most people don't even really know that you're messing with me. It's just, it's so weird. It's like,
If you don't like when I mess with Adam, put a 2 in the chat. If you like when I mess with Adam, put a 1 in the chat. We're gonna
what
get to the bottom
anime?
of this.
This is not Disney. This is some anime.
It's a Disney character.
It's
that
not a
they've
Disney
animified.
character. No, it's not a Disney character. You're lying.
Oh, I'm seeing ones. It's nothing but ones. There was 1, 2 in the beginning, and now it's just a sea of ones. Yeah.
Terrible content.
There you go. See, everyone loves it. Everyone loves it.
Who is this guy?
Everyone. Okay. You're right. I was not being honest. It's not. It's not Pinocchio. Okay. It's not Pinocchio. If you want to know who it really
Is it Sabek Zigvolt?
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Well,
What?
That's the character that you sent me.
Who? Say the name again.
Sabek
Zigvolt.
Zigvolt.
Zigvolt or Fault?
Zigvolt.
I've never heard of this. I don't think this is a real character.
Disney Twisted Wonderland.
That's not who I showed you. That's a guy with green hair. He looks completely different.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what is that even from? Is that like that sounds like an original character.
Well, maybe, yeah. I see this character in the.
Oh.
I see the character
anyway.
that you sent. Zigvolt is one of the characters in Disney Twisted Wonderland.
I'll stop fucking with you. Okay, that character is a character from. Have you seen Pocahontas?
Yeah.
You remember Governor Ratcliffe? You remember the guy who was like the savages, barely even human. You know the guy that was like
Yeah,
the evil
okay.
colonizer. Yeah, that's the anime version of him. Is
I mean, this guy
Governor
does.
Ratcliffe.
This guy does look like a colonizer.
Yeah, doesn't he? So there you go.
Governor
Kanye
Ratcliffe.
West. Look, we have the actual Kanye West.
Mm-hmm.
The actual Kanye West has donated money to us. I can't believe this. Kanye West for $2 says, "Why haven't the Jews apologized for making me anti-Semitic Sitch?"
I know. It's their fault, Kanye. I mean, Lex kind of apologized to you.
He did. I appreciate Lex's apology. Dialogue Always. Look, it's our good friend Dialogue Always.
Is it the
for
real dialogue always? I don't.
It's the real Dialogue Always.
What's up, DA?
For $2, he says, when Kanye calls it the quote Jewish media, he's not saying that the Jews are controlling everything, just that there are a large number of Jews in charge of media. Stop being dishonest, Sitch. Nice.
As in, there's other media aside from
right.
the Jewish media.
Oh my God! We have the hero of time himself, the Triforce of Courage wielder, Link, for $2. I can't believe this. Do you know what the hero of time, Link, has super chat to us?
What?
Yeah. Struck!
Wow. That was eventful.
The immortal words of Link, Hero of Time. Listen, Rico Zaro for $2 says, get Owen Benjamin on to debate the Jewish question. I don't want to debate anyone on the fucking Jewish question.
Except for Academic Agent. Academic Agent has an open invitation to come on and debate.
I don't want to debate him on the validity of the Jewish question. I was debating him on whether he believed it or not.
I know. That's what I meant. What did you mean?
Though, no, I assume Owen Benjamin, it would be debating the validity of the Jewish question, not whether he supports it or not.
Right.
I think he openly supports it, doesn't he?
Right. We're debating whether or not Academic Agent supports the Jewish question.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Rico Zorro for $2 says, hey, Adam, how excited are you for the possibility of an AOC ASMR channel? Would she set records or what?
Well, first of all, I hate ASMR, so I'm not excited about it.
Even if it was AOC?
I mean, AOC OnlyFans, maybe we're having a conversation, but ASMR, no thank you. Because AOC loses status in my mind if she opens a ASMR channel.
Right. Right.
Did you see the AOC ASMR?
I saw that it existed. I didn't click on it. But I wasn't that interested in it. Because I'm not an AOC simp like you. But.
You're an ASMR simp.
That's true. But I don't like AOC, so. We have another. We have a super chat from Judge Frollo for $2 says that the character is actually Pinocchio. So there you go, Adam. Judge Frollo says that it's Pinocchio. So he's confirming.
I can't believe you wasted that much time. I want everyone to respond in the comments if you heard that, to what a pathetic piece of content that is.
That content is genius.
No,
you just
it's,
don't. You don't so I'm so.
What is genius about it?
Listen, when Soto's first sent me that picture, I thought this is going to be a real loser. I don't know what the point of bringing this up was, but Soto's was so right. Oh my! I'm so happy he sent me that picture.
Why?
Holy shit! That content from that picture is genius.
Look, we're dipping into Mr. Girl levels of delusion here. I don't know if I can.
Look, I'm not alone. Judge Frollo himself, he's a judge, so you can trust him. Okay, Judge Frollo himself says it's Pinocchio.
Okay.
Do you deny that the judgeness of this?
No, we already know who it is. It's Ratcliffe.
Okay. Harker Hayes for $5. Stop it! Stop.
The real content is Adam being annoyed by it. That's right. I'm triggered as fuck. I'm hungry. I want to eat.
Harker for $5 says, Sitch, you sweet summer child, you babe swaddled in cashmere blanket of ignorance, you beautiful tropical fish. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Rich Jammer, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 8 months, says, I was supposed to super chat when Sammy G was here, but I ran out of free will and forgot to pay my credit card.
Oh,
Thank goodness for my monthly free will. Oh, man.
Damn.
Well, there you go. Well, thank you, Sammy, for, I guess, indirectly getting us money from Rich Jammer. So, thank you. Thank you.
Isn't free will more useful in not using the credit card than in forgetting to pay it?
Right.
Ouch.
It's our good friend
Adam is right. Sitch is now Z class. There we go.
I don't know what that even means. But okay.
It means this. Come on, we're trying to produce quality content here, not not like stumbling over what a picture is for 2 hours.
Academic Agent, our good friend, for $2 says, Sitch, we know that fiction affects reality because my love for you grew out of my Sitch plushie sitting in my glass jar for so long. That's why I'm going to send you all the Academic Agent pinup art so you love me, so your love for me will grow. Oh, look at that.
Sweet.
I don't think it works that way, but there you go. Well, anyways. Anyways. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Yeah. What?
What's
happening? Where's the harmonica?
We don't do harmonica on Tuesday.
Oh my god.
I mean, we can if you want.
Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations, and you people who've made it to the end of the stream, you're the true heroes, because you got to hear the best joke ever in this stream's entire history, which is Adam not knowing what Disney character Okay, wait a minute. Wait. I have to say one more thing. I have to say one more thing. I have to say one more thing.
What?
I was lying to you. It's not Governor Radcliffe.
No way.
It's not Governor Radcliffe.
I mean, CT was lying then too, because CT sent me a picture and it looks like Governor Radcliffe.
It's I Am Groot. It's Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Now
okay?
you're lying again. Stop lying to people.
It's Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.